Okay, thank you everybody for joining, for all of the audience who's joining us on the YouTube stream, and for all of our guest critics who have joined for today. Today is the continuation of the second day of our Phase 2 thesis reviews. It's an opportunity for us as a design research lab within the Architectural Association to share and make more accessible a lot of the efforts of the students who have joined us from a quite international background with a community, both at the AA and globally. The work and the nature of the projects in a spirited way, in method and in practice, are very much about looking at contemporary practice and looking for affordances within some of the challenges that we face in society today, to explore architecture in a kind of expanded sense to somehow respond critically to some of the issues at hand. The students and the research agendas that we're sort of exploring are usually 3 to 4 year kind of efforts that are worked in self-organizing teams under basically 3 studios that have been following a trajectory of trying to understand how computational practice, artificial intelligence, participatory design, collaborative design, production processes can all be somehow enabled and deployed in the service of architecture and people. This year, we've kick-started a research agenda that has primarily been also very responsive to the last couple of years, not only to the physical constraints that we have, but really looking for opportunities within the computational and communication frameworks to kind of speak to an architecture that could afford different kind of working practices to kind of emerge. In particular, we've been working through game engine design, through models that are more participatory, looking critically and trying to reflect on the notion of the digital and the computational within some of these trajectories. We have 3 studios, and Sajay Bhushan and Ariana have been working on issues around collaborative design practices and participatory design. They've been looking at using gamification and the implications of what that would mean from the planning and creation stage through to the design, development, and production, and trying to see opportunities to be able to kind of streamline and make that a much more open and time-based process, and to kind of allow, I think, some of these technologies to help us address some of the uncertainties of the time. Patrick and Pier Andrea have been working primarily on the issues of the cyber-physical, trying to problematize work environments in a kind of continued effort to see how different kinds of ideas of environments and collaboration can be afforded by looking at the relationship between virtual technologies, augmented technologies, and the built environment within a building complex for different kinds of startups and different kinds of commercial practices. From myself, Theodore Sparopoulos, and Mustafa and Apo, we've been working on issues that we've titled The Elemental, really trying to look at phenomenon as a medium and as a technology in an effort really to kind of explore architecture as an infrastructure that critically kind of evaluates ideas of energy and resourcing, and working on issues from heat islands and heat gain to issues of controlling clouds and dealing with water management systems. The efforts of a lot of the work have been very much spearheaded with the resilience, I think, of our students. For the first year of their time with us, we're working remotely across the world and have joined us on site, and we're very not only happy to see everybody coming together in these kind of forums, but also we're very much pleased to kind of welcome also the guest critics that you'll see on the mini site that we've basically shared as part of the event, who will come to join us for round 2, basically, of the conversation that was kicked off yesterday. So with that, with no further ado, I'd like to thank the critics for joining us, and I'd like to start with the first team today. The program for today is that we'll look at 3 teams in this first session. We'll take an hour break and continue with 3 teams in the evening session. Anyway, thank you all for joining. We hope that it's a kind of open and expressive debate and discussion today. So with that, I'll introduce the first team.
Recording in progress.
Hello everyone, my name is Penny, and together with my teammates Huiying and Yungpeng, we will present to you our project Urban Energy from Spiropoulos Studio. Since the beginning of the studio, we have been working on exploring the element of fire, its past and future use, and its role within the cycle of life. Our research focuses on the element of fire and urban heat, the behavior of our system, and the design and function of our units. Fire is widely recognized as essential to human life, with many expressions and applications in the contemporary world. It is an element that sustains life and exists around us in many different forms and uses. Fire can be translated into heat, light, energy, means of communication, symbol for rituals and socialization. Through its different forms, it is used for manufacture, sterilization, radiation, as well as cooking, design, and technology. Fire in the form of light exists in many aspects of life. Through art and different installations, light is often used to create space and construct a certain atmosphere. Another elemental aspect of fire is heat energy. Fire in the form of heat is employed in thermal sensors and is also used in the design of spaces that adapt to the needs of its users. For centuries, fire has been a part of many rituals. It is used as a symbol in spiritual and religious events, and most important, as a means of socialization. While exploring the behavior of fire as illumination, we can see that the light is a valuable source of life for different organisms. For instance, some insects use a combination of the sun's position and the polarization of the sky to navigate, rather than being attracted to the sun's rays, so they don't fly towards the sun. Therefore, microorganisms of different shapes will adjust the direction according to the intensity of the light source, so as to avoid the damage caused by the excessive light source. Phototaxis can be considered evolutionarily beneficial behavior, directing cells to move towards or away from light sources to obtain optimal light energy. Some plants, like sunflowers, showcase behaviors like phototaxis, where they change their orientation in response to a light stimulus by rotating and stretching towards the source of light. So we get the very simple conclusion from organisms that move, stretch, and rotate towards the sun to receive more energy. In the study of light, we also examined the behavior of light energy and how it is perceived by humans. At the same time, the color of light can create different spaces. Different frequencies of light have different effects. By analyzing the color of light, we can create spaces with different functions. Light can be used as an attraction point to bring people together, to socialize, or act as a light source at night. The reflection and refraction of light in the pores can also concentrate light, depending on the size and shape of the pores. After conducting our research on the element of fire, we focus on the specific issue of urban space in the contemporary world. Due to increased human activity, densely populated urban areas are significantly warmer than their surrounding rural areas. In urban regions where many people cohabit in a small space, the environment is substantially built with high-rise constructions in order to accommodate the growing need for living space. An urban heat island is a metropolitan area which is significantly warmer than its surrounding areas. In metropolitan areas, the phenomenon of urban heat islands becomes increasingly severe as natural land cover is replaced by large amounts of structures, pavements, and other surfaces which absorb and retain heat. This heat is unable to disperse and dissipate in the environment, thus accumulating in the urban centers. According to the analysis of different weather conditions, the heat radiation will change when the temperature environment is different. We can observe the differences in temperature through various heat maps, which show the points where there is excess heat in buildings, indoor spaces, or the physical environment. Nighttime temperatures in urban heat islands remain high. This is because buildings, sidewalks, and parking lots block heat coming from the ground from rising into the cold night sky. Since the heat is trapped on lower levels, the temperature is warmer. In cities, the heat island effect is mainly caused by the large use of construction materials. Roofs and streets absorb more heat as the energy gathering place in the daytime. It can be clearly seen from the urban heat map that the energy concentration on roof streets and facades is much higher than that of other places. There are many reasons for the dynamic change of the surface temperature distribution of buildings, including temporal changes in weather conditions, such as changes in solar radiation and wind speed, the relationship between thermal gain and outdoor airflow surface cooling, and the thermal properties of materials. Indoors, the temperature of the building skin and the temperature in its natural ambient state still have an impact on human life, and the indoor temperature also determines human activity. The significance of the heat map is not only to regulate the urban environment, but also to regulate people's daily lives. The temperature heat map is different for different conditions and times, the area of temperature presence and residence time, thus we can observe certain patterns and overgrown energy. Our project is based on the design of an energy management system created to harvest, store, and release energy in the form of heat and light. In our system, heat is organized and harvested according to the heat map during the day. It visualizes the space as an energy map with different layers and detects areas with increased heat concentration, which it ultimately captures and saves before repurposing and releasing it. Starting with its first function, the system's purpose is to harvest energy from the environment. By viewing its surrounding environment as a heat map through thermal sensors, the system searches for areas with the most concentrated energy. After locating them, the units transfer to that point where they harness the energy. In the city, it is possible to analyze and obtain the diurnal temperature difference. The urban environment is in dynamic change, and these temperature peaks also change with time, forming microclimates in the height of the building and in certain areas. The building can be analyzed for sunlight, wind, and ambient temperature factors, and real-time data can be obtained, as the intensity of sunlight varies from floor to floor, and each building is in dynamic change within the environment. Heat analysis of different neighborhood scales, street and building facades, and roofs allows us to observe how fast the temperature spreads, which locations are shaded for a longer amount of time, and which are slower to dissipate heat, as well as the extent to which the temperature spreads. The analysis of the heat data of the integrated building, which affects people's lives, is also the result of the joint action of people and the environment. After getting the heat analysis of some building surfaces, we use cellular machine rules to represent energy information in a growing way. These squares clearly represent energy information through color changes and iterations, and this information is the key for us to understand the city and the energy. In some heat sensing cameras and radial scanning, the machine analyzes the city, the same measured distance and temperature information to establish different color squares. It also scans the dynamic city transmission to the system and then produces feedback on the distribution and aggregation of energy.
Move on. Our computational work is about heat transfer and heat storage. We studied the thermal conductivity of circular metamaterials and evaluate their performance for thermal measurement applications. To understand the relation between the microarchitecture and the thermal response, we analyze the thermal conductivity of a wide range of circular metamaterials. Looking at fire as a material, we study metamaterials which are artificial structures and shapes that can actively control heat flux on continuous scale. It has been shown that tilting the thermal conductivity along the specific direction can effectively bend the heat flux between low and high temperature reservoirs. These give us some primary ideas about controlling the heat transfer. We try to restore the information and the heat on heat transfer using the computational work, starting with the rules for heat resources and the energy transfer, experimenting with different sizes, numbers of locations of heat sources, setting up very simple rules to understand the process of heat transfer by using some energy cubes. These are some of test results where the heat sources affect each other in different directions of energy transfer. In thermal learning, we add a thermal barrier or a material that can control the thermal conductivity in the direction of original transfer. Due to the non-conductive nature of the combination of two materials can control direction of heat. This thermal barrier material is a transformer of the heat transfer. In the process of heat transfer, the content size and the quantity of the thermal barrier materials can be adjusted by changing parameters. Testing were carried out on the morphology of two materials as well as the porosity to measure the effect of the content of the two different materials on the structure. After obtaining a mixture of two materials, we measured the duration of heat transfer and the amount of energy remaining after the heat transfer is concluded. With the premise of that we have abstracting materials and heat transfer materials, the transfer of energy is always from high to low and will find the shortest path to transfer, trying to use algorithm to find blocking paths for energy transfer. In real life, the transfer of energy is always abstract, and here the algorithm turned the heat transfer into an intelligent process. Similarly, we used the A-star algorithm to find the shortest path of transfer in the 3D energy model to understand the control realistic materials. Finally, we obtained the direction of the heat transfer, the stories of heat and dissipation of the heat under two materials, controlling by the algorithm. Moving on, our network behavior study, the environment should affect the system, and the system should adapt to the environment as a devices for breathing and adaptation. At night, when the temperature drops and there is no direct sunlight, the system starts to convert heat into illumination and use the light to organize space and attract people. Light can organize space, provide new services for people at night, can act as a draw point to attract the crowd, and at the same time adjust its behavior according to the crowd activity. Scale in the city on the premise of the regional hut overall form a kind of atmosphere. It's not limited to the physical world of objects, but the whole city as can depend on a hot surface above the city migration, gathered themselves together and spread, adapting their behavior to the environment. After studying different behavior rules, we carried out experiments in 2D and 3D, especially for the study of spring, the state after the energy acquisition, as well as the group of study of energy tracking, weathering, feedback, and the state after the energy loss. Under the circumstance of giving energy and speed, differences aggregation states can be obtained. In the system, the radius of squares is the size of energy, and the degree of aggregation responds to the loss and the increase of energy, which provides a model for energy transfer, where the loss energy means that the system has less quantity and requires energy transfer that is not continuous in the process of change, or may be directly influenced by the external environment. When the network makes any change, the energy feedback experience on the behavior of the whole unit between the consolidation and transfer energy will change in order to obtain or release energy. The unit will have to form a group and connect, and each one can communicate with each others to determine the overall behavior. The amount of energy in the cells is a direct response to how large the area extension is, so we need to consider the gradual disappearance of energy, the gradual transfer, and the contraction process between particles, how they should move or behave. Within the grid, we observe that the behavior energy may continue to grow or gradually diminish and transfer, which affect the surrounding units. Light can organize the space, provide new services at night. People can move in night and at the same time adjust the behavior according to the crowd activity. So therefore, in the night, there will be more interaction between events and the environment, as well as between people. So our night space should be adapted to the content night, as well as the need of people.
After citing the rules of our system network, we explore its units and their functions. The system is mainly divided into two parts, day and night. During the day, heat maps and building data are used to obtain information. The unit absorbs and stores heat in the city during the day, slowing down the heat island effect of the city, and converts energy at night, converting heat into light, redefining urban public space at night and interacting with people. Therefore, in prototypes design, in order to effectively absorb the heat on the building facade and convert it into light energy, we conducted researches on climbing, flying, bionic robots, and light. We separately explored the combination of forms without shading facades and effective absorption of heat. There are breathable materials and transparent materials to prevent the facade. We used several soft materials such as TPU or rubber sheet to control their form or properties, summarizing their characteristics and selecting them according to the needs and the forces they can carry. Through the exploration of shape memory material, we can use this material to automatically react to heat and make the whole property move. Research into some heat storage materials and turning heat into light, as well as energy conversion rates and unit scales, and we need to interact with the ambient light and use these sensors like photosensitive and thermal. After the exploration, the surfaces of our buildings, which store large amounts of heat, are controlled by units that absorb or release the excess heat, and carried out various forms of exploration about the surface and heat dissipation by using control to open or close. The maximization of area was explored with reference to satellite and solar panel designs. Preliminary experiments have included various expansion modes of surface, geometry, and structure. First, the structure is rotated and the skeleton is folded, and then it expands in order to obtain more surface area for heat absorption. Finally, we find a more efficient skeleton to stretch or contract, which gives us the possibility to obtain more energy through expansion and contraction. Combined with the previous surface expansion mode, we have made 4 of these structures, forming a larger surface area. In this structure, the unfolding of each direction can be controlled separately. The unit can be stimulated by light to stretch to obtain light energy. These are the prototypes in 3 different states, shrinked and unfolded. Through the use of a variety of machines, the surface can open by sensing and responding to the environment, driving the stepper motor and expanding the telescopic structure. As for how to attach to the wall, we have studied the material, structure, and center of gravity. By using high friction and suction cups material, the prototype can be rotated 90 degrees by gravity and attached to the wall. This is the overall structure of our prototype, which is composed of the surface in the upper part, the telescopic structure in the middle, and the attached structure below. Some detailed animations of the relationship between parts and the process of attachment on the wall. Absorbs to the building surface and is in the state of the dynamic feedback in sunlight and shade during normal times.
At night, the heat energy is converted into illumination, and this light is used to organize space and attract people. Throughout the day and night, the heat map of human activity serves as an index, which our dynamic system analyzes and translates into different forms of energy. The units are composed of stimuli-responsive materials that enable thermal conductivity and that are able to absorb the excess energy from the building facades. In the daytime, the system is addressing the issue of radiant heating and energy diffusion, whereas during the night, the units reassemble to create an illumination infrastructure in the urban space, which will bring people together and construct different atmospheres in the city. Our system enables the circulation of energy while organizing and redefining public space, as well as the way humans interact within the urban context, by using the element of fire as heat and illumination. Thank you.
I'm happy to kick off to get everyone started. Congratulations, first of all, for a wonderful project. It's really a very interesting question you raise about the redistribution of energy and waste energy, and how a mobile structural and architectural system can allow that. And it was really great to see through the project that there was a study of materials and material structure, looking at heat resistant materials and heat conductive, as combining the material property and the design of the structure in a means to allow for the system to function at its best. And also looking at diving in, and well done for that on all the prototyping. A few questions I have, which I think could be next steps in this endeavor, which could be interesting, is when you look at gathering all the data and understanding of the heat distribution within the city, could that then be taken further of not just looking at the mobile unit, which, yes, on one end creates a lot of flexibility, but actually of where could you create, look at reconsidering material adaptations or structures that can be integrated into the existing landscape that create energy sinks and allow energy redistribution as a network. And why I think of that almost as energy veins through the urban landscape. And the reason I mention that is because a question I have is, although the mobile units create this great flexibility and it creates this wonderful closed feedback loop that in the end they are sources of illumination and could in the next step affect the distribution of energy by affecting human behavior. And so there's a rebalancing there that happens as a feedback loop. However, what is the propulsion system for these units? What is the energy they need in order to move around? How do we make sure that happens in the most efficient way, and that actually a lot of the energy that they are absorbing to redistribute doesn't actually get is not required for their own function? That is one of the questions. And then the other question would be in the interface with human activity within the city. We look at it as them going onto facade as being floating illuminations. I wonder whether there's more to that to explore, and how they interface with the human activity. What is the interactivity there? What is the experience when they go into facades? Could they actually be units that affect act as lighting for within the building through this facade, as well as external? I think there could be quite interesting models and narratives there to explore in that. Those are some thoughts, and I'll open it up to.
If I can maybe follow up on some of those comments, I totally agree. I think it was very nice to see all of the analysis. I think you guys did great studies and great progress, and took a very let's say normal concept of the transformation from day to night that we all do in our daily design architectural tasks. But I think taking that to an extreme of the energy consumption and how they get distributed, I think that's a very interesting topic that you all are touching on. I have a similar feeling. I was just looking forward to see what would be that extreme condition when these elements, instead of just floating around as discrete swarms, what would they come together and what would they do? What scenarios would you where considering they will be sent into remote areas where there is no way of creating light for interaction, or for which benefit for emergency scenarios of what if it becomes pulsating landscapes, or otherwise I think just floating in the space and attaching to facade. I think it has so much potential that I felt that it just stopped a bit too short, the presentation of that part of the project that would be the culmination of the very strong and very compelling research into what the actually multiple uses of this technology and this system you have designed could become. Because when we see the structures, the physical prototypes are so elegantly made and show so much potential that I just felt there was more I wanted to see how you can take this to the absolute extreme of transformation day to night in structures, in landscapes, in environments that I wish we could have seen a bit more. But otherwise, I think it's a very interesting premise and a very nice research still today. So thank you.
I'd like to say that the project is very, very suggestive, and there's still a lot more time for you to work on, which is great. I'd like to encourage you to actually look at the way that people occupy cities and buildings in a lot closer and finer grain, because there are certain things that, if you think about it, are really quite extraordinary in an urban context, which are that most spaces in buildings are unoccupied for most of the time. Not all, but most. And you have this idea of, transitory voids, and then you think about the streets, that in many cases they're not occupied for a lot of the time, and you get transitory voids. So actually being able to tune a proposal like this to occupancy as well as to the actual external environment becomes, I think, really, really interesting. And I think there's capable of a lot more development there.
Maybe to follow up on that, just a couple of things out of, first of all, congratulations, the project is really nice, and obviously the graphics are very nice, and the overall development is very well put, well presented. I think there's, from a point of view, there's just a few things that perhaps could have been expanded a little bit better. I'm a bit skeptical about the scenario that you guys selected. I think the technology that you're proposing kind of makes sense and has a lot of potential, but for example, you presented almost like kind of a media installation in a first world super fancy city, right? Like in this case, you kind of looks like you propose it in kind of New York. But I guess the potential for something like this would be perhaps in cities that are closer to more extreme temperatures, right? So if you were, for example, to deploy this in a city that has very high temperatures during the summer, that as a result kind of has a very strong carbon footprint just because of the use of ACs and so on to try to compensate for that, would you be able to actually deploy the system there and reduce the carbon footprint of the city just by virtue of having these guys kind of detect these areas that are most exposed to the heat, right? So there will be an additional layer of utility to this beyond becoming a media during the night, right? So there's I think an untapped potential there. And the other thing is that if these guys are going to be harvesting energy, can they offer services as well? Can they become sort of a distributed Wi-Fi network, right? Can they have something more beyond just becoming a light and becoming this, again, very nice light installation during the night? But I think there's a potential on what else could they become if they are harvesting energy all the time.
Yeah, I think those are all very valid points from Jose. And I mean, let me join everybody, the previous reviewers in saying how voluminous and incredibly beautiful all of the work presented was. In the presentation, I did feel that the interfaces of the various segments were a little blunt, in the sense, right? There was a portion of your presentation was very analytical, then the computational section, and then the ultimate scenario following from your project. And this seemed a little bit disconnected from the computational, but also mostly, let's say, from the analytical aspect So, I mean, the bluntest thing you could possibly do is spray polyura on facades and deal with the problem from that, right? So in a sense, I think it would be interesting to contrast this approach from what would a baseline engineering approach be, right? And then specifically in a sense such that you can enable and engage and be more precise about the specifics that your solution offers. But I'm using that word specifically because also it does feel that there is an aspect of solutionism within this, within the proposition, embedded in the proposition of the project, right? And in a sense, you start with a very critical analysis and demonstrate a deep understanding of what is at stake. For instance, you are proposing this aspect of heat islands in a sense, right? So these aspects feel a little bit disjoint, and in a sense, it's a little bit open to invitation of criticism, because in a sense, this contrast, because of, let's say, a neutral engineering approach versus the underpinning design decision that you've made for this more robotic approach are not clear enough to me in a sense, right? And these are some of the most important design decisions that you've made. So, encouraged to elaborate perhaps a bit more in this direction. But yeah, the quality of the graphics and the presentation, I absolutely enjoyed it. And I mean, as reviewers, I guess we all understand also that, you know, these interfaces between the various sections of the presentation, it's COVID, you're not all in the same room. That's not easy, right? It's not easy to pull that off under normal circumstances, but yeah, it must be especially tricky to gel things together under the current circumstances. But yeah, thanks for your presentation. It's very beautiful.
Maybe just to.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Jump in.
I just wanted to briefly jump in on that comment in terms of the interface. I too just wanted to add that I think what you started to investigating on the computational side in terms of creating a sort of material and structural logic by looking at combining the structure and material properties to get the shortest path of heat dissipation, and how that defines the architecture of your module. It would be really interesting to see how that determines and comes through to the overall design, where expanding surface area was one parameter, but also to integrate those findings, that structure for the heat dissipation and the shortest path into the overall form of this piece. Of the actual deployable module. So I think bringing those two parts together would be interesting. But go ahead, Thijs.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I mean, basically just to kind of extend a lot of the comments that have already been made. First of all, I mean, I really love the whole concept of the project, the idea of these kind of distributed robots kind of flying throughout the city and having this kind of day and night relationship. I think could be really beautiful. And I really loved all the analysis that you guys did. It looks, you know, really thorough and you know, definitely you guys have got great graphics, and I love that aspect of the presentation. So also just to commend you, I really enjoyed the fact that you guys produced all these prototypes throughout the year. I mean, obviously this was a really challenging year for everyone throughout universities to try to produce physical constructs. Not only that, but to demonstrate the robotics. So I think that was a really commendable thing that you guys have done. So I have a similar feeling. I think the project feels to me a little bit siloed, a little bit sort of a series of parts that really want to come together. So I think if you guys have the opportunity over the next couple of weeks to try to maybe bring some clarity to how the analysis connects directly to some of the responsiveness of the agent models. For me, I would really love to know a little bit more about some of the parameters, like kind of key parameters that drive decision making, and then see some of the results, demonstrated in the robotics, either in some sort of emergent patterns on the buildings, or some sort of emergent patterns in what you're describing in this kind of nighttime lifespan. So yeah, for me, it's a little bit about now kind of demonstrating what you envision as the outcome, but also a little bit more about what are the key parameters and feedback loops between some of the analysis and the outcomes would be. But that said, I think it's great work. So congratulations.
Maybe I can jump in quickly. Congratulations to all the team. I think it's really wonderful project and beautifully presented and quite inspirational with all the illustrations, videos, the way how you described your research and present it. All these swarm behaviors of these kind of robotic particles, I mean, it's really interesting the way how they create dialogue between day and night, but at the same time, following all the other comments, I want to come up with this question. I mean, instead of, in a way, you end up using them only for these illuminations at night. During the day, it collects all the heat and energy and showing all these illustrations. But what if beyond these illuminations, it will be really interesting to see how they behave for the emergency scenarios, like how they come together. And during these emergency scenarios, really when there is a, let's say, fire, because the way how you generated these forms and the way how they fold and create these expanded, in a way, you can also imagine them as fire curtain systems. And they can really create an interesting layer to serve to the city, also to serve to the, in these emergency situations. I believe that they can have different roles besides only having this illumination behavior. I would like to suggest to push this potential power of this system as much as possible with different questions. Thank you. Congratulations again.
Just for me, briefly, I love the project as well. Really beautiful, suggestive. I had, my feeling is, I mean, by the way, I like this scenario. I think illumination for me is perfect, a good enough purpose, an important purpose. It also has, a strong architectural function in the way you link it up with city image, but also with the social activities. I mean, that could be more explored. My question was, in terms of, picking up, is it radiating heat from the absorbed solid walls, or could it be photovoltaic? For me, in the end, probably for what you're doing here, a mobile photovoltaic cell or solar panel is probably what you're designing here. And you can pick up on a highly efficient technology. There's certain translucency, and then you have these migrating robots, migrating solar panels. They would probably, in terms of efficiency of movement, crawl along the facade. If they were moving and floating, then I agree with somebody questioning how that would work, and whether there would be drones, whether it be too energy intensive, or whether they would have to be more really made to float like balloons. I think that could be done with solar foils, etc. So I think you hit on something. So I think the way I see the relationship between the research, talking about heat islands and about the computation of heat dissipation and so on, some of this might not be relevant in the end. They're explorations, and in the end, my feeling is that you generate a very beautiful system of mobile floating solar panels, which I think it could be very impactful. And when you show the animation of the fast sun to shadow, sun running across the facade, that was a close-up, was quite nice, but it wasn't quite correlated. The light kind of scanned across, or the shadow and the pieces were doing something uncorrelated. So I think there would be the question as,
Recording stopped.
The pieces are moving, but also it's beautifully unfolding, and we have different versions
Recording in progress.
So I think very, very suggestive, very beautiful. I'm totally happy with New York and illuminating those street canyons and picking up, I mean, also, all those facade elements, because solar we usually only put on the roofs. They're never part of, they're in a hidden and negated part of our architecture. And this way they come into the field and they become mobile. It's efficiency. It's also the obstruction, let's say, of windows and so on is only then temporary if there should be. So I think it's a great concept, but yeah, I don't know what technology you have if it isn't photovoltaic.
I would agree there with Patrick. I sort of, there's a step of why wait for the energy to be absorbed by the material and then absorb it back. That creates an additional step of waste, whereas take the energy and then you could, apart from the solar function, you can also think about the function of shading when you have deployable areas. So then that actually, you know, the energy is absorbed by the system directly before it needs to be wherever there's heat concentration, before it gets absorbed by the urban materials itself in the landscape.
Symptomatic issues within, all forms of kind of urban environments and urban buildings that necessitate, I think, strategies that could augment that. So I think in terms of thinking about it as a mobile infrastructure that has that capacity, the issue for me, and I think is important for you to expand on, and I think some of the scenarios are contingent on, is the issue of duration. The issue that not everything has to be flying. The subject about illumination is a second part, which is if you're offsetting some of the solar heat gains of existing buildings, can you use that as an opportunity to deploy that in a different way within the urban environment? And I think a mobile kind of illumination infrastructure is interesting, but also a static one on the building could potentially also be a scenario. For example, wayfinding in different cities are very much in urban environments, really signaled by buildings also as landmarks and so forth. A lot of these glass towers and all the buildings that you would be trying to primarily kind of address some of the impacts also have different strategies now in terms of how they also see the urban environment. I remember going to Shanghai and really losing my sense of wayfinding because buildings were turning off their lights at night, and that had an influence in terms of how people are also experiencing the city. But the primary, I think, goal and driver for it, I think, is really to deploy it in a scenario that's really addressing the magnitude of the problem. So I agree with some of the comments with this idea that it feels more installation-like, because in some ways you want to see that swarm really trying to really address the city from a radically different perspective, which is building streets and blocks and towers and so forth, to get a sense that these things are not something that's an additional add-on to the building, but it is really an infrastructure that is trying to mitigate some of the things, which I think goes to Yele's point, but I think it's not about just an engineering solution, it's about also demonstrating what it would mean to live with these kind of infrastructures. I think that there are opportunities to see them in very different ways, and Joseo mentioned the idea that this doesn't necessarily always have to be for very particular first world order. Of course it doesn't have to, and I think the scenarios about how one can sort of open this up in a more prototypical way would lend itself to that, but it would also mean something radically different. Its scenario would actually be problematized in a different way. I think what's useful about the project is that it is very prototypical in method and practice. The same analysis that you would use of the existing fabric, I would bring that into the energy models of consumption, some of the things that Nasi had pointed to, and see how that dialogue, how it takes strategic kind of choreographic decisions. Because I think in many ways, when you look at things like Studio Drift, who are releasing the drones and the novelty of those things, you can understand that it does have this kind of aspect to really almost like the insects you were studying and the phototropic aspects, bring people together. So to even to the point that Stephen was talking about urban occupancy and spaces and how we live, if you see that as a symbiotic relationship and not as a technical infrastructure that's just mitigating building systems, I think then the idea that we're trying to look at from a more technologically, culturally kind of enabling perspective, I think brings back some of those discussions that you had internally, which was how fire and ritual bring people together. And I think as a conceptualization, I think within the urban context and within that kind of dynamism of these kind of social interactions, you could try to address a problem like harvesting, utilize latest technologies, even the things that Elon Musk is doing with his solar tiles and so forth, they're becoming thinner, they're becoming more deployable, but you can start to really speculate. I think that part of the project is true, needs, I think, and demands because of the research expansion on, and I would kind of welcome that in the documents that you produce, because I think in some way it's a project that will have many different lives, and at this stage I think you should try to expand on it as much creatively as you can. So to move from the analysis and to bring that feedback loop into how these things would really populate the environment. So not just to speak about it as a swarm of infrastructure, because a lot of the comments focus on the illumination aspect, which I feel is a secondary kind of attribute to the project. I don't think that that's lightly taken, but I think a lot of the emphasis on that hasn't been fully explored because it was almost a night scenario which was basically being driven by basically all of the analytical work that you guys were doing. And I think there's an opportunity to expand on that as well, as Patrick is saying. So I think the project is in a place where I think you guys, with a couple more weeks of work, could really bring this in to communicate on a lot of different levels and contribute, I think, very well to the discussion that gets kicked off today. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask Jelle about this charge of solutionism. What do you mean by that? I just looked it up, but.
Sorry, you mean the reference of Morozov?
No, you claim, you criticize the project as displaying solutionism.
Yes, because in a sense, from the analysis, from the narrative, from the computational part, it seems that a lot of design decisions have gone, are explored before arriving at this solution, right? So it's I think, let's say, in terms of those decisions, it in terms of presentation can be much more elaborated, but also the solutionism here is kind of somewhat the narrative is really rich in a sense, right? And then it's this richness doesn't feel like it's condensed into the somewhat technical solution addressing it. So in that sense, it feels like just a problem that needs to be addressed, right? So, and I think in a sense, maybe that also goes on to that this feels like an installation in a sense, right? So I don't think that is necessarily a critique, right? But also a compliment. So it's also the way how the research is introduced and positioned, right? So there's a lot of design decisions that have not been sufficiently made explicit, I feel.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
That's okay.
I also just wanted to add on to Theo's comment is that I think what could be quite nice to show or to hypothesize once you explore the different way that the energy can then function, either illumination, wayfinding, more emergency situations, but to kind of hypothesize how would that then as a feedback loop to the system of rebalancing the waste energy, what long-term effect could that have? And can we actually see that? Could you create hypotheses where you actually see the overall energy imbalances within the landscape being altered due to due to the effects that it has on human behavior, human occupancy, and create kind of a hypothesized heat map of what the long-term effects be and the narrative around that.
Something I wanted to say was that the diurnal cycle isn't just one of dark and light. It's also quite, in a lot of places, there's quite a big thermal difference between day and night. And there are big thermal differences according to the different times of year. And one of the things that might be really interesting with a proposition like this would be to think how things which are like very large wings or something like this could be used to get rid of heat out of buildings at night when it's cold outside. So that you could almost imagine that they could plug into, especially if the building's got anything like a water-borne heat transfer mechanism, they could actually plug into that and just slowly, as it were, pump the water that's in the building around themselves to cool off in the night air and against the night sky. Now, I appreciate that you can get a much better cooling if you actually are looking at the night sky than you are if you're looking at the air and your surrounding buildings. But I do think that there are quite more sophisticated stories, even on a climatic basis, that a proposition like this can address.
I think that's really a great suggestion, Steve. I think to bring this project to a close, I just wanted to invite either Manuela or Vasilis if they had any final comments, and then we'll continue the conversation with the next team.
Yes, thank you, Theo. I can see that this is a kind of project which becomes a very powerful trigger for discussion, and I loved the part of the analysis that the students have made. It was remarkably thorough and quite brave, in fact, given that the task was quite difficult and demanding, and there was always a need to convert, to transform something that is completely immaterial and it's difficult to grasp, both technically or aesthetically, which is the energy and the heat and the heat exchange and elements that they are formless. And through the quite remarkable research they have done, there were a series of experiments and series of studies that tried and attempted to convert these observations into diagrams and animations and simulations, and a series of attempts to transform all this immateriality into something that is much more closer to design language or formal language. And all these different parts, I think, converge into building a very provocative research and very prototypical research, both in terms of being based on prototypes, by also being prototypical in the Greek sense of the word, that is actually quite unique and quite singular in this aspect. So I agree with the comments that there is huge potential in terms of how this can be unfolded. But on the other hand, there is a great extent of understanding and experimentation that has built up this potential. So I think there are more things to come based on this concept and approach. So congratulations to the team, and it's a great project.
I think from from my side, the only thing that I would like to add, I mean, of course, there's been a lot said already. The only thing I would like to add is that I really, I agree with Vasily in terms of the potential. I think I really wish for this study to be developed further in a way that becomes maybe even more instrumental to issues of sustainability and reduction of carbon footprint. So this idea of recycling the heat that urban centers expel or accumulate during the day, and recycling and using it for a better, for something good and for something positive. I think I wish for this to be developed further. Of course, technically and technologically, this is quite it poses a lot of questions on how you actually accumulate, how you store, batteries or whatnot. These elements are very small. How you convert energy and so on. So the complication under that point of view is notable. But I think the potential is there. The idea is great. And I do like projects when they are like this, like a little bit open-ended, a little bit more, that they leave you in a way wishing to see more. So I'm hoping that this team is gonna have the, say the professional, some kind of professional outcome in the near future where they can find an investor that that wishes to put some money in this and develop it further. So yes, it's a great job.
Okay, thanks everybody for those comments. Thanks for the team for the presentation, and we'll move on to the next team. Thanks so much.
Is this the Dell that I saw before? What is it with these Dells? Nat, with these, could you try
So are we live? Okay. So hello everyone, and welcome to our final review in our DRL journey. My name is Stefan, and together with my teammates Ki, Yang, and Amin, we'll be presenting our project named Cybertexture from Patrick Schumacher's studio. The emergence of COVID-19 has drastically altered social interactions, shifting them towards a model of distant communication. One of the most highly affected areas of this transition is the working environment, where the main challenge is to preserve the level of communication in new remote circumstances. For this, numerous video conferencing applications are being used. However, the existence of multiple three-dimensional cyberspace platforms hints towards a more functional and efficient virtual interaction. This year's studio topic involves the exploration of a cyber urban incubator, a space where the physical and virtual worlds meet, interact, and expand each other. Cybertexture focuses on the development of a collaboration area that is comprised by physical and virtual counterparts, two separate but highly linked entities. This is done by having a common starting point where they can overlap and augment over each other. However, while the physical world has some clear limitations, the virtual does not. The balanced nature of cyberspace creates a unique creative opportunity which requires an out-of-the-box thinking, but still needs to be related to this physical twin.
And then we did some research, and the first step required the research of technological equipment and the potential assistance provided by them. From a technology point of view, the function of the devices involved in this interaction can be narrowed down to the simple steps of data collection, transmission, and projection. Some of the studied devices include augmented and virtual reality glasses, holograms, screens, motion tracking systems. The study continued with the analysis of Neuromer's online collaboration and working platforms in terms of how the interactions, logins, and other general operations take place. Here we highlight Meeting VR, which is able to host business and social meetings, and vSpatial, which creates a virtual working space, allowing its users to effectively work from anywhere. Next. Another important aspect involved the test and application of existing technologies such as augmented, virtual, and mixed reality. These tests varied in locations, lighting, and material conditions in order to better comprehend the functions and the limits of these devices. Next.
A core objective of this project is the clarification of the relationship between the two worlds, real and virtual. For this, two main associations were regarded in order to form the connection: the digital twin and space expansion. In the digital twin strategy, the two realms act in parallel and in synchronization, meaning that the same event occurs in both worlds and is up for the user to decide from which side they choose to experience it. The physical space and users are tracked and translated to virtual reality using an instant scanning technique such as LiDAR that uses a pulse from a laser to collect measurements, and by doing so creates 3D models and maps of physical objects. Scanning physical space and its users allows their footprint to be represented in cyber world. Once both worlds are accurately modeled, users and spaces can be crisscrossed by projecting avatars of the physical users into the virtual platform and by augmenting the avatars of the virtual platform in physical space. Once in the physical space, the avatars can be interacted with the use of a HoloLens headset, which provides an augmented view of the virtual on top of the physical environment. Additionally, its body tracking sensors can anticipate body language and gestures. The final result is a synchronized unfold of events which connects the real and cyber worlds. Space expansion is a relationship in which the two worlds do not share spatial domains, however are linked through a communication medium, usually a screen projection, which acts as a window into the opposite world. These purely virtual domains have the ability to freely expand and contrast based on the incubator's needs. From a design point of view, since the beginning of this project, the aim was to create an organic link between the virtually expanded space and its physical counterpart.
The main design concept of different abstraction level is achieved by fading. Some area indicated a more accurate user and space description, which slowly began to fade in more abstracted scenario.
The abstraction level. I don't know if I'm only observing it like this. Okay. Now go on.
Oh, the abstraction level are influenced by field core that signify a strong, realistic, and accurate representation in their center. As the field expands and loses potentials, the object will become more abstracted. This field core will then multiply and allocate into three-dimensional space connected with the use of metabolite algorithm, resulting in a smooth transition between accurate and abstraction. From the user's point of view, the abstraction level can be signified by height of the ceiling. Higher ceiling equals to realistic, when lower ceiling means abstracted. Next. The architectural spatial elements are also affected by abstracted representation when switching from physical into virtual. Field dematerialized methods were considered, such as deconstructing the geometry, thinner or pixelated. The dematerialization of virtual space and its user are studied in both smooth and sudden transitions. Comparison a major factor in many of design exploration and decisions. The effect of abstraction is also applied into elements such as furniture, where the physical substance is narrowed down to the surface, creating floating window and table, reducing unnecessary physical structure. The final result aimed at either smooth or sudden transition between different levels of virtuality, which would enhance the virtual experience with the incubator.
Our site is located in Queens, New York, across the Manhattan Island on the forefront of the East River. The site is 150 by 355 meters and overlooks the Roosevelt Island and is next to the Queensboro Bridge. Additionally, it is surrounded by the industrial part of Queens from the eastern side and is adjacent to the East River waterfront, overlooking Manhattan to the west side. Next one. Its position gives it a frontal view to the Manhattan skyline and also to Roosevelt Island in the closer range. Next one. Part of our design intention was to relate to some of these contextual advantages by creating a green strip link by the waterfront, joining the two green spaces from either side of the site, and also taking into account the good access points to the site. Next one.
The building massing involved multiple iterations, all aiming at introducing core semiological and organizational aspects to the urban mass, implementing the building to its surrounding topography, and creating a link between the physical and virtual worlds. Through multiple tests, the most successful examples were further developed and even eventually combined. The main design concept is the overlap and carving of multiple systems. An initial shape represents the physical building and is being carved out by a secondary metable algorithm, which signifies the virtual domains. These cyberspaces have the capabilities to expand beyond the boundaries of the physical envelope, creating scalable external virtual space expansions. What is left is a mass characterized by strong carvings, the shape of which produce interesting spatial qualities that link well with the immersive virtual goals this project aims to achieve. The logic behind the allocation of the virtual carving metaballs involved the creation of a Cartesian logic where the long side would dictate the scaling size of the spheres, while the shorter one the fact of whether they would connect with each other. Based on the set of parameters we set, unifications will only be made on the urban side of the building. These parameters were then simulated in a generative algorithm where the outputs were categorized based on three features: the number of virtual atriums, the volumetric ratio of virtual to physical space, and the average distance between the metaballs. The enveloping form was highly influenced by a metable algorithm and the connection it has to our abstraction level concept. The use of a class simulation following on the metaball provided the starting form, which, depending on the subdivision count, can either closely or loosely resemble the underlying shape. The form is characterized by a strong sense of asymmetry along the long axis. The rectilinear versus the curvilinear form are being further enhanced and transitioned by the division of the mass into strips. These strips blend the building with the surrounding topography and landscape, creating walkable paths to the occupable roof, linking the waterfront and the city sides. The occupable roof and landscape were studied as a coherent system of perspectives and views, and utilized the position of the building in the urban mass. The design seating funnels the user's attention in all directions, while the waterfront landscape attempts to also relate the media facade and the virtual activity linked within it. The strip logic allows for the media facade to have an elevational depth, which has both short and long distance approach. The short distance pixelization allows for partial visibility of the interior and slowly transitions to a coherent display as the user moves further away, enhancing the phenomenological aspect of the project. The panelization is comprised by rotating double-sided screens. On one hand, they can project different images in the interior and exterior, and on the other, they can rotate, allowing natural light in, while also creating diverse phenomenological perspectives. The final result is a culmination of the semiological reference to virtuality, integrated into a physical topography, taking into consideration the functional and operational aspects of the urban site. The main consideration was given to the distribution of the virtual aspect of the building into the urban mass, and creating a constant dialogue between the two.
For the interior organization, our intention was to use the carving procedure, which signifies the virtual augmentation on the building. The second intention is to create continuous interior that is constituted of smooth surfaces. Next one. In order to achieve this, we iterated with sloping surfaces around the metaballs that travel between the floors and that act as supporting elements due to their volumetric qualities, therefore leading to a more three-dimensional immersive space which surrounds the users as they walk around within the interior. Next one. The first logic of the plan organization has to do with the programmatic aspect in the incubator. We created a rough distribution of programs which transitions gradually from working area, which includes individual and more intimate working stations, to the social area, which has bigger gathering spaces. This transitions aligns with the metabol growth as well. The collaboration area in between would have the meeting rooms and smaller seminars. Next one. The second applied logic to the overall plan organization is the radial transition in the immersiveness of space, so that two-dimensional working typologies that are screen-oriented are positioned outside, and the closer the users get to the metabol center, the typologies become more three-dimensional. We used height deformation on the floors to create a transition from 2D to a 3D environment. Next one. For the 2D typology, we used a 2D metabol algorithm which indicates the size of the working unit and its relationship to other units. This can indicate the hierarchy of the different companies which have different organizational structures working in the incubator. Next one. Here we can see the screen-oriented 2D spaces in an open plan arrangement. Next one. The 2.5D topology is based on the idea of joining clusters to create different hierarchical arrangements. Next one. In these spaces, pocket-like rooms, and in them, the virtual spaces are attached like prosthetics to the physical pockets, creating a relationship of adjacency between the completely virtual and the physical. Next. In this case, the spaces can be stacked in multi-level arrangement to create more immersive space with the screens that act as windows into the virtual world. Next. In these images, we see the 2D and 2.5D multi-level typology, while a smooth surface is surrounding the space to create more immersive environment. Next one. The third and three-dimensional typology is the space of the metabol itself, which acts as anchor in the physical space and as a structural element by supporting the floors. The metabols is also surrounded by an immersive surface, which acts as a revealer of the augmented virtual world living inside it. Next one. Here we can see Sorry. No, can you go to the previous one? Next one. Yeah. Here we can see the space inside the physical metaball, which in this case is also open to the sky and acts like a courtyard. The hypersurface around the sides is used for projections and can leave a kind of imprint of the virtual world status in the physical building. Next one. From the other side of the metaball, inside the physical space, we can see the surface of the metaball acting as a revealing element of the virtual world. In this case, a lecture or a class is taking place between the physical participants and the remote participants. Next one. In order to establish this relationship of adjacency between the physical and the virtual, we also developed a set of furniture elements that allow interfacing depending on the function used in the space. Next one. These furniture pieces are half physical and half virtual, while the virtual half is more abstract and floating, which also creates a semiological linkage between the furniture used in the physical incubator and the cyberspace incubator. Next one. So the interior of the space is affected by the two fields, the radial field generating the inner circulation lines around the metaballs, and the linear field from right to left, which defines the transition along the space in program and size. Next one. And here we can see the population of different topologies and furniture in the space. Next one. The plasticity of the floors around the metaballs create a different ceiling height for the different spaces so that the lecture hall can have a higher ceiling than the intimate working stations. This allows the interior language to determine how immersive and surrounding the functioning spaces can be. Next one. The generated interior landscape can also have the screening system embedded in the architecture by using the transitioning surfaces as projection surfaces for communication. Next one. And here is an overview of the interior part.
Entrance is an important part of any building. Logging into the virtual incubator is of equal significance. The procedure starting from creating an avatar. The first step involves customization of any particular appearance features like hair, clothes, and so on. After that, users can either pick to enter by creating a personal virtual room or choose to log into the incubator. By choosing the second option, the users get an abstracted overview of Max Space Incubator, where he can get a general sense of activity in. The color coding a semiology meaning, signifying whether they are physical or virtual present. Also, by having the activity overviewing, user can make a better description on where to enter the building. For the crossing rim interaction, the screen plays a prominent role when it's enable communication with the virtual world. By adding multi-layer logic into screen interface, we can introduce depth and hierarchy to cyber-physical interactions. The addition of touch function to screen also depends the communication possibilities, introducing gestures and body language into the interactions. As the user navigated through the building, they can make connect through the multi-screen which allocated with them. This screen can be transferred into communication booths with furniture. Data visualization is an important part of a virtual experience. User can also insert information about the space and other avatar in floating text display without interpreting others. User can also guide it through the building based on their schedule, which using a navigating system which directs them to the right place. Each individual is assigned to a track that aligns their virtual self and their needs, optimizing the way a member is able to experience the virtual domain. We also test the real-time notification. Notice, marking, and the talking function enable us to send information in a non-urgent way, allows the users to have a freedom to explore and interaction.
The virtual domain is the pure virtual space. It's a space extension from the physical space, and there is only virtual participants. Some space extensions are individual metables, some are combined by some other metables, so we designed the interior for them. There are two parts of our space expansion. The first part is the open space. According to the logic of physical interior space, we divide virtual space into social space, cooperative space, and working space. There are many portals to connect the virtual and the physical space. The virtual participants can join or leave the virtual domain by these portals. These portals allow virtual participants to move freely between the virtual domain and the digital twin. In the virtual world, everything is flexible, like all the furniture and the floors are floating and flying to help virtual participants find a more convenient way to work. There are lots of ceilings in the working space. They have different functions. It can meet the needs of different participants for different workspaces. Virtual and physical participants can join the same meeting through an auditorium located on the border of Meetable, which makes virtual and physical participants more connected. Participants in different spaces can easily have conversation. Virtual social space is a free and convenient space. Space design is more convenient. Virtual participants can communicate and pray freely or carry out a series of other social activities in this space. The second part is the individual sphere spaces. These spheres are private space. They are floating in the space. People can create their own sphere and work individual or invite their friends join and work together. The person who is not being invited can't join this private space, and their sphere's exterior looks like screen. People can see the interior from outside. Next. And then we did the interior of these private spaces. These spaces are simple and private. People can have a private working environment. Different color means different private room. Participants can create the private space which they need, and the sphere can combine with each other to become a bigger private room. Then virtual participants can invite more friends and work together. Here is a video to show our virtual domain. You can see the whole virtual space and the different function room. And here is the social space. And this is the working space. And this is auditorium.
Okay, as a final set of images, we would like to show our building and how it sits in its surroundings, and specifically in relation to the other project of this year from Patrick Schumacher's studio. And we can see how they kind of create a coherent neighborhood of cyber incubators. Having said that, we'd like to thank everybody, all the DRL staff and the tutors and the Phase 1 helpers, and we would like to open conversation about our project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I can start maybe just to first to say I think it's very I think we've been having good discussions yesterday on similar topics, but I think in this project is the first one that I really see the emphasis of from starting point to really create a sense, a language, a typology of how we could differentiate what is a virtual arena that is inviting the physical world to get to know and to understand. So I think that sort of initial metaball configuration and placing them within the volume, and how then the physicality starts wrapping it around into very exciting and let's say conditions of spatial continuity and social interaction. But they do create this sort of sense that you do want to visit that virtual arena. And then what I like a lot is that when you enter that arena, it's not only this nice inverted metaball space, but you do create this language of windows where you can look into what's happening in all of the virtual space. So I think that sort of creates a nice dialogue between wanting to be physical, but there is a reason why you will be physical, wanting to go into that virtual arena and become the use of the hybrid condition that I think is translated to a very successful new language of definition of what we can create from the sense of virtual and physical architecture. And I think I want to also mention how it comes together quite well in the overall physical geometry. I think the response to having legibility from the massing typology, let's say, of that we're creating a new sense of space that is legible within the mass, and that the two of them work together, I think is quite successful. And they make into a very appealing overall, very elegant design and a very interesting architectural piece. And I think then looking at there's always that questionable balance of how much, once you are in the digital world, how much presence you have of what the space that you entered into that physical. And I think you guys tie that quite well, keeping some of the key ingredients that still give a sense that you are in the same space, in that same physical space, but you have a complete transformation and limitless boundaries of what that spatial interaction could become. And therefore, that sort of very fun idea of the portals jumping in and out, I think that's also quite opens up a very interesting topic to keep on discussing. So I think overall, I just like that we can start reading the two worlds happening into one sort of condition, and then the expansion and the limitless option that this opens up is quite an interesting topic. And I think it starts to expand on the agenda that I think is setting off, being this the first year, I think it has a lot of potential that it's very exciting to keep on seeing. So well done.
I must say I agree. I really enjoyed the presentation. I enjoyed the project. I enjoyed the questions it poses as well. I think it really, I really like the fact that it starts addressing issues also of the relevance of this office real estate, which is obviously something that is close to, to a point of crisis at the moment. So bringing in relevance to the office as a collective space where people are actually, present, physically connected and physically working together is very important. And creating this level of excitement of that physical space is what really pushes people from living, their own houses and actually going there. There is I think it could potentially quite successfully address this issue that many companies have, many corporates have, and actually encouraging their employees to physically attend the office, something people don't want to do anymore. And that could link to a lot of other issues linked to, for instance, mental health, the importance of socializing and coming together through your work and so on. So in that sense, I guess, for me, what I really found interesting is your soft, metaballs. I think that the hardware that's all around it, maybe you don't need it. You know what I mean? Maybe what you need. I mean, I'm kind of imagining this being like a big Gordon Mata Clark type of project where you carve out, you take an existing, I don't know, Deloitte headquarters in central London, completely unused now. Everybody is gone. Nobody wants to be there. You're gonna carve out this big hall, install your metaballs, and bring them back to life. So in a way, even seen as a project of repurposing, it could be very, very exciting. So yeah, well done. Really liked it.
I was wondering during the presentation whether there's an extension to what I kind of understood you to be talking about, which is that you would go to a physical world, and in that physical world, you might meet a group of people and then say to them, well, shall we meet virtually? And actually, that the choice at that point is collectively to go into a virtual world on the site. Now, one of the great advantages of that is that you would, in fact, have an amazingly advanced virtual world possibility at your fingertips in terms of motion tracking and in terms of scene setting and in terms of a kind of virtual magic that could enhance what is actually a physical meeting. But I didn't quite get there. I mean, I kind of half got there with your running people running through what looks like a perfectly ordinary setting with perfectly ordinary people sitting at machines. And then there's a virtual person running through. And I was thinking, well, yes, how far can we push that in terms of role play and adopting it, you know, get some ancient person like me saying, well, actually, I wouldn't mind being 23 and leaping across this world. So I'll kind of reconvert myself into a virtual participant of this actual physical world. I think there are models of this kind of thing which are in kind of really advanced shoot 'em up type game places that you can get where you can really get a huge experience, virtual experience in a physical place. But maybe this is me kind of like imagining it further than you'd like to take it.
I have to say I agree with that. It brought the thought of the idea of the scenario where someone's physically running to get to a meeting and their colleague is just teleporting, and this it raises, I think, the right questions of, you know, it feels so much more exciting when you feel that you will come into an environment where that is a choice. There's a choice between the physical and the visual, a collaborative choice, and that it is, I think I want to congratulate you on your design, that it did feel that it really promoted the notion of fluidity and access, both, you know, as it exists within where it is in its site and its landscape, but also in terms of the visual and the physical, and the fluidity within it. A question that it raises, and I really liked how you focused on the idea of virtuality being used to create presence, and that actually you have the people within the building as holograms who are remotely. And I sort of, and you mentioned them as being avatars, but it makes me wonder of what is the experience of the person who is connecting remotely as an avatar, and could we be considering these parallel spaces and parallel existences? So if you start thinking about actually, what if these the physical spaces had a sister one somewhere elsewhere in the world? We look at offices globally, and actually the whole international office can coexist in one space by being virtual and physical, and these spaces are replicas of each other, mirrors or you know, variations, and actually the movement that you have within the space where you're physically is mirrored as a virtual movement within the space in a completely different country elsewhere in the world. And so that actually the experience is not for one that is remotely, is a physical one as well, and is connecting virtually. So I was thinking, could that be an extension to
That's one of the scenarios, absolutely.
Yeah, and the other thought was, you know, again, when we talk about space, we look at these avatars as there's a value in them having a presence, yet there's also there's a question for us to challenge about occupancy and about you know, how can we consider alternative ways of representation of presence that doesn't have to have a footprint in the space necessarily, or has a reduced footprint, so that actually we can have more people in one space without virtual and real, without getting to the threshold of overcrowded or the threshold where it becomes saturated. And in the same way, this could create interesting opportunities for, you know, if we are in a situation, a crisis where we need to be isolating or where we need to keep distances, of how can you give that sense of being around people and a sense of a crowd when you can't have one as well. So I think there's a lot of interesting paradoxes to be considered in that. But again, congratulations and well done.
I think the brief of the studios is very striking and very interesting. So thinking back.
我有路由器啊，我上次就已经把路由器全部都搞完了，然后只不过是因为他那边还没有搞定嘛，然后就，但是我还没有被注册上去，因为上一次就已经搞了。
So I was thinking
somebody's audio is on.
路由器搞了1个小时，
This is a little bit.
我会发现还是跟不上我。
Okay. Yeah. So I'm thinking back in a sense. I like the brief of the studio. I'm thinking of the New York Stock Exchange, of Asymptote. You know, back in the day. And, you know, thinking of that, it's also realizing, like, it's unbelievable that architecture has left open that agenda for the last 20, 25 years, right? So, I mean, I like that aspect of clawing back this territory and exploring sort of the architecture of the metaverse. I think this is all very, very cool. I also want to remind you is that, you know, not exactly to the date, but it was 600 years ago that Brunelleschi invented the perspective, right? And sort of, you know, this running man seems an unimaginative concept of perspective in a virtual world, right? So especially thinking of the modernists with their, you know, total obsession of the hypercube, the tesseract, the fourth dimension, right? What are older, more radical ways of navigating space? I'm too old to be a gamer, or too boring, or whatever. But I know that a very famous game is Portal, right? Which is really it was for decades. It's been a hit because it really. The premises of the game is really exploring a novel way of navigating space. So, you know, is that I like it, but it's not radical enough. Perhaps the project, right? Also because technology is, you know, developing at breakneck speed. If you've we presented some work at the CES the last month. These kind of extended reality glasses are becoming they're a bit dull, right? But they will become part of our environment. So I think the proposal could be technologically a bit more radical, or quite a bit more radical. Why? Because I think this idea of, you know, making an architecture that extends to the metaverse or vice versa is a very interesting idea. But when you build, you know, the technology that will be supported, the technology that is interfacing with the building, the building that is interfacing with the technology must be sufficiently advanced to warrant building, right? So if the technology is still very much in flux and still developing at breakneck speed, it would be, you know, quite easily there could be a mismatch between the built environment and the technology that is accommodating it. So, I mean, on one hand, we need to think about this, right? Because this is an urgent agenda. But I think, let's say, in terms of proposition, a little bit more bold might be interesting, right? Is that I miss a sort of science fiction edge in this sense. Is that especially considering the advance of technology, and also aesthetically, I thought some of the renders looked a little bit old school in the sense of, let's say, the lack of the material models were a bit plastically and reflectively. So also aesthetically, in a sense, it could have been more radical in that sense. So, sorry, a bit more bold comment.
I thought some of the images, just to intercept there, I think there's a very strong aesthetic in some of the images and some of the degrees of abstraction, the ephemerality, the dematerialization element. I think it's quite strong. But I'm looking for this aesthetic, and we'll have another project to see what else it could be. But yeah, it's an interesting quest.
Definitely.
Yeah, maybe just to follow up on that last comment. First of all, just to commend you guys. I think it's a really exciting step forward in Patrick's agenda and many of the discussions we've had over the last few years about this kind of hybrid world between the metaverse and the physical world. And I think, any questions of metaverse, they immediately always bring us to a question about extremes, right? We imagine that now that we have this multidimensional space, we must do something very extreme, right? Or there's an opportunity there, of course. And I think that's valid for sure. At the same time, I really like the idea of the augmentation. So the notion that this kind of telepresence and kind of physical presence are augmenting each other and pushing and pulling on each other. And that's quite a difficult thing to achieve. So I think the tension that you guys have proposed there is very interesting. And I think it's very relevant to today. I mean, imagine many of us, I think, really enjoy working remotely, but at the same time, don't enjoy sitting on Zoom, unfortunately, all the time. And there's a great opportunity here to really make this experience playful and productive at the same time. And I think that like the images where you show these kind of ghostly figures within the physical presence, I think it's good that we see them because it really kind of immediately lets us visualize and challenge what's the impact of that. But just to be a little critical, I agree with some of Jelle's comments as well. I think you should really push a little bit further in terms of the extremities. So for example, if this is a highly populated space, what is that like? If there's many people sort of connecting at the same time, what is that like? Just to see more variation in design studies as well. With this metaball logic, it sort of comes across that there's a singular design, and it would have been nice to see a little bit more variation and what the impact of that would be. But that said, I think you guys overcame a lot of technical challenges in this project, and I think it was really well done. So thank you very much. Congratulations.
I was wondering what this particular jury review would be like in the kind of world that you're proposing. And it actually caused me to begin to think, well, maybe inside that there's a critique of the aspects of the project, because I know where I'd like to be virtually, and I'm not all my virtual colleagues. I'd like my virtual colleagues to be in the room with you as you present. I mean, that to me would be the key thing. Rather than living in Zoom, I'd like to live in the space as a virtual presence. And somehow or another, I'd like to turn to somebody else in that space and make a comment to them, maybe whisper to somebody in a corner. And the degree of sophistication of the technology that would require, I think, is almost irrelevant in the context of a project of this nature, because somehow it's going to be possible. Maybe it currently is possible, but I think that what I'd say is that it'd be nice for you to actually be a bit more precise about scenarios in the project, of which this might be one of them. Another one might be going to the bar and seeing somebody you vaguely recognize in the corner and going over to them, and how far that might actually be replicatable in a virtual environment, or maybe it shouldn't be. I don't know. I just think that the scenarios may be a clue to a further development of the thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a key development that would benefit the project in the next few weeks if you guys have some time to do some studies on this, because I'm pretty sure that everybody in this meeting was having a different version of how they would be interacting with this sort of project in a different manner, right? I think also depending on how comfortable one feels with the whole idea of being fully virtual versus fully physical, right? I think one of the really key advantages of the way that you guys have approached the project is that you guys are kind of talking about this as a very smooth gradient of participation, right? You decide whether you're completely physical or whether you're completely virtual or anything in between, right? So it also helps, I think, onboarding people into the idea that you could potentially be completely virtual, right? So there is this, like I'm just used at working in front of my computer, in front of my desk, and have people literally walk to my desk to be able to interact with them. And then this is the other extreme, where we're all like these wally fat people in these moving chairs where we just don't move and everything is happening in a virtual headset or something like that, right? And you navigate the space just by virtue of navigating the avatar, right? So if you're not comfortable with other scenarios, like this helps onboard people slowly into this idea that more and more things can be augmented into the world and until it eventually becomes fully virtual, or, completely detach yourself from that. And I think there's also another component to that, which is that I think there needs to be a filtering system, right? So it would be useful for you to be able to decide what do you want to interact with, right? So if the space is completely open and there's just a lot of people and a lot of conversations happening, how can I filter those that are particularly relevant to me, especially in an incubator, right? Where there's so much development going on, like you can specify what sort of conversations you want to take part, you want to visualize. And that would also allow you to increase the size of the space, right? Because then the space can accommodate a lot of interactions, and then you just decide which ones you want to mute and which ones you're going to be able to listen to. And I think something else is on the opposite side, right? One is the thing that you want to listen to, and the other one is the things that you want to broadcast, right? So if you're inside the incubator, do you want to be virtual and visual to the virtual people all the time, right? Or do you want to be able to broadcast at the specific times, right? So I think in a sense, the concept of the courtyards kind of does that, right? The moment that you go inside the courtyard, you are telling, I want to interact with people. And the moment that you step out of the courtyard, that you perhaps, it kind of defines that kind of privacy layer. But I think it would be useful to be able to also say, like we're in a meeting, but if anybody wants to walk in, by all means, right? Or, say this is a meeting that is enclosed and then that's it, right? So no virtual person can simply walk in, right? But I think there's a lot of scenarios that can be explored there. So if I was in your shoes, what I would try to do was perhaps just put myself in the foot of one of these users and then just deploy a system. What would I do a day in this incubator, right? Like, what would that mean? And how would that change the way that I work currently, right? I mean, currently probably would be very different because I'm working from my sofa, right? But on a more, let's say, standard day scenario where I used to work at my office, like, how would that working day be different, right? And what would I gain and what would I lose of this from these interactions? Overall, super interesting, super thought-provoking, so very, very cool, and congratulations.
Yeah, just to slide a few points. I mean, I'm really proud to see this. It's very rewarding. We're working on similar things. It's been very productive for us, and congratulations to the team. A lot of great ideas, and it still has a lot of openness as well in terms of speculating. I mean, Jose, what you said about filtering systems is very interesting and important. Differentiation more, to see that larger crowds, all that is very, very important. And I thought urban interaction spaces, I'm looking forward to that as well. I mean, we get into urban space relatively late. It's great the way that the project projects its particular pulsating life, but actually events in the urban spaces is another thing I think we should start look at. But yeah, it's been very productive, very amazed by this, and I do think that that it has a lot of. I'm not sure if I'll push it more to radical domains. The continuity between the existing spaces, because these are institutions, firms, incubators, brands, etc. They have it's their particular virtual expansions, virtual sites, and it's true what was said in terms of satellite offices, remote participation, but in a particular place. So for me, the continuity between the interesting continuities you discovered between the physical and virtual expansions, I think is very interesting. The degree of abstraction, that mirroring effect, the locating the one within the other. I think these are all quite stimulating, quite potent and important, because I think it's quite, and you have investigated a lot of the technologies which are available in terms of telepresencing, in terms of panoramic screens, various forms of AR glasses. So that's a fascinating world, and there's more and more happening on that level. Holographic projections for special occasions, in special occasions. So that's happening, and we need to be aware of this, as well as the case study research about the various startup companies offering virtual meetings and what they are looking at. And what is interesting there as well for me, that there's a diversity and variety of interaction scenarios and situations which one can characterize. So I totally agree with the comment that one would have to go more in depth into particular situations, like Stephen was talking about what would be a seminar situation or a crit situation. And I think it makes me think from yesterday as well, that integrating also, and the stock exchange project was mentioned, the representation of the media of work itself, information representation, maybe 3D models people can collaborate on. I mean, we know that has been happening, but to bring these into the scenarios as well. So it's not always only talking with each other, it's talking with media, with 3D media, and also navigating information itself. Fascinating. So thanks a lot. I really feel charged up because this is something, as Jelle, you rightly said, we could have started this a while ago. It was triggered, of course, by the COVID thing, which also triggered another 1,000 startup companies in this space. So we're timely, and the journey starts here.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on a couple of things, and I think the issues around.
I think it's not working.
I think it's.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
You guys can hear me? That's great. Okay. I mean, I just want to pick up on a couple of points. I mean, the triggers of discussions around metaverse virtuality. I think, interestingly enough, I think within the digital domain and the discourses around a lot of the work that we've been developing over 20 years has always been there. The 2 points that I would want to kind of expand a little bit on is something to do with what Stephen would say, relative to what the nature of this conversation would be like. If we had the opportunity to explore things, would be focused on our comments to each other, or would be focused on experiencing the actual environments that the students would be generating. I remember certain experiments that we used to do with Vasily's early days with VRML models and online kind of ways of exploring digital environments, and those things have been around for a long time, so the novelty is not really novelty in that sense. But the conversations about how one somehow expands the issue of virtual and real, in my estimation, I mean, the team has done a really, I think, good job in somehow problematizing it in terms of the conversation today. But as we know, this isn't about technologies having arrived. The technologies have been here for some time. They just haven't been distributed. And so I think the implication, at least from my side, is to think more strategically about how building, like the building itself, is a piece of tangible media, that it is an interface, and that in some sense it somehow, I think, has to break the orthodoxy of this binary virtual versus real situation, because we should be potentially much more speaking about degrees of presence. To look at a lot of the kind of telematic aspects that have been around, particularly in art and technology, for a long time, the degrees of presence, the degrees of engagement, and how those are interfaced, I think are things that we should be focusing on. At least that's my estimation, because I think the conversations that are happening from the tech industry and so forth, from my sense, is very misplaced. Because I think in some ways it's a continuation of a certain kind of novelty within this space, which I think if we look at the history of how some of this kind of thought experiments were kind of played out, we can see different kinds of models and affordances within that. Primarily, most of them spatial in terms of the internal versions of that, which were flattened into screen-based interfaces. And I think the reemergence of what spatial means within that, I think, is going to be very important. And I think the students are suggestive of a version of that, but I think its radicality will be in terms of exploring that without the bias of the binary model. And I think in some ways, that's where I think the trajectory of this kind of work lends itself. But I think it's kind of super critical to try to think about what augmentation in this world would mean. I think beyond meeting and beyond entertainment, the gaming and gamification scenarios that we've seen in the gaming industry have kind of created a new opportunity, just like digital software kind of opened up. If it is to be explored in a space, I think the notion of experimenting with it as kind of live scenarios that we can kind of test, I think is super important. Otherwise, we somehow are working as a UX designer, in some sense, kind of choreographing the notional ideas of choice and experience, and how that somehow enables productivity in the work environment, but actually what we're doing is constraining the creativity and I think a lot of the other aspects that I think are much more intuitive. So it's just more a thought, because I think the conversations have been built up from yesterday to today, and I thought the comments from Yele and Stephen are interesting from two different places. One where we've been and one where we're going. And I think looking at the projects and the discussions affords us the ability to kind of see what are the similarities of some of that more radical kind of digital design kind of work from the 90s till now, and what are the things that, to be honest with you, are emerging, which I think can be targeted to, I think, a quite important kind of critical engagement with how some of the discussions around virtuality and metaverse are kind of evolving as a real live kind of parallel emerging economy and emerging kind of concept of actually how we communicate with each other. So I just put that there. It's not a critique directly to the students, because I think the students have done a very thorough kind of research, and I think they should be commended on that. But I do think as the thematic is kind of going to be evolving over the next couple of years, I think for me the issue of presence and a new language to kind of start to express this in ways that doesn't have either the nostalgia of the past, like 90s kind of experimentations where these things were talked about as hypersurfaces and this kind of discussion of virtuality, and an emergence of a language that actually maybe is more true to the kind of spirit of actually what's motivating these things. And because I feel like that will need to somehow emerge in parallel with the ways that we choose to work on the project. But I think with that, I don't know if there's any closing comments from Melike. We can kind of continue afterwards.
I mean, the interesting thing is the current aesthetics we're competing with is the aesthetics of Toy Town. So it's an easy win on that level, but it's an interesting quest for me also, what the aesthetic continuities and rifts are in this.
Yes, I think the one thing I would say, Patrick, is like we've seen Second Life. I mean, I'm not a gamer, but you see it where different learning environments with children kind of really being able to kind of find intuitive ways, different communities to engage with and so forth. I'm thinking of it more as a framework, and to try to think about the argument why buildings matter in a world that's becoming ever more ephemeral, I think is important. And I think that that's where the comment of moving with a kind of virtuality and being more interested in the hologram than the people working there is something that we have to kind of challenge.
I mean, the interesting thing is once we define the building itself as the interface, we're designing the virtual and the interface itself, but they're spaces, both spaces. I think that's the paradigm, and I don't think anybody else is working as of yet. But I can see all of our clients being interested already.
The sound of the metaverse.
Okay. Voices from the metaverse.
I would like to make a comment also on this. It's a fantastic project, both in terms of development as well as the topics that it puts on the table. And I think the most crucial thing is this: the attempt to find or to develop a hybrid space, a line or a surface between the hybrid, the virtual domain and the physical domain. And I think this is a very contemporary question that actually the last 2 years of Zooming has emphasized quite a lot the lack of progress that has been made for the last 20 or 30 years in the way the interface design between the communication between the human and the digital domain has developed. So all the different kinds of interfaces that we have been using for the last 2 years through Zoom to make all the different types of activity that we have been using in the physical world has shown that there is a very, very little connection between the actual activities and the way they are interpreted in the digital domain. So screens, mouses, keyboards, styluses, all this kind of stuff, they are around for at least 50 years with actually no further development. So what we are doing here is an attempt to bring this interface of communication, of interaction, of doing the activity and embedding this interface in the building, in the surface of the building. So I think here there is an attempt to convert the actual architectural surface or the architectural space into a spreaded interface that you can do the activity and communicate with others. So, and I think this is a very, very essence of the project, and it's very, very interesting to see how this can evolve. And it's crucial that architecture has to play a very major role in the evolution of this kind of connection and the development of the interface being part of the spatial environment rather than being a device connected on a desk. And I remember a quite old project by Paul Sermon, which was this telematic dreaming that you had two people lying on a bed, one being quite far away and the other being physically on the bed. And this, for me, was a very striking image that you can actually had the bed as the very intimate interface that was completely physical, and the two people lying together there, one far away and the other one in physical presence, emphasized how crucial this convergence of this communication layer has to be done into the architectural space, and rather than being constrained into a monitor or a computer screen. And I believe that given that this agenda initiated at the DRL will be quite interesting to see how this can evolve and proposes this kind of evolution for the next period.
Thanks.
Maybe shortly, I can also mention about my thoughts. And in general, I would like to really congratulate the team, because I find this is really, really beautiful and very good research project. I mean, especially starting from the design methodology, from the first initial strategies, choosing the metaball system and really enlarging this systematically from 2D, 2.5D, 3D, and even trying to maybe enlarge it into 4D. And also like I mean, architecturally speaking, it has this interesting and elegantly solved formal approach, and we can follow these virtual and physical spaces with the fluidity. On one side, keeping all these really fantastic research on one side, but on the other side, I totally also agree and keep questioning what Theo was putting on the table. I believe in this world, in this metaverse world, we need to question really deeply the way how we will bring up these new behaviors and new type of behaviors between the users. And okay, the physical interaction is important in this virtual world, but are we really need to use the kind of in a way representation of this physical world in this virtual world? The way how I see is like, is it gonna turn into kind of the land of our unbuilt projects at the end of the day? And this becomes for me really something questionable. That's why also we can really find ways of really pushing the boundaries and not really keep the research only related to this. I mean, the space itself, why we really need these buildings, architectural buildings, directly kind of representation of the, maybe one day we can build them, but we can also push the boundaries with different ways of observing or investigating these spaces in this virtual world. I mean, it's not easy, of course, directly to develop these ideas, but I think it's a great project to start questioning a lot of explorations for the future of architecture in this world. Well done and congratulations.
Expand and also look at the paradoxical relationships between the digital, virtual versus the real and situated, and try to see how we can kind of expand that discussion. With that, I think we've had a really good conversation on this, and I'm sure it will continue with the next project. I want to thank the students for the effort, as we have two of them actually remote and two very situated in the lecture hall with us. So the hybridity is in method and practice being tested at the moment, not only with critics, but with the team itself. So thank you for them and Joel for assisting in all of this, and we'll continue with the next team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, gang, where's that laptop? Where's this piece?
שומעים אותנו? כן, שמעו אותך, עומר, שמעו אותך. יופי.
next, like that.
No, I think you can start because it's status, right?
Okay. Hello everyone. We are Hackney CLT team, and Tianyun Lee, Yufan, and myself are presenting this project. Okay, this is our project. It's in Hackney Week in London. I would say it's the final building, but it's not the final building, it's the final iteration. This building is derived from a participatory gameplay, and we'll guide you through this thesis and explain you how we arrived to this result and what were the drivers for us to achieve this architectural proposal. So in the wider context of the studio, we are looking on different types of urban transformation, and specifically in the context of the post-pandemic and the suggestion of the pandemic in this era. And mainly urban transformation today work on a mechanism that displaces people. And I will explain it with this diagram. What we can see that we have a circle, which is the urban realm, and whoever is out the circle is commuting to the city. So whenever a neighborhood is changing and transforming and gentrifying itself, people with high income are coming in and the low income are going out. But yet they still need to commute into the urban center, as the urban realm suggests the facilities and the accessibilities to some resources. So we asked ourselves like how we can suggest something different, and this is in main three pillars. Throughout the presentation we will always follow them, and it's a gameplay, cyber physical and architectural geometry, and we will explain why one by one. Gameplay, we don't mean games of childish gameplay, we mean gameplays that involve citizens and involve voluntary actions of people. Cyber physical, we are using technologies such as an Unreal Engine to have the sort of the space experience and the geometry and the outcome already before the building is on land. Yeah, and then I need to press, yeah. And architectural geometry is meaningful for us, and we will detail everything in the next slides. But the idea is that we are using an adaptable geometry that can deal in a complex context, and also to adapt to different situations and different cases of different use cases of spaces. So coming back to our neighborhood Hackney, it is our proto site, and this is animation of the history of Hackney. And what we can see that the neighborhood is changing, but it's changing one by one. So one building is being knocked down, and then on top of his account, another building is coming up, and a bit like one-to-one process. So we were asking, like, could this process can be more gradual, more sensitive to the context, and not like deleting one on top of the other. And the reason that we chose this neighborhood is that Hackney is maybe the most evolving neighborhood in London in the last 20 years. The reason for that is creator community, which with events and social actions are bringing to the neighborhood popularity and bringing investment in. But the part of the story which is incomplete is that now when the people in Hackney already gentrify the neighborhood, They are now living and going to the suburban, as the diagram we showed above, and now they need to commute back. So the power that the engine of the transformation is gone. And what is the ability of the artist to gentrify a neighborhood or to transform a neighborhood without a crowd? So if we are looking at the history, so if you are an artist, so once you used brokers to arrive to your crowd, and with the appearance of Internet 2.0, we have so many other medias that the artists can engage to the people. And now we have a new era. If this is a famous NFT that was sold in $70 million by Beeple. He's an artist, and this is owned digitally, and it changed a few owners. So we are in a new era. So the diagram is changing. Now the creator is in the realm of the Internet 3.0. The crowd is with the creator itself. And not only that they are listening to the music and enjoying the content inside the same cyber world, but they also share the ownership on the content on this world. So the main research question of us, can we apply this idea of shared ownership on spaces? Can we break down spaces and functions into a square meter that will be ledgered inside the system, and could it be a square NFT? So this is like some images from our final outcome. We created a dynamic space with different vibrant activities that people are sharing, and there is an urban boulevard that people are going through. And there is to the art exhibitions that, if you can see, the presenter is totally cyber, but there are physical people who are looking at the art. And inside this building that is always evolving and generating and building itself, there is also a factory, again, using the architectural geometry and the fabrication to ever evolve the building. And also 3D art, so there will be some spaces that they will show art that they exist only online, but physically people will be able to enjoy them in their three-dimensionality.
Okay, and then we will go to the site analyze and want to generate a big blueprint. Firstly, we choose the site based on the activity and concentrated level. And then we will zoom in and select 4 different areas which have the more people to get together. And based on the activity concentrate level and workability index, we will generate an attractive line. And based on the location and attractive line, we will also generate the gradient point, which is to get the function distribution. And then we will also, and then we will set the land price in the site. And they have several parameters. The first one is the block location. And the second one is based on the building accessibility. The distance to the main road, more close to the main road, the land price is higher. And also we can zoom in to see the commercial activity happened in the ground floor. The ground floor with commercial activity concentrate, the land price will be higher. And different floors have different land price. And also the light condition and the environment will also influence the land price. And then we will go to the gamification, which is a participatory design part.
Yes. It is not here. Okay. Continue.
Okay, and the first thing, the user can choose their activities and the scales based on their different type of activity. So they can get more direct response to their space requirement. They can choose the scale based on their capacity. After that, the system will recommend how many cubes they need to buy and how many money it will cost. And then the users can customize their own architecture NFTs. They can use the geometry and the design toolkit and to customize based on their space requirement. There is also parameter control. After they customize the geometry, they can rotate to check the detail and also get some adaptive design. And it will also cost the money. And after the player customize the unit, they can get into the site Hackney Wake and to go through all the site and choose which area they want to put. And this round, we just use the warehouse as an example. And we will zoom into the warehouse. And we'll generate a grid on the site. And when they go to the site, get into the warehouse, they can see the land price based on the parameter influence. And the colder color means land price is lower, the warmer color means land price is higher. So the curator can, based on their eyesight, to make a decision. But after this, we also have the gradient color point. So if you put in the correct location, you will get more incentive point. And when you build the unit into the site, you can choose to cooperation with your neighborhood. We can see the neighborhood have two different types. One is point-to-point connection, another is face-to-face connection. And we can go through the space to choose which type of cooperation we want to choose. And when we decide which type of cooperation we want to choose, the geometry will deform and the new space will generate.
And basic on the other rules Yufan just mentioned, we start 5 different types of simulation, and in each type of simulation we add one rules. So the first round of simulation, we only set player cooperation. Once the player cooperate, they benefit. The more cubes they cooperate, the more benefits they can get. So in this case, we can see that players were more willing to locate their cube with investors who has more cube to cooperate.
Okay, and this is the geometry simulation process. And in this geometry simulation process, we found several problems. The first is some essential wall is being demolished. So, and then we can turn perspective to another one. Is this unit's entrance is being blocked? This is not so reasonable. And then we turn to perspective to see the whole units that we generate. And the density is too high. So we will solve this several problems step by step. The first problem, we will set an entrance, and the unit cannot be put in at the entrance. And then we will also set some unchangeable boundary. So they can only put the unit at the boundary which is open to cooperation.
And in the simulation tool, after analysis the first round, we set limitation to the corporate rules, with more rules we set above to control the city context. So in this round, only the same character players can cooperate. And we found out that the same thing like before, who build a bigger space will spend more money to be the rest taker at the first few rounds, but will be the winner in the end, because it can create more cooperation opportunity with other players.
And the next question we need to solve is density is too high. So we set up 2 different types of cooperation way, also set up the upper limit of cooperation.
And in this round of game, we keep the rules of cooperation, but adding more rules for the space changing. Not only cooperate will give people incentive, but also to create a more dynamic space will give people more incentive. So in this case, people will choose multiple ways to cooperate with others to create more dynamic city context. And in the simulation 5, after we add one more rules,
sorry. How to play it?
And in the simulation 5, we are adding the land incentive. Land incentive is we give the analysis to the different land location. So we have the preference for the different players. For example, the creator doesn't need a lot of commercial space, so they can put their cubes inside of the center or factory. In this case, if they put it in the right location, we'll give them more land incentive to encourage them build a more reasonable city context.
And after that, we will add some economic system. And we can see nowadays the curator in the Hackney Week, they have a small site, but they have bigger space requirement and have more people. But the investor have more site and small people and small space requirement. So when they want to build a big property, only the investor can do that, and the curator have to pay for the rent to use. So to solve this problem, we get involved into the community land trust system and to let the curator and the citizen to cooperate to minimize the investor boundary and so that they can build the unit together. After that, the curator can get the profit and the citizen or the risk taker can get the reward. And based on we also involve the blockchain mechanism to the continuous reward contributors. With the time-based gentrification process, all action and contributes will be recorded and encouraged to be accelerate the urban transformation process. And they can put their unit into the market, and all of history will be recorded, and they can go through the space, and the player will get profit and the royalty. And after that, they can buy a bigger unit to have more bigger capacity and also have higher profits.
And in this 2 rounds of game, we start to simulate the traditional economy system. We start to simulate the traditional economy system. So in the traditional one, people usually will give money to the thing they want to build, and the residents can earn money on their own, but the creators has to lend the help from the investor, and the investor can give the right to refuse to cooperate or the right to cooperate with creator. And when there's multiple creators want to cooperate with investors, investor can choose the one they want to help. So in this case, creators are all competitors with each other, and residents are outsider, but investor is the real decision maker in this community. But what we want to build is a 2-level of game. In our new system, we build a 2-stage game. In the stage 1, we call it a capital accumulation. So it stays the same as the traditional system. The creator can cooperate with the investor, and the investor can choose to cooperate with them or not. In this case, creator can have money, but it is a very limited money. But after a few rounds, the creator can have the capital accumulation. In the second stage of the game, we call it Hackney CLT ownership changing. So after the creator have enough money, they can choose to cooperate with residents. And in this case, they can own their own exhibition and a commercial building. And the investor, in this case, can help the new startup creator. So in such a case, residents and creators start to have more money to control their community, and they can make their own decision. And they all become the cooperator with each other, and they will become the decision maker to decide their community's future.
And then we will introduce about the prototype. We have the skeleton and the minimal surface language. The skeleton language have the column and the semi-separate wall and the solid wall and the staircase. And the player can use all of this geometry to customize their unit. And they can generate their unit from the separate one to the semi-separate one and which only have the eye contact until the unit, they're still can accessible into different area and totally free plan. And to the section, they will start from the lower space to the hyperspace and the high space. This is what will happen in the skeleton language. And then we will go to the hyper language, which is used to design the exhibition and the performance space. Also from the separate to the semi-separate and to the totally open and developed into the vertical direction, hybrid space, and double layers high space. And the final one is the most dynamic geometry type is minimum surface language. And this will also generate different type of the space quality that will easy to let the user to make a decision based on their space requirement. And after that, the geometry will also have adaptive design. It's based on the location where they put. It's put on the bottom or to the higher layer, is put in the center in the warehouse or at the outside. And then we will distribution the grid at the entrance. We set a mean circulation, and from the center to the outside, it will gradually open. And this one is to show the adaptive design in the vertical direction, in the middle layer, and in the layer at the roof. And it will also happen in the horizontal. In the center, it will open to the outside. And more close to the outside, they will try to connect and explode. And in the boundary, they will try to guide people inside of the building. And then we start the final architecture simulation process. It's also use the cube to play this game firstly. And after they choose the site, they can, based on the attractive line, to generate some deformed. And then the geometry will also used to change the space step by step. And we can see this whole space is start from the small unit and gradually cooperate with each other, and the space will become open and more open and big space. And we can also see the distribution of different type of unit in the site. From the curator to the exhibition and to the public space is gradually expand to outside. And this is to show the trend in the aggregation.
Yeah. So this picture is after the last iteration. As you see, we can see an urban corner is created and can host an activities and a vibrant environment. And then there is this picture is also to show the juxtaposition between the factory that we regenerated and the new architecture that is also reacting to the city, is not just put on the side, and creating also a sort of an urban interior as to the whole shape.
And in the whole year, we did a research on the 3 different prototypes. And the first prototype, we tried to do the research in the summer, and then we finished in the 3rd one. And in the first prototype, you can see on the table is our first timber loop prototype. And in the very first beginning, we want to build up a system to hold up all our structure mechanism by split out this column fabrication into different timber loops. And so we did a different research on how to bend the timber. And so the way we choose is curving, and we did a different test. In the test 1, you can see by using the cutting widths we choose and the cutting depths we choose, it is very difficult to bend in the first one, and in the 3rd one it cracks, in the 2nd one it cracks, and only the 3rd one works. So we keep the cutting depths and the cutting widths for the third one. And then in the test 2, we are trying to do more tests, and then we realized in the test 2 that the texture and moisture also matters in the timber bending. If we cut the cutting go with the texture, then the whole timber will be very easy to crack. But if we go against with the texture, then the bending will be more stable. And also the moisture will give the timber text more flexibility to bend. So in the test 3, we try to use the more reasonable cutting size and the more reasonable moisture to did the first timber loop. And this is a note we did the research on. And some loading test, but it doesn't work because it's very flexible. So we start with the second prototype. In this prototype, we split this minimal surface into 2 directions and use the weaving logic. And this is the fabrication process. This is a fabrication simulation we did. And the fabrication will start with the primitive demolition with roof, structure, and facade. And then we start to fabricate our 8 frame. And then secondary frame. Then it's panel to set. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. From the tile view. This one, yeah, and go up. Yeah, good. But,
Our critics are shy.
Oh, maybe I can start.
Thank you, thank you.
I think I quite very much enjoyed the project. I think I enjoyed the most the first part and the last one, and enjoyed the aesthetics of the design of the prototypes. And I think your analysis was very good as well. I think you hit it. You know, you kind of hit the nail on the head when you said that there's this general tendency of obviously moving out from the city centers, but this is not only doesn't necessarily represent a crisis for the city centers or for for bigger urban situations like London, but also an opportunity. For instance, I would like to think that what's happening now with certain cities is maybe comparable, just for those that remember this, to what happened to Berlin when the wall came down. Now, all of a sudden, something changes, a crisis occurs, and a city sort of loses a little bit of its own purpose, and all of a sudden empties out But then this emptying and situation of crisis becomes then slowly an opportunity, right? Because different communities moving, maybe the big money in the case of London is kind of moving out, now bankers moving out, they want to live in the countryside or not. But then there are more opportunities for creative communities to come in and take advantage of a possible reduction of the cost of real estate. So in that case, I like your premise. I think it's working and it's interesting. What I would question is though the use of such a densified, high density housing scheme, right? Because in reality, when you talk about, since you investigated the market and since you have investigated the real estate situation currently, you probably would know that now people really there's a strong demand for low density in one way or the other. So I think the challenge of combining city center with low density would have been probably one that I would have encouraged you to take. On the other hand, you're working with components. Obviously, there are opportunities to sort of deploy your components in a way that maybe kind of bring in more of the suburban sprawl-like qualities that people are looking for now, integrate more environment, allow people to have their own private urban kind of greenery, for instance, which is, in reality, I think it would be an opportunity for you to address the fact that everybody wants to live in a house, right, these days. So what you're offering is flat. So you really push your design to a degree where, yes, it's high density. Yes, it's a conglomerate of components where your components are maybe more house-like, and maybe they have certain qualities that people are looking for now. And then another thing would be interesting is, yes, there's a move to the countryside. So how would then your component react in the countryside, right? So, if people are moving out, how would you create communities where instead of talent being scattered and everybody trying to find their own the best deal to buy a house with the biggest amount of square meters and biggest garden, but God knows where, how do you actually create these communities that were in the city center outside? So how do you give people what they want but still encourage them to be with like-minded people? The idea of the curated community that used to be at the core of co-living, for instance, how do you deploy it in a sprawl-like situation? I think it would be interesting to investigate. But it's as I said, I like the work a lot. I think you may be over. If I may criticize a little bit, I think the gamification part of the choosing and combining of the elements was maybe a little bit overdone. Yes. There's only so much that people, it just turned into more of a game. Then it kind of lost maybe a little bit at that point. You lost a little bit the practicality of, still being able to customize and buy an actual house. That I doubt that level of customization would be reasonable. But other than that, I like the work. Very well done and great effort. Thank you.
I can jump in. Yele, were you about to jump in?
Please go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I think the domain of this brief is very relevant and current, and I really appreciate the fact that you guys were beginning the process of thinking through the sort of gaming logic by which decision making would occur. I think the stepping through all that process was very interesting, and I commend you a lot on the way you guys presented all of the work. I do think at the moment there are some questions for me which has a lot to do with the actual constraints of the project. So I would really like to know more about actually the problematics. So when you have something which is participatory, obviously getting people to come to consensus on things can be difficult. So of course you give them incentives. In this case, you show a lot of financial incentives. But what happens when they can't come to decisions together? And also, I think really looking at the fact that the modules that you're designing, which although I think it's quite a beautiful design, they don't really lend themselves to additional change in the future. So it sort of presupposes that this whole process would happen before the actual construction, which means that there would be this participatory design and back and forth. And it sort of suggested there'd be some sort of co-ownership of the building. But it's a little bit fuzzy and unexplicit how that might happen, which for me makes it a little bit far from reality. So I would really like to know more, what happens when there are problems of decision-making? How is the oversight of the design validated in the end? Is it also community-led, or is there some sort of kind of centralized decision? But anyway, it's a very difficult problem to solve. I think you guys began to really get into the game logic, which was great, which is, I think, a great step forward in the project. So congratulations.
I think I should step in a bit to clarify some things, actually. First of all, I love the project, but there's some confusion here, and I think it is due to the way you presented it. And now I wonder with myself, what is actually the programmatic agenda here? I mean, this, as far as I understood it, this isn't housing primarily. This is primarily creative workspaces. Or are there also studios where you're living in, artist studios anyway? So that wasn't quite clear. I mean, maybe it's also confusion that Shaji has been done for the last 5 years, has done the similar projects with residential, but now I think it's more creative workspaces, community spaces in this sense. The other thing was also, I think but you talked about people moving out, and that was the confusion here. In a way, this is meant to be some kind of equitable or gentle gentrification, where the creators who are doing gentrification are not then pushed out by the next level of higher income people. It's not necessarily a choice to move out. This also should have been made more clear. It's more of the displacement process. My main problem is, also in terms of where I find see confusion is with the economic system. So you talk about, one main thing you're talking about is the corporation incentive. And I wonder whether this is a reward which the system gives, or is that something which is an effect, or it's just the effect of sharing space, which is economically beneficial in this way, or is it the co-location synergies which one expects from that if one makes connections? So that needs to be clarified. And then was also not clear what the land incentive is. That seems to be some administered reward if you go to places which the community prefers, or avoiding community places. So these were quite unclear. And I have a more fundamental question with respect to the economics. You refer to the CLT, the Community Land Trust System, which is in fact, I don't think that system, and at the same time you're talking about fractionalized real estate, NFTs, partial purchase, crowdfunded, funding of investment, and occupants as owners. And I think there's I see as a rift there, a conflict potentially there, because in terms of the community land trust, it's not individual choices so much and buying in and being part of a value accretion process. This is much more a subsidy-based, maybe free land grants, financial grants, and then democratic decision-making over community assets, whether it's social housing or playgrounds and things like that. But it comes with an asset lock, so no resale of assets. So I think there is a confusion here, or anyway, it needs clarification how this, let's say, NFT Web 3.0 model of decentralized ownership dynamics through DAOs would fit with the CLT. Maybe that can be combined, but it's not something which is prima facie evident. I see initially a contradiction here.
Yeah, maybe just to add to those comments. I mean, I also agree with that. I mean, I find it interesting that at least you guys are speculating on how something like this could be put to reality from an economic standpoint. I appreciate that you guys are looking into decentralized ownership and to have the owners as takers and the creators as takers, since they would be the ones responsible for making a development like this a success, right? And I think, as I understood, and there were a lot of bits that I'm pretty sure I missed, but I understood that this is largely intended for the creators, right? So mostly for creatives and so on. And there would be some element of residential, right? But it would be the creators and would be most likely in charge of making this as an economic success or not, right? And they would, it's useful that you guys are proposing that the ownership, the guys that are own the stakes are the ones that are responsible for making this improve. So in that sense, I think that's kind of interesting. And I also appreciate that, I mean, you guys are talking about some fractional ownership, which is interesting, and this very highly customizable level where you buy square meters and you customize your square meters. That is very interesting. I don't know how that holds in the real world when then you have to sell your square meters at some point, right? Because they are completely tailored to you. So at that point, then it becomes really complicated. So I think, and this kind of goes back a little bit to one of the points that Tyson was making, which is that all these decisions and all these negotiations and the cooperation and so on happen at a point in time before anything is constructed. Decisions are made, everybody's happy with what they got. I mean, assuming that you manage to reach consensus, right? And then everybody's happy. Then you build it, and then from then on what, right? So I think is the next steps in the aging process of the project that I think would be more relevant to study, right? So if you were able to then modify these modules and tailor them so that the next user can carry on again his negotiation, and then I don't know, what do you do with the modules? Do you recycle them? Do you do something else? I don't know. But I think the fact that you need to, there needs to be an element of change in the building after this initial offering happens. I think without it, the project is just very, very hard to sustain long term. And then the other thing that I think it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? But I think the last images that you were shown, the design looks very curated and looks very nice, and it looks, like there was a designer on top, because definitely there's some rhythm and everything. And if you were actually to deploy this as a video game and people would be interactively, this would be emerging from a bunch of interactions, you probably wouldn't get a result that is so controlled and so designed. So if there's so much importance in the way that you're generating this from the bottom up, I wouldn't shy away from having your final product be the result of a bottom-up experiment, right? Rather than you designing a building on top, kind of using your system, right? Because then, I mean, it's cool, right? But I think there's a missed opportunity there. Other than that, it's super interesting. I mean, at least I find interesting that you're thinking of these aspects through, which are typically an afterthought, or I thought not to be a problem of the architect. So I find it interesting that you're thinking of some of these issues.
I mean, just briefly adding to that, I thought that, I mean, although I always, let's say, support interactions into existing contexts, I think that's very typical for contemporary urban conditions. But the choice of going inside a shed with that prevents us from getting that urban expression. So I can't even assess whether this is, more curated or less curated. It remains. You don't get an urban expression of the process.
Mm-hmm. If I can just add something to what I was saying, I think that's a bit what I was hinting when I said you just pushed it maybe a little bit too far, because the customization is great, but it needs to be. You need to get to a point where you don't over customize and you don't make things too kind of like owned, because then you enter into the realm of object. You know what I mean? You can't do that, I don't think, with the real estate. On the other hand, the fact of having levels of sharing, that's something that various communities are very accustomed to. And again, I go back to the idea of co-working or co-living even more. I can't see this system working without a living element inside, meaning what would be the incentive for somebody to buy a unit when that unit is only their own little office or their own little kind of like a creative space? You know what I mean? I think if you see it in the context of work and living, then it makes sense. Then why, then yes, I buy it because I can live there and I see, there's a community. I live there, I work there, then it kind of like sits better in the context of today's living, I have the feeling. The degrees of sharing are very important. I think they are perfectly sellable, Like for instance, there's plenty of co-living situations where what I really choose is whether I want to live completely on my own or what do I want to share. So that's, done, tested, exists sellable. Anything beyond that, I agree with Jose. I think it's on a real estate and resale point of view quite difficult, and it would be a shame to to over design this in such a way that then it becomes it doesn't test it doesn't survive. No, it's not a long-term project.
Well,
I commend the projects in its raw ambition. Is the simultaneity of gamification, tokenomics, social and urban aspects, even fabrication is in there. It's such a vast scope, and I think architecture regaining that level of ambition is just phenomenal. And is that so much time is spent on form-fitting methodologies, algorithms, and what is commendable in the project is that an elephant in the room is being addressed, right? Largely finance is also giving form to architecture, right? So economics is what are the form-finding laws of architectural economy, right? So in that sense, it makes, let's say, all of our form-finding efforts a little bit nerdy and puts it in context. So I think that's bold and very interesting. But there is also a little bit of dilettantism in that sense, which, is obvious because you're addressing such a vast scope, which is the thing that I like, right? So I'm a bit contradictory here, admittedly. But I do think that this kind of market design is incredibly important, and there's a field dedicated to this, right? The field of mechanism design. So if you can define a certain outcome, a certain distribution of space, or a certain architectural urban aspect that you would like to obtain, mechanism design is the field of economics where you specify what kind of incentives are those yielding that outcome, right? And this is becoming quite a science in and of itself, right? And another important concept is perhaps Pareto efficiency, right? Where an optimal distribution is achieved, where an increase in it's sort of a cutoff level, right? Is that where one actor would be in a worse off situation to the benefit of another, right? So Pareto deficient, and I think these kind of very economic rules and algorithms, in a sense, are the fundamental underpinnings of being able to, and these are the kind of fundamental form-finding algorithms of involving economics in architecture, right? So if you're addressing that, I think it could be more. Well, I'm encouraging you to delve into the study of the fields of economy a little bit deeper, right? Because the relation between the two is what you're ultimately underscoring, and I think it's incredibly interesting. But let's say the narrative of the gamification was a little bit crude at times, and I think trying to wrap your head around some of these concept, mechanism design, Pareto efficiency, could lend a degree of finesse to the proposition that is now lacking. So, for instance, maybe skip the fabrication aspect was a bit much, right? Is that it would have been cool the scope is so broad that by being a little bit more selective, the proposition could have won on quality. But I mean, I have to say again and again, you know, that massive ambition scope, that's wonderful. And yeah, okay.
I think like, yeah, like just.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Steve.
I'm kind of wondering whether it wouldn't be a good idea for you to consider just how long buildings have to last these days. And when I was a student, I was taught by a man who said that you should never build a building to last longer than 25 years. He's a great architect, but having looked at the world today, we all think, well, there's a huge resource going into a building, however you do it. Masses of material, and perhaps buildings should last for 100 years or 200 years. So you ask yourself, well, if you're going to make that, how can you design something for actually a functionality you've got no idea about? Because you don't know what's going to happen in 50 years. You haven't got a clue. Is there a possibility of something existing which almost is an afunctional architecture that's really useful for lots of things? And that's at the level of the actual main structure of the architecture. And then you've got the other side of it, which is the opportunist nature of occupancy, where just at this moment, we're looking, I mean, the context, let's say, of the previous presentation, of people very nervously wondering whether all the office buildings that are currently sitting around the planet are ever going to be fully occupied again. Where people are thinking the same things about shopping centres and places where people go to shop, that maybe they'll never ever be fully occupied again. And that leads one into a kind of view that perhaps, following on from your argument, that the most interesting game is to look at alternative occupation for this kind of thing, of reoccupying the city for things that have been completely demolished economically by the pandemic. And the resultant things that have gone on. Now, that would mean that, you know, I suspect, you know, in the kind of component world that you're looking at lightweight things, things that you can actually travel quite lightly and occupy gracefully and lightly, other things potentially, rather than build new things out of them. I mean, I put this forward as a suggestion. I mean, I fully appreciate what you're trying to do, but I think that a cool, calm view of the world of global property might lead you in another direction for a more kind of entrepreneurial, social, I'm talking about social entrepreneurial kind of output at the end of the day.
Yeah, if I can address both these aspects, like that seems to be emerging. Like first of all, yeah, I'd like to commend and thank the team for the kind of work that they've tried to synthesize, like across all of these disparate, like or seemingly disparate or high levels of ambition that, like Yele mentioned, like, you know, whether it's like the economic side of it or the construction side of it, the old and the new and so on, which of course, like in year one, this is not fully resolved, but like I do appreciate the various things that they're bringing to the conversation. And so one aspect is being talked about, like what happens, how can this be an ongoing process, not like plan once and then build and then move on. So that aspect didn't come through so well, like, and it's something that, like, you know, you should probably reflect for the book, is that, like, you suggested that in your initial video, that like it shouldn't be like a one-time build, like you want to see how it can slowly transform from its current state to a new state to a new state. And so in this simulation, like maybe it would have been worthwhile to consider like what are the initial set of assumptions and there's one trajectory being followed, and what if there is a disruptive event and then it picks up another trajectory, right? And so that's something that didn't really come across, and even though we had thought about that like early on when we considered this kind of open, this factory and how you will transform the factory into something that is useful. So yeah, so that's a very valid criticism and like something to really consider. And I believe like as a studio, we will definitely take that on board for the next time. And the other main aspect that is coming across is also the architectural economics and the importance of it, or importance of having a position on it, like is something that you have tried to highlight. Like, and for that also I commend you, because typically, as Jelle mentioned, this is not, it's considered taboo to discuss these things. And so at least you're bringing like that on the table. So, but having said that, like even those like are not fully resolved, as Patrick pointed out, like there's tentativeness, or which kind of is maybe symptomatic or at least indicative of lack of clarity, which is not, again, not lack of clarity on your part, but lack of clarity on like the studio itself. Like, and so in that sense, I believe the success of your project is like in a world that is changing so dramatically, the technologies of blockchain, et cetera, like consensus mechanism, every day there's some new information that like we are discovering, and like through trying to bring that and think of architectural applications and architectural implications of these, not only technology, but also terminology. Like, somebody mentioned consensus. What is the equivalence of like a proof of work or a proof of stake for architectural development? Like that is one, and then the tokenomics of architectural development, what is that? Like that's another. And time-bound scenario aspects is another. And so in all of bringing these relevant topics to the discussion table, I commend you and thank you for the effort.
I mean, I just want to say, the design of the game itself with respect to economic mechanisms and let's say global economic outcomes, which means, let's say, welfare outcomes, which also represent later on architectural project. But this particular aspect, I mean, there's been a number, we have looked at this quite a while. There's been a struggle, and I think this is a hard one. I mean, I do believe that the congeniality in the brief is very, very strong between this decentralized forms of ownership, game participation, meaning with incentives, and then the idea of modularity, the idea of using aggregation synergies and shared spaces, super strong. I think on the game design aspect, I think that's something which I would draw out and find somebody to do a PhD on, 2 or 3 people. I think to progress, it's very difficult to progress this inside the space of such a project. Although I do believe that the synthesis across these aspects is very important and very strong. And these are new models of development, which I think have a lot of legs. So I would say find somebody to do a PhD on this. By the way, Jelle, in terms of the Pareto optimality, which we know also from engineering, is way too strict a criterion. It should definitely be a non-zero sum game, but you can't avoid that some people will, in some of those choices, you will have losers and winners as long as the net positive. So that's the so-called Calder-Higgs efficiency. Anyway, but these things are very intricate, and we've listened to these. I mean, in the previous iterations on the housing, and now with the new element of tokenomics. But the game design, the Rust game theory engineering, is something which will take up a whole PhD or several PhDs.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on a couple of points, but mainly I think to Steven's point. I think one of the issues that regardless of what motivates whatever elephant in the room, the issue of uncertainty and latency, I think, is primary to think about how a system has kind of adaptive characteristics. And that's going to have varying degrees of manifest destiny, not only in the physical design, but also in terms of the notion of what community means. I think that there is a blurry definition between artist and creative. Artists moved into a lot of these spaces because of the opportunity to occupy these spaces and for the opportunity that it was afforded to, which was very much about having space, but also having resources. The artist commune is very different than the creative workspace where you rent a desk. And the issue about enabling people to have agency, I think, is more than the planning and the financial kind of aspects that somehow become part of those conversations from a developer's perspective, which is where I feel like there is a serious distinction that needs to be made between planning and play. The way that one is talking about gamification at this stage, and I know it's in the early stages of things, is very much developer-driven. It's very much about trying to strategize with a quite consistent gameplay, meaning that the people that are basically thinking about architecture and thinking about this site and the project have something at stake with already a kind of agreed participation. Participation in some sense also enables you to think about that as being somehow like already in formation. But for the most part, and Hackney Wick is an example, Kentish Town, a lot of the places where the so-called artists and creatives from a very different definition moved into it, it was incremental, it was about resource, it was about also strategizing the fact that actually they didn't have ownership or stake of the game that allowed them to move, not necessarily not only within a city or a community, but also between cities, and actually really start to be much, much more fluid in the way that they also saw their practice, which had creative capital, not only financial capital. And I think that that's very important. I say that having direct experience of moving my office, which was never an office, it was more of a nomadic, wherever I was, it was, to a place that communicated itself as being like keeping culture in the center of London, which is Somerset House, which is different from Hackney Wick, but being here 20 years, we've had many different friends, many different colleagues kind of setting up shop in different places. The difference between that being pre-designed and affording people the opportunity to creatively come together and design, I think is an important one for the studio. So I think that those are things that you guys can speak to. Those are the possibilities of thinking of this, but I have some reservations that everything moves into the domain of the economy. It's not a white elephant. Everybody knows that money has such an important power, influence, and decision-making, but shifting that balance, I think, is by enabling the kind of creative characteristics of people coming together. So if it's about housing or if it's about office space, for me, those lines are completely not critical, honestly. All of the people that I know would want to have a certain degree of proximity between their live and work environments. They would want to be part of a community that has some shared values. And I don't think that that's something that's declared from the beginning. I think that those are things that emerge if it is really a community, because there is communication, there's dialogue, and there isn't this kind of overly stylization of what someone is. And I think we then start to kind of open up the discussion and actually could create an alternative framework for people to take decision-making. But I put that there because I think the ambition is important, but I would not micromanage this from only the financial side of things. And I don't think, and to the point that Manuela was mentioning, about the issue of customization. If I'm customizing what I want, I also really remove the possibilities of other offerings, what can happen. And the idea of kind of spatial negotiation, I think, is primary, and I still think is at the heart of what we do. So there are different models, design, build, all of these other things. The language has changed, but I think the premise is the same. How much do we want to participate in that? I think it's a very worthwhile arena to experiment and explore, but I do think that we have to do that with a certain radicality and also with a declared kind of social responsibility. Because I think a lot of the things that we do, regardless of the motivation, can be very easily co-opted for very different forces, which are the ones that we know. I'm not trying to play good versus bad, I'm just trying to really say, like, whatever the meaning is being put forward, I think the declaration to make it much more expansive, to actually have active gameplay through the life of the building, is something that is an opportunity that I think is most important. So I state that because I know the conversation's evolving. It's the first real generation of this project that has been emerging. But I think the conversation lends itself, I think, to these higher ambitions, not only for challenges for ourselves, but also in terms of actually how we're communicating it. Because I think it does necessitate, I think, some clarification of stated goals, without kind of losing itself into the magnitude of language that's emerging in our everyday environment. I think we have to kind of be very clear about how we are participating in this, let's call it game. But
can I say something? I mean, I think we need to, what we could, the way I see the way we can interpret, let's say, the tokenization and the so-called economics behind it, we don't have to, we shouldn't allow the, let's say, connotations of money-making speculation, etc., of inequality, etc., necessarily swamp this issue, because we can look at it as just as a tracking device, an accounting device, and to see whether through architectural means, through means of aggregation and optimal sharing and synergy conditions and optimal allocation, value increase, meaning basically the social functionality measure. We can look at that, and I think that you can also do it, talk about scoring points, of benefit points, and the difference here is that we are looking at these relative to particular individual perspectives which have different values, and that's the great thing, because you have different priorities negotiating and doing this non-zero sum game. But I think if we look at it as an accounting or point system of measuring benefits, and we can then distinguish individual benefits and collective benefits, etc. Then it doesn't have that. It's not tainted. We don't have to taint. It is not necessarily tainted by ideas of, wealth inequalities, etc.
No. I think my point, my point, Patrick, is the difference between ownership and agency. I think we can talk about participation and having a stake in the game without talking necessarily a one-to-one correlation about ownership and financing, because I think that that's where we can learn from the creative capital and where value lies in those affordances, which I think is what is the incentive structures that in some sense are trying to kind of enable these creative communities in some sense to actually have some asset gain in its evolution. And I understand all of these things. My only point is, as soon as you introduce very different kinds of players in the gamification strategy, they will always have different and sometimes competing, but sometimes paradoxically completely misaligned agendas. The interesting thing about designing a framework is to allow those agendas to actually have a meaningful influence one to the other. So to create a platform where these things are discussed, it goes beyond, let's say, community design of, let's say, the 60s and 70s, which was more about the planning stage, and this is more about how cities evolve and are lived through those kind of interactions, because those decisions, if the architecture is to evolve, if it's a shrinking city, if it's densification is needed, those kind of collective decision makings need to be somehow brokered in some way. That's not about individual choice. This is about actually understanding and learning from those decisions throughout. So if we can design a system that has the capacity to learn through those individual choices, we may be able to actually version and scenario and start to think about the game not as a player, but actually as a way of somehow prototyping varied futures through that and making that legible to people through the understanding of this. I'm just mentioning this as a motivation because at the moment I think that there's such a dysfunction between planning the way that we live in the city and the things that drive the way that we behave in it, that I think that there is an opportunity to try to wrestle with those things, and the conversations with the players that are really the forces behind that, it would be a very, very kind of creative and friction-driven kind of environment where maybe something truly more unique could emerge from. I'm just mentioning that because I think Stephen's point of uncertainty and latency, I think, is a very, very important one, because we don't know what tomorrow brings. We shouldn't pretend like we do, but we're living in a kind of today, and it shouldn't be in the rearview mirror in a sense. So I'm just...
But what I want to say, I mean, again, so if you look at the discourse of the 20th century and the challenge of the discovery of allocation process, of market, of knowledge processing through decentralization, you know what the response was, interestingly, from the left? Market socialism. And you could, and bidding processes in the production process, bidding in choice in the consumption process. There wasn't that element of capital formation. So that was collective. Anyway, so if there is versions of this, let's say the market socialism versions of this, which could also fit a communitarian sensibility. So that's what I wanted to say, because I think that as a system of benefit accounting, which also recognize that different users and different individuals have different priorities, and if they could be met, there's an overall social positive. I mean, this is all discussed under the heading of the so-called welfare economics, and is compatible at certain level. Deeply, I don't think it is, but in terms of, if one can bracket it like this, then it becomes a kind of market socialism. It doesn't have that taint, and therefore it could be embraced as something which is amenable to also, it could be embedded in an overall democratic process, like a DAO process.
Yeah, I think I mean, all of these are very valuable conversations that will definitely help formulate the next year's agenda for the studio. One thing I do like to mention, that what was tentatively tried with this framework is, you can earn tokens, as Patrick was saying, it is just a is a instrument of accounting, and not necessarily trying to say that you can earn this token only by investing money into it, right? You could also contribute to the well-being of the community and then earn tokens. So it is just a method of accounting and a method of unifying various disparate incentives and into one thing. And with this project, what I was hoping, they tried a lot. They tried to see if everybody starts with the equal amount of tokens. How much should you incentivize cooperation? What happens when you don't incentivize it? What is the spatial outcomes? And so on. They tried it somewhat tentatively, I would say, which is why it is not coming through so well. But they did, of all the 4 teams, they did try to do this. So on that, I would commend you again, that you tried to see what should be the incentive structure to such that it is a positive sum game, and also more importantly, there is a global communal benefit as well. But maybe something that you can think about more is how you know, you should showcase the scenarios in which they ended up being one person winning a lot and others not winning much. Contrast that with, like, you know, the current situation where you try to, you know, more normalize, like everybody wins like a little bit kind of. So it's something to bring out, but again, a very valuable conversation to take forward into the next year. So congratulations.
Okay, guys, I think the conversation has been expanded on quite substantially. So we're going to try to pick up a little bit after 4 o'clock to take a short break for everybody here. Thanks for the students. And yeah, we'll continue the conversation with the last 3 teams in the second session for today. So thank you all for the comments. We'll be picking it up in about 20-25 minutes. Thanks.
was last minute. Taking. Okay. Hello. Can you go to the game? Yes. No, it's not aligned. Hey.
Yeah, you okay?
I think it looks better.
I think the better.
Let's see the game.
That's what I want to
Go to the game. No, you can scroll it down. Yeah, you can. You can scroll it. Huh? Okay. Game. Hello. Good. Yes. Ready? Ready or not? It's happening. Can you grab one? Yep. Oh. Ah. Okay. You're the cameraman? Are you the cameraman? Mm. Thank you. Can you turn it on so it's syncing? You need to sync the file still, right? It's not playing? It is. Is the video? This is the video, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, I heard that. The beginning of presentation. Hello, hi.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. It's catching up with stress levels. Organization. Oh, it's clear enough. Easy. the time? Thank you. One? We're the same dress. We're gonna switch position? We should, right? Because you're gonna have. I start? Hello, everyone. We are Particities from Citizen Centric City Studio, and it's Chalong, Jamil, Yara, and myself, Binru. Urbanization has transformed the world and the way we interact. It is a catalyst for inducing human encounters, sparking ideas for innovative solutions, and creating inciting environments for startups to seed and grow. However, the same process also generates issues such as scarcity in space, high living costs, and rigid space use, excluding the innovative forces from contributing to urban generation. In Particities, we propose a cyber-physical participatory platform where the innovative startups are leveraged as the driving forces of urban transformation, a system where crowd consensus of community and startups are digitally rehearsed, customized, and materialized in urban agglomerations. When looking at the current post-pandemic London urban context, several issues became relevant. Issues such as the mismatch between soaring vacancy and high global investments, the need for transforming the dominant live-work paradigms, and a call to revive the public activities taking place in city centers. Globally, London is ranked high in the best startup ecosystem and tech investment. However, due to the pandemic, most London firms have adapted to hybrid and flexible working, leaving the office spaces empty. As a response, London has placed an agenda to attract global talents and investments to revive the city and repurpose the empty spaces. To put into perspective, vacancies across the city have soared 70% since the onset of the pandemic, adding up to 12 million square feet of empty office spaces just in central London, which equates to 156 football fields. According to the City of London's agenda, the city is planning to repurpose the idle spaces into 1,500 housing units by 2030, at the same time accommodating more flexible working space to cater to the shift of live-work paradigm after the pandemic. Also, as an aftermath of the pandemic, almost half of Londoners are walking or taking public transport rather than driving. This accelerated the rethink of pedestrianizing central London areas, and the city is taking this as a chance to relieve central London of congestion, air pollution, and revive city center by bringing back public activities and engagement. In our proposal, these issues became opportunities to empower startups and the community. We provide spatial adaptability and customizability to startups to repurpose vacant spaces and face future uncertainties with resilience. We enable cyber-physical duality to reflect the paradigm shift and enhance the live-work flexibility, social outreach, and global fund attraction. And we utilize urban pedestrianization strategies to revive public activities and engagement, supporting startups to sustain in city centers and fuel urban transformation. Therefore, to take advantage of the opportunities mentioned above, we target central London as an area to allow both startups and the community to take part in urban transformation. With this in mind, Hub Exchange is our prototype. The building is currently an office building located in the heart of London Bridge, an eclectic area which hosts various urban scenes and also one of the major traffic hubs of London. Well, looking at the development history between stakeholder consensus and customized physical realization, the relation between online and on-land has evolved in past decades. In the early 2000s, negotiation of stakeholders, consensus, and space configuration were implemented via tools such as Flash and VRML, and realized through design of modular construction. Today, with technologies such as Web 3.0 and metaverse booming, digital fabrication techniques more developed, we can begin to imagine the online to on-land streamline in future architecture. So with this in mind, 3 major aspects are required to implement the system. First is constructing a community-centered platform to reach crowd consensus, a platform where users can socialize, collaborate, and invest in space and program creation in a real-time participatory manner. Second is providing direct participatory agency to the user via tools of decentralized finance, such as cryptocurrency, smart contracts, and space-registered NFTs. Third is creating a geometry system that allows for digital negotiation in the platform and smooth digital streamline while fabricating. These geometries respond to structural and material efficiency, mass customizability, and spatial properties. For example, porous minimal surface geometries that allows visual connection and collaboration, cellular modular geometries that reflect adaptability and flexibility, and hyperbolic paraboloids that can host public activities in large span spaces. When implemented, Particity is an urban regeneration system that incentivizes startups and the community to participate through various functions. For example, staking and utilizing investments as votes to take part in collective governance of urban generation. Socialize and host events on cyber-physical platforms for collaboration and outreach enhancement. Customize virtual and physical spaces to your needs, and then it can be monetized. If well invested. So all in all, Particities is a system that leverages startup innovations to fuel urban transformation, gravitates towards citizen-centric requirements through digital mass negotiation, and provide adaptive architectural solutions through digitally and structurally informed geometries.
Now I'll take through the participatory platform. So in our current development, the attractor node defining the vertical core circulation and the attractor node for pedestrian connection or street junction are placed around the site, with each node with different connectivity value assigned. The organizational logic inherent in the shortest path finding algorithm, which is used to optimize the path network of connections between these nodes. So once the shortest path is found, the curves are offsetted and meshed, then the subdivisions are formed. The multiplayer participatory platform is a system inviting both startups and the community to come together as the driving forces of urban transformation that is playable in desktop and in VR mode. So today, with the aid of our robotic guide called Fixie, we will explain to you the C3 game platform. To start with, you must buy our cryptocurrency called the Flexi Coins in order to propose your business plan or invest in a project. In the map, you have choice of 5 sites to make your business proposal, where each site will be given the vertical core as a starting point of the game, which is the attractor node in the grid logic. You can click on each site and visualize the boundary given by the voxels, the land price, and the atmosphere. Here, please notice that the blue voxels belong to the core itself, and the yellow voxel are the pedestrian or the bridge generated by the connecting node. So once you have decided on the site, you must now investigate the zoning of the voxel according to the preference of your geometry. Each geometry type is suitable for a different business plan. For example, the cellular unit is suitable for people looking for a co-living and co-working plan due to its flexibility in continuing the aggregation. So let's start with buying lands. The land price consists of sunlight exposure, its access to views, and the accessibility of space. By clicking on the grid, you can check its current price. Also, you can click on the human icon to visualize the other players' number of cells purchased and their business plans. If one player wants another player's land, then you can simply start on bidding, allowing land on high demand to be sold at a greater price. So now let's purchase the land. Select on the land icon and drag your mouse to define the zoning of your purchase. Then select on the voxel icon and select blue for private space and pink for shared space. So once the voxels are placed, it will procedurally generate the geometry. Please remember that due to the cellular unit voxel positioned right on top of the ground hypervoxels, it will automatically generate the structure above. So now, taking you to the Hyper Customizing interface, you can select on the different magnitude power to define the size of your office, living, or service stores, where bigger magnitude will mean higher FlexiCoins. So now let's make the proposal on the cellular units. Like said before, you always have to start by purchasing the land so that you can place your voxels. Also, I would like to remind you that private voxels is priced at 500 FlexiCoins and shared voxels are 250 FlexiCoins. So once the voxel is placed, you can customize it. First, you choose the cell you're willing to use, then you'll be given subdivision to select from. Through selecting, you're defining the volume of your furniture, but also the price of your furniture. Each subdivision is priced at 5 FlexiCoins. Therefore, the bigger your furniture means more material usage and more time to fabricate. So we'll be charged with greater price. In this interface, through the use of algorithm, we are developing procedural modeling system where the player has freedom to define furniture and where the furniture will be placed and the scale of it. It will be coming fabricate ready modeling with the rule surfaces so the process of construction can be efficiently done. Starting on a minimal surface zone, when choosing a shared voxels, you have to zone the area and place them on offer stating how many people you're looking for. Then people who are willing to share with you will send you an offer back where you decide based on their profile who to share with. So now let's go to the rooftop hyper. The structure node will be given connected to the cellular unit. You simply click on the node, then define the radius of the hyper roof. Now let's look into the market mode where you can visualize. Now let's look into the market mode where you can visualize where others have proposed and their required funds. Here you can place your proposal too where you're claiming to get your desired investment fund. You will clearly display your business plan, the startup costs including machine cost, employment cost, and software costs, etc. If your proposal fund is met, then your space will be physicalized and a smart contract will be executed. This space's NFT will hold value for physical space and virtual space where you can sell or rent out.
So in the virtual lobby, fund-seeking proposals, space-sharing offers, and events infos are shown on the main screen for users to browse. On the left-hand side, you can find the breakout room portals. And on the right-hand side are portals to teleport to Party City's sites around the globe. In the center of the lobby are furniture working as connection anchors between virtual and physical presence, where further conversations could be held in enclosed Soundfield chat pods. In addition, the investment map can also be seen in scale from the lobby, and the proposed space could be experienced in virtual if required. When the event is about to start, the event info will be published on the breakout room screens in the digital lobby. The event to promote a startup's funding. But startups could also host digital events inside cyberspace, charged with cryptocurrencies to earn profits. Here, a digital meetup of business proposal keynote is showcased. When being in an event, the user can toggle into first-person mode for a more immersive experience.
You can enter the investor space and hold virtual meeting with physical through the use of dual presence furniture distributed around the site, like the virtual table or the pod. Through this interface, you can meet, socialize, and perhaps negotiate your business plans with others. The artists around the neighborhood or who are dwellers of our platform can display display their artwork and on the screen distribute around the site. You could also purchase this NFT artwork in the cryptocurrency. By clicking on other office symbols, you can rent out their virtual or physical office space. For example, if you're a software firm and they are a hardware firm, the used virtual office will be minimal. Therefore, through sharing the virtual space, the renting fees for both startup can be minimized.
Next, we'll explain further the cellular aggregation system. The cellular aggregation system is based on subdivisions of 3x6 meter voxels, which are chosen by the game players and nested within a structural modular system. The players can decide on the level of enclosure versus openness of their voxels before moving on to choosing their furniture according to the desired function of each space, as shown previously in the game. These spaces include co-working, co-living, and public hot desking spaces. The cellular structure system benefits from robotic hot wire cutting technology as a construction method to optimize thickness according to the span and height of structure members. This results in minimal material usage, consequently affecting the overall cost and reducing material wastage. For our first test, as shown in the simulation and cutting process, we learned about the restraints that we had using the hot wire cutting as our technology of choice. The cut paths require several paths to be used, and the efficiency in cutting had to be optimized both in the digital prep work as well as the actual fabrication in order to reach the full potential of the process. This led us to reiterate on the geometry using new principles. In our material tests, we aimed to test for a suitable surface coating material on foam for our fabrication system. 4 materials were considered: PVA, flashing tape, liquid latex, and Tyvek. Different materials are applied on a ruled surface cut foam and casted to test for the performance of the material and also workable geometry in casting. 2 major aspects were considered: the protection of the foam from concrete and the releasing properties between the surface material and the concrete. The hop exchange occupies a key location within the Borough and London Bridge area. With proximity to Borough Market, the Borough Yards, and the proposals for Landmark Court, there is enormous potential for the hop exchange to act as a link between these schemes. There is currently rear servicing access to the hop exchange from Park Street, through the railway viaducts and adjacent yards. By opening this rear access to the public, there is a huge opportunity to provide a link between Park Street and Southwark Street via the hop exchange. To illustrate that further, we're going to zoom in on a portion of the proto-site. The hop exchange, a Grade 2 listed building, was originally a hop and malt exchange, which is currently a commercial premises of office spaces and showrooms. Due to the building's Grade 2 listed status, the external facade and the galleried court beneath the skylight would be retained, while the office spaces can be taken over with our intervention. First, the overall grid is laid out. Then, the first and second street levels consist of load-bearing hypars and are allocated to public and commercial programs that aim to regenerate the urban fabric, connect Southwark Street to the Borough Market through the hop, and support the cellular aggregation above it. This type of geometry was allocated to these boxes due to its large span and visual porosity. Levels 3 up till 4 consist of a hybrid of minimal surfaces and cellular aggregation. The minimal surfaces, self-supporting, and visual porosity qualities are used to create both vertical and horizontal circulation and host shared activities, while the cellular aggregation consists of co-living and co-working programs to regenerate post-pandemic office spaces in London and develop interior urbanism. This type of geometry is allocated to these voxels because of their flexibility, adaptability, and customizability. Then, the structural modules, which are fabricated using robotic hot wire cutting, casted molds, are placed within the 6x6 grid, while morphing with it to generate their structured system, which will later carry the cellular aggregation. To illustrate the aggregation, 3 scenarios will be presented. The first 2 players are VR technology startups. Player 1 is a VR programming startup, and Player 2 organizes VR events, and they chose their shared voxels next to the core since they require a large and open congregation space to accommodate their programs, which increase the price of their voxels. The multi-level congregation space benefits from an interactive screen and hologram technology, and can be used for VR events or rented out to other startups. The lower level office space consists of both permanent and flexible working desks, and the VR room is enclosed to provide an immersive experience. The upper level was customized to include an interactive meeting space in addition to more private office space. The upper level also provides a viewing platform which overlooks the congregation hall. This is the outcome of their congregation space, which has been customized according to their specific needs and space usage. The spaces are generated and the players can confirm their choices. Next are Players 3, an NFT artist, and Player 4, a DeFi startup. They decided to choose cheaper voxels further away from the core because they saw it as an opportunity to display their artwork along the back facade facing the train tracks. Then they moved on to customize their spaces. The lower level consists of an interactive space, office space, and a meeting room, while the upper level consists of co-living spaces. The interactive space can be used for different activities, while the window can be used as a display towards the train tracks. The lower level also hosts an office space and a more private interactive meeting room. Upstairs, the players decided to share co-living spaces, with the bedroom voxels located against the front facade and away from the train tracks. This is the outcome of their meeting space, which includes an interactive screen and overlooks the train tracks, presenting an opportunity of displaying the NFT artist's work along the facade. The spaces are generated and the players can now confirm their choices. Next are players 5, a digital fabrication startup, and 6, a robotic programming startup. The players chose their shared voxels close to the core and facade, as they would need the easy access to the fabrication lab, located within the minimal surfaces on the ground level. Then they moved on to customize their spaces. The lower level consists of co-working office space, a meeting space, and a flexible working area. Their choice of a smaller and more open office space is due to their working time being split between the office and fabrication lab on the ground level. The upper level consists of co-living spaces and a more private sleeping area and a balcony. The spaces are now generated and confirmed. Following the player's actions, the remaining voxels in between generate the public circulation according to the overcrowding rule. The public space is accessible by all voxel owners. It provides circulation across the floor in addition to flexible hot desking spaces, interactive screens, public seating spaces, and visual porosity across levels and spaces. This is the outcome of the public space, which has been automatically generated in between purchased voxels according to the overcrowding rule. The previous 3 gameplay scenarios were examples of player actions and incentives to share. And similarly, the entire grid of cellular aggregation is populated through players' decisions and actions, resulting in interior urbanism.
For precedent references, MVRDV in Crystal Houses wanted to make a representation of the original buildings and found the solution through the extensive use of glass. The near full glass facade mimics the original design down to the layering of the bricks and the detail of the window frames. Glass bricks stretch up to the facade of Crystal House, eventually dissolving into a traditional brick facade, which was the innovative solution to maintain heritage while implementing an adaptive reuse. Situated in the heart of London, the development of White Lace Queensway deal with the Grade 2 listed facade of the southeastern corner. This is so to be retained and incorporated into the new structure, so stability of this is considered in the design. It will consist of a temporary steel frame which will be removed once the facade is tied to the slabs at each other. This redevelopment is a representation of what we aim to achieve with the hub facade. As for the architectural realization of our participatory platform output, our cycle is based on physicalizing the output both in real and cyberspace using the architectural geometry of our game theory, where the set of local actions made by each participant had a direct consequence in the overall spatial configuration. The hybridity of the architectural geometry allows us to achieve the best spatial quality depending on the function and spatial requirements, where each set of geometries has specific characteristics that can respond to the required spatial criteria and usage based on the output of the platform. The minimal surface aggregation acts as vertical core and as a starting point, as well as being the connection between all of the different geometry sets, while at the same time hosting functions where the porosity in space and open floor plan is needed. The hyper shells, with their structural capacity, play a load-bearing role by being a base for the skeletal system, as well as catering for the public programs on the ground floor of the hub, as well as the street hypers that are used to pedestrianize the streets and change them into user-friendly spaces. The skeletal system is applied to respond by any game decisions generated by participatory platform, where the users have full control over the geometrical output using the alphabet of hot wire cut modules. The translucent lightweight shells on the roof provide a long-spanning space with a minimal concrete structure in order to reduce the loading impact, as well as taking advantage of its location on top of the hub as prime real estate, therefore being open on all fronts. Therefore, by using this hybrid system, we are able to respond to the different requirements of different spatial configurations needed. Starting with the minimal surfaces, this DNA sequence was the strategy behind developing the minimal surface aggregation based on a 6x6x3 grid, where the connection would be established based on the space formation within the game. These catalogs were developed as a response to any possibility of connection that might result using this grid system. These surfaces allow for the connectivity of space both vertically and horizontally, therefore being used in order to form the main core of our aggregation, hence connecting all different geometries at the central core, since the nature of the AG allows for it to be spatial and circulatory at the same time. Following the game output, allocation of voxels while maintaining the connectivity between all spaces, where the functions selection would be the guide in which the surfaces would connect to each other. The functions held within these surfaces range from office spaces to meeting spaces, as well as flexible work areas. From the core extend the section that was allocated to the hot desking spaces, as well as the cyber-physical space that connects to the lobby. The properties of the geometry, how it develops, allows for the continuous flow of users within the limits of the voxels, as well as the function where user-based decisions like the fabrication lab are placed within the system because the ability to provide double height spaces while maintaining the full fluidity of user movement within. This is the way the minimal surface interfaces with the ground floor high bars, funneling the flow of people within this space. This is the space in the ground floor cafe that opens up both to the lobby of the hub and as well to the ground floor high bars. This is an example of the fabrication lab where it's open double height with mezzanine floors, all connected through the circulation system, which is the partitioning system in itself. The skeletal system, following the same grid dimensions, connects to the surfaces at the edge points where the modules within the skeletal can be accessed through the core, while transferring the load into the curvature of the minimal surfaces and the ground floor high bars while forming the inner enclosure of the functions within these surfaces. As for the hot desking spaces, the porosity of the minimal surface works perfectly for the open floor function where all spaces are connected visually and physically, creating a hub of activity within. The hot desking space hold two key functions: the cyber-physical space that connects to the virtual lobby shown previously, where avatars and people can interact, and as well follow the pattern of the hub facade, taking advantage of prime real estate to generate an active working hotspot that spans all over the facade. The high bar form allows us to reach the potential for our fabrication technology as well as the structural and spatial qualities built in the shape itself. As for this geometry, we are developing 3 types where each plays a different role depending on the game stage and function of the shell.
Starting with the ground floor high bars, basic high bar module unit is first created according to the 6x6 meter site grid. The basic module can then adapt to the site grid to create modular alphabets that fits the site condition and spatial requirements. Reflecting the structural connection points, height requirements of space, and the edge conditions to site, variations would occur. This is the geometry generation process of the ground floor high bars being implemented on site, reflecting the structural requirements of the cellular aggregation above and the site parameters and conditions. This is the main public commercial space on the ground floor, the hub exchange lobby featuring the original facade, digital interaction hall with integrated screen display, and another angle of the same space.
As for the roof high bars, the goal is to achieve a lightweight, long-spanning shells that provide open floor spaces. The roof high bars have to adapt to the skeletal structural system. These shells are placed based on the grid nodes where they maintain the light wells into the skeletal aggregation, as well as the structural flow between roof, skeletal, and ground floor high bars is maintained as one continuous flow. The shells are aggregated with different sizes of medium, small, large, and placed accordingly with the user-based decision made based on different magnitudes provided at the anchor points. The rule of space generation is based on edge conditions where facing edges are bridged. These shells are then bridged, and the meshing of these surfaces creates the open translucent geometry that allows lighting in and user experience of the location to be taken to the fullest. By taking the outline of the connected shells, this is transformed into concrete structure connecting all the aggregated shells as well as holding the fabric mesh. The roof high pod would function like gathering spaces, open offices, as well as semi-private offices. This is the output of the system. This is the gathering space where 4 shells are connected together, where London and the location of the intervention is highlighted, while catering to the users of the platform that wanted to use this type of space, where lightness and openness was the guiding rule behind the rooftop high bars, while the lighting features follow the borderline of the concrete structure. This is an overview of the aggregation. For pedestrianizing the streets, these high bars are formed of ribbed and mesh in order to create a covering of the street that allows for light to perforate through, while creating funnels for users to access the ground floor high bars through the facade. The high bars are laid out based on the same grid used in the platform, taking the outline of initial grid-based shell and applying the catenary structure principle using the outline as anchor points. The resultant shell from the application of that system. By taking the shell's outline and mesh structure generated, this would be the base for the formation of the ribs that would be the structural system of these high bars. The geometry therefore activates the streets and invites the users to engage in ground floor public activities. We will take you through previous research iteration leading up to this project.
So participatory platform. Throughout the year, we have been developing the game platform through investigating the rules of the game and questioning how we could achieve a balanced decentralized system where the community is invited to envision their neighborhood, a community-centric platform where the users socialize, collaborate, and invest in space and program creation in bottom-up manner.
The units that were previously invested in were later distributed into 4 types. The 88 public units consist of a 40-unit X large space, a 22-unit large space, and a 26-unit large space. This is the grid that the structural component was laid out in. And over here, we have the different furniture combinations and subdivisions of spaces. The gameplay started with the grid, and then the players would choose their voxels, and the aggregation would be generated.
As for geometry and fabrication, in Colab we tried to develop a minimal surface composition that was made of structural mesh, where the spatial quality, the circulation, and the structure would all be one. The second attempt was Social Hub, where we tried to translate a one-to-one representation of a participatory platform into a geometrical output, where each game decision was translated one-to-one into a hot wire cut module. In Hub Exchange Iteration 2, we tried to develop a set of modules that would respond to any game decision that was taken in consideration, therefore allowing us to respond into a universal system where any update or change could be implemented. Thank you.
Project.
Yeah, congrats. It's a nice project. I don't know who is moderating the discussion, so I don't know if I can start.
Philippe, please feel free to start. This is
okay.
It's a free-for-all. Anybody who welcomes comments.
Okay, thanks, Theo. So I want to congratulate you guys for this project. I think it's quite an impressive work. There's a lot of work, so I first want to commend you on that regarding the quantity of work. I have to say that the qualities of the project are of highly different kinds. Personally, I very much enjoyed the first part of the project, which is about the interface, the way you design, in a sense, just by selecting in real time a series of voxels. And I think this is really nice because it's extremely simple. It goes straight to the point. And I really believe that ultimately that's the way architectural design will be at some point. It won't go through plans and sections and standard measures, standard metrics, but it will definitely go through a metric based on integers, which in fact, I mean, you never used that in your presentation, but you could have mentioned it that it's based on a new kind of geometry, which is an integer geometry. So I think this part is really interesting. The second part, which concerns the construction, when you speak about the hyper shapes, and the use of the foam cutting, etc. I think it's okay, but it's okay in itself, almost as a standalone piece of research. What I believe, nevertheless, is that there's some inconsistencies when you put all of that together. I really believe, I mean, for example, on your renders, you never show any joints. You never show any, I mean, either like dilatation joints or some other kind of joints because you have modules. So at some point, because you have modules, we should see some joints at some point. But when you produce a rendering, we have the feelings that all this gigantic building has been produced in one piece, which is not the case, obviously. I mean, and you know that. The second thing is that we hardly understand what is the role of the skeleton in your project. Why do you need a skeletal structure when you make use of iPods? Because these iPod shells, you know, they are self-standing. You don't need to have any additional structure on top of that. You know, what is a bit weird here is that it's a bit like, I mean, just imagine that you make a candela building, but then instead of relying on the structural properties of the double curved shape, you add columns and beams, you know, in a Le Corbusier fashion. It's a bit weird, you see what I mean? So I believe the project has some amazing qualities, but for me, there is a great inconsistency in the way you assemble the first part based on voxels, and the second part, because ultimately you keep the skeleton while you exactly don't need this skeleton at all. You don't need it. And finally, the third thing, which is maybe a bit problematic, is obviously the issue of evolution. I mean, the whole project is based at some point on flexibility, but there's almost nothing less flexible than hyper shapes, hyper geometry. I mean, it's a quintessence of static forms. I'm not saying it's not interesting. It's in most cases extremely beautiful in terms of tectonics, and it has a deep rationality as a morphology, you know, as structural morphology. But the problem is that it's totally lacking any form of evolutivity. I mean, potential for evolution. So I think those things are not really addressed. But congrats, it's a beautiful work otherwise.
Andrew, go for it. You're muted.
Guys, feel free to jump into the conversation.
Okay,
in
cool.
an informal way.
Now I hear you. Now we hear you.
Yeah. I wasn't able to unmute myself, but I just wanted to build on Philippe's comments a bit. This question of inconsistency, I think, is interesting because I think you actually set up a very sort of like suggestive negotiation between the static frame, the minimal surface, and some of these other more continuous elements. Because, you know, as you probably know, historically and computationally, minimal surfaces are sort of like generated initially by frames. You think about this process of dipping soap films or dipping sort of like rigid frames into soap films and generating those continuous surfaces. And the subdivision process of by which minimal surfaces are typically generated computationally, there are these sort of like interstitial states between the frame and the sort of smooth condition. And I think this question of sort of like the rigidity of the structure or the sort of the sort of reading of the structure as something that is that feels somewhat static is related to that that situation. So, you know, for instance, in the initial setup, I'm super intrigued by this idea of a coin that's specifically around space allocation and what kind of smart contracts would, or how smart contracts would induce certain kinds of situations or encourage others. I think it's really interesting. I think it's potentially maybe a little bit underexplored, and maybe in the context of a studio project, it's not appropriate, but it's a super intriguing idea. But then it felt as if this was the initial investment, and that all of these startups are going to be they're going to be taking their initial sort of like stakes in the project. The project's going to be built, and then at some point things will change and evolve. But as Philippe pointed out, the evolution of those startups is actually a super critical aspect of the project. In 10 startups, 80% of them will fail within the first 2 years, some sooner, and a few will expand exponentially. And so that question of how those startups expand and negotiate relative to each other, I think, is a critical element. And at the end of the project, you sort of showed a few animations that suggested in the initial research that was a critical question. I think that there's a potential to expand on that more. But this question of kind of like, okay, we have the frame, we have these sort of like continuous surfaces that are inhabiting the frame. I think there's this interesting formal language which you could develop, which is almost the negotiation between these sort of like partial subdivisions or almost like quasi-fractal kind of structures which begin to negotiate those two. And it also allows for you to think about this question of modularity in a more credible way when you think about the interiors, because those smooth interiors, I mean, I know you did quite a bit of thinking about fabrication, but I would be curious about how those smooth interiors are reused when they've been specified to such a great degree. If you think about a sort of subdivided structure, which is continuously modular from the scale of the bay all the way down to the scale of the door handle or something like that, that could be really interesting. You can make an argument that all of that stuff is sort of like reassemblable at this atomic level, and it becomes a really the project partially becomes about that process of disassembly, reassembly in these various states of the project. So I think I mean, it is a phenomenal amount of work, and I think you guys executed it beautifully. I think there are these threads of additional problems which could be really interesting to dig into.
Actually, Andrew, I think this is implied in the project, because I saw this kind of fractal voxelization of the interior volume. So it seems to be implied there. So, and I do think your point is very well made about the fluidity of the startup world. And if you have the let's say native cryptocurrency to facilitate the exchanges, so all the spaces are NFTs, and then you're also imposing that cryptocurrency, the life of that depends in fact that market remains liquid, and you have a lot of changeover, and as the assets increase in value, you also the coin will increase, because if the rate of liquidity in exchanging spaces stays the same, and also a mechanism to get the initial investment off the ground through an ICO. Anyway, it wasn't explained sufficiently, but I thought that wow, yeah, I think it's a really, really strong project, very sophisticated on many levels, and yeah, we can't be blasé about that. So huge congratulations for me. It's like quite exemplary and rewarding to watch. And I particularly like, I mean, let's say, given the fact that the fluidity is maintained if there is a micromodularity on the interior, but the density and intricacy of these interior occupations is quite fascinating, because the space is not very large, but there's an enormous amount of differentiation of activity and action. So, and you still have, what's interesting, you still seem to have this kind of visual porosity. And that's also something, these units don't have to be hermetically walled against each other. They're just zones. And that will also add to the fluidity condition, and also the shared. How many of these spaces are shared? That's not visual in the encoding, but I mean, it becomes similar to the projects I've been doing, and you'll see the next one, that you could have that open porosity space, but with an intimate differentiation of zones and subzones. There are maybe tradable, but visually there is permeability across. So I think it's remarkable achievement.
I just wanted to follow on from Andrew's comment about the expansion and contraction of startup economies. I think what's really interesting, both about you trying to deal with, I guess, the gamification of space and future interfaces for design is really interesting. But I was thinking actually about narratives of how startups like succeed and fail, and how I guess that might fit into a metabolist understanding of the evolution of these spaces. Like I'm in Somerset House, and I think like about 10 years ago, there was a ride-sharing company called Halo to call black cabs, and they started in the basement, And as they got more investment, they actually moved up to the third floor where you have like sunlight and rents are much higher. And then when Uber came, they moved back down to the basement with smaller and smaller offices. So I think somehow, like, the examples you were using of different typologies of use cases for, like a VR startup or a crypto artist could actually, I felt like, be supplemented with a temporal understanding of the evolution of growth and failure of each startup. And, for example, using that growth and death analogy would be really interesting to see, because also, maybe one founder would go to the next startup and that would fail. And there's a kind of recurrence of use of spaces rather than individual contained areas. And I think I just want to say something about this idea of, consistency that Philippe was saying as well, this kind of seeming inconsistency between this like voxel model and this like hyper model of the visual aesthetic. And I was thinking not so much in architectural terms, but in terms of game design, basically. So it seems that in the first half of the presentation, you were kind of presenting a kind of platform for architectural design that was gamified, and that obeyed this like voxelized logic, or like which reminded me of like a sandbox game, like Minecraft, really, where the aesthetic is very defined, but each individual has like a lot of ownership on their like labor and the work that they're creating, versus what I saw as like a kind of hyper model of game aesthetic, which is, video games which have a much stronger visual aesthetic, whether that's like historical or cyberpunk or something. Because, the hyper is such a, well-known architectural high-tech figure that somehow I felt that, the kind of platform could either work if it had a very strong genre identity, or as a very strong kind of platform user builder identity. But when you have both simultaneously, I understand that's because, working as a team, but I feel that's where the inconsistencies lie, because I guess the visual genre of the space you're trying to create isn't so clear. But yeah, congratulations on all the hard work and on the project.
Maybe on that point, like it came up last time we discussed this project in December, the idea of a difficult whole, like these inconsistencies are indeed like the thing that is makes it real. We believe, like, also the kind of contrast between architect designed spaces or the seed spaces that reception areas and so on, that will kick off the development and or the gameplay versus user generated parts that Lawrence mentioned. And so one thing that could have kind of really heightened that is, like, if you're shown alternative realities, right? Alternative futures, like what would have happened if you started with a smaller seed, and or like, are there futures where there is no hyper? Are there futures where it is only cellular, and so on? Like, so I think, but it doesn't detract from the amazing work that you have done. Like, I think all of these are just high-level conversations that are enabled by the amount of work that you've done and the amount of issues that you've kind of brought to the table. And from all the projects in our studio, like, if I were to look back and think, like, what did we learn this year in terms of like the framework, we realized one thing is that all games need to have an in-game token, which Andrew also mentioned. The FlexiCoin, and this token is a spatial token, and so that's something that, like, you also try to highlight here in this project, and which is something that we will develop further. And the other framework requirement is like spatial modules, which are presets, design presets, because users are not really caring for like designing or customizing their space. They want to just have like ways to engage, and so adaptable presets. That's another aspect that like we would like to take forward. And again, it's something that you have showcased already between the various types of presets that you've shown between minimal surfaces and like the cellular offices and so on. And also user types, like stakeholder engagement, like means that there should be many different types of users and their actions should be different, which is something that you also try to implement, like, but you didn't speak much about the general, anybody other than the startup owner or the startup founders, which is fair enough, like given the amount of like other work that you've done, but like it's something maybe to think about, like in the context of like what Andrew and Lauren said, like, you know, what happens when startups die, or like do they hand over their assets to someone else, or we can, you know, quickly rejig it, or like, and so there is a kind of dynamic equilibrium of the total amount of resources in the building, let's say. Yeah, and then like the most important one I thought like is that we discovered and learned this year is the importance of rooting a project like in a site. Like increasingly, like, you know, you could think about like cyberspace, and it could easily be like any imagined world. Like, so what is the benefit of actually rooting it in London? So all of these things together, like, you know, your project helped us discover various aspects of gamified urbanism or participatory urban transformation. And so to that, like, I both, you know, congratulate you a lot, like everyone else has done, and like, but I also thank you for pushing the studio forward in these critical aspects. Yeah.
I mean, maybe just to pick up on a couple of the points that Lawrence and Andrew brought to the table, but I think Philippe also posed as a kind of, as a critique of the project, which I think is also potentially an opportunity. I think there's something to be said about the disruptive aspect that architecture has within these kind of very kind of fluid and ephemeral decision-making strategies that somehow manifest in different forms. And I thought one of the things that Lawrence mentioned was to play out narrative scenarios, which I think in some sense starts to speak about how different motivated stakeholders would not only interact differently, but the lifespan of those interactions would have different kind of durational attributes. How much of that is legible in the architecture, and how much of that is really a product of communication and kind of like creatively working through the constraints of realization. And when I was listening to Philippe speak to the challenges of your two systems, I think the issue that maybe the digital affordances are is that your project either somehow amplifies the kind of Frankenstein quality, which is saying like, here is a kit of parts and they get assembled and reassembled and deployed, like Andrew was mentioning, but with an audience and a kind of authorship which is really vast and plural, meaning like you allow that uncertainty and latency to become legible, or you use the digital playpen as a strategy to kind of hybridize and continuously change. And I think that that's where the processes of fabrication potentially could align with these kind of multiplayer strategies that maybe have radically opposing kind of mandates spatially, but that could be synthesized within the kind of gaming engine platform to create maybe new typologies or new kinds of strategies that don't seem to be so conflicting, and not trying to kind of simplify the complexity of more participatory managerial strategies within the manifestation of the building itself. And I think it goes back to the ongoing conversation between planning and play, and how this kind of continues through the kind of adaptive natures of the realization of the building. And one of the issues of site with your project is like, this is a very constrained and small site. And I think one of the kind of things for the studio to consider is like, with different degrees of magnitude, not only in terms of players, but in terms of spatial playpen, I think you would have the possibilities to understand the project and the systemic attributes a lot better. I think one of the issues that I have with the project is that I don't think the field is large enough to really see how conflict resolution and these kind of competing thought manipulations in the game can be tested. And so the iteration or the potential for the game to learn and so sort of upgrade the levels of interaction are not necessarily becoming so legible. But I think if you go back to the fabrication, which you're talking about, bespoke customization somehow being embedded to it, but play it out to different kinds of more extreme scenarios, I think that there is a way to maybe potentially find a solution space that actually uses the opportunity of these conflicting sometimes, not only design aesthetics, but I think Lawrence used the terminology of genre, which I think is interesting, because in some ways you're playing out a scenario of potentially also how these communities could offer a much more dynamic kind of startup culture. I mean, the rise and fall of companies is one thing, but the issue of like places like Somerset and Somerset House and others is always about community coming together. But physically being in a space doesn't necessarily mean that we're proactively kind of utilizing the creative capital to do something different or to bring a more transdisciplinary way of doing this. And maybe the architecture in some sense, because it's a form of resistance, can bring up those sensibilities within the ways that the architecture actually manifests itself. And I think the disassembly aspect, I think, is important. The components right now are modular in a digital playpen, but they're actually quite fixed and finite in its material manifestation as you're presenting it. It doesn't really have to be like that. I think you're trying to have it both ways with grid. And I think in some ways you can be inventive. You guys have been working through a lot of different strategies, and I think what's interesting about the project is not to see it as a finality, but to look at the scope of the research and where you can actually place value in maybe reconsidering some of those things. But the conversation is super high, and I'm sure there's a lot of other comments. So
yeah, just want to kick in this seamlessness of the final experience and the intricacy of flowing through space, precisely that kind of surprise that this is generated out of a planning module and a series of different systems which of components which play onto this planning module is, I think, very, very convincing. And the shells on the ground there also, you can see that menu of, like modulo, how they fit into the grid and how they generate larger forms. And then you lose the grid definition. I find very striking. So I'm absolutely ready, and I'm saying this because there are quite a few of my colleagues in the room here. I'm totally ready to go modular in Zarid Architects and in a number of projects and try that out, because I see more and more the power of this coming through. The other thing is in December we had something which was still quite incongruent. We discussed it, and it seemed like an unresolved collage. And my thesis was always, and that is, it really comes through here, that this can always be resolved. You can generate that collage into a difficult whole, into something which is quite convincing, and then in the more intricate, and you can integrate multiple systems into something which is then an intricate whole, which also has these multiple functionalities. So for me, it remains very, very powerful. In particular, this, yes, you could express, even if you express joint lines, it would still not diminish that achievement of continuity out of modularity. I mean, I think that's really underlying this project here.
Paolo, you don't need me to moderate. Just jump in whenever you like.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, first of all, apologies for coming so late, but I had to work. Theo, thank you very much for the invitation. I wanted to congratulate the team who just presented. It's really a lot of amount of amazing work. I'm going to be very brief, only maybe a comment and a question. So my main comment, first, it's in an exciting location in London, and especially addressing refurbishing existing structures However, I was also a bit disappointed, like Philip was saying, that only the facade was maintained. And then all this new structure appeared, and I was wondering, what is it previewed with the existing structure? Because we know nowadays that existing structures are the most embodied, have the most embodied carbon footprint. So I missed that part. And then I have only one question. Does your algorithm also include, when it defines all these structures for the outdoors and the canopies and all, do you also include site-specific in terms of environmental aspects such as solar radiation, daylighting, because it's a working space, so a wind velocity? This is my question.
You guys can respond. Do you guys want to respond?
I mean, yeah, I think that it is like a further layer of detail that we can implement in the future. But yeah, for now.
But you kept more than just the facade. You had another piece of that whole atrium you kept as well.
Yeah. I mean, okay. In terms of what we kept is, we kept the facade, but also we kept the atrium itself, which is now acting as our virtual lobby. So, I mean, we have demolished a lot of parts, but we kept the most kind of sophisticated part of the building, which was to the lobby of the building.
Yeah, but my question was more in regards to what do you do with the things that you demolished? I mean, did you incorporate in your, in your new construction? Anyhow, it's a wonderful project. So
I think, Paula, your question, I think, is a very important one, because you're dealing with combinatorial strategies and environmental factors, quality of light, the way we deal with porosity, density. I mean, those are things that are attributes that it seems that the intelligence of the gameplay in some sense would take into account. So that decision-making are not really prescriptive, but there are ways of evaluating contingencies of how these things are kind of affording and evolving. I think these are things that can definitely be picked up on and discussed in different ways, but I think there's an importance to that, as well as the issue of how we interface with existing buildings. But I know that we have a lot of critics, so I'd like for the DRL guys, staff, to kind of step back for a second and let Ali and Yele and Stephen and Nasia and Manuela, Vasilis kind of take control, if that's okay.
Can I say something on... Manuel, do you want to...
No, it's okay, Vasiko.
Well, I enjoyed this presentation. It's an incredible project. And first of all, I think it's an incredible research-based project. And in all aspects, you have dived into immense depth in every single part of it. And the amount of work was completely astonishing. And in every iteration of the presentation, you were going deeper and deeper, and briefly, very, very briefly presented the iterations you have done in in every element. And from that point of view, the research part of the project was it's remarkable, and I congratulate you on this. And also the agenda is very ambitious and very contemporary. This combination of several different aspects that relate to the use of the space, and the combination of different types of uses that this can have, and tectonics that come into place, and fabrication that comes into place, and mass customization and interface design, and all these different things create a very complex, a very demanding project to develop, and you have done a very good job on this. There are perhaps several issues to consider for the future, but let's remain on what you have achieved. And I think you have achieved a lot to trigger all these different aspects. And one part that I really think it's very, very successful and very powerful is that you have employed 3 different types of systems, which is very difficult to handle because they have a lot of they have different parameters, they have different aesthetics, they have different tectonics, but by introducing these 3 different systems, I read this attempt that you want to create a gradient of flexibility or gradient of adaptability. And from this aspect, it's a very successful move and very, very interesting move that you try to employ all these 3 different types of organizations. For the future, I think resolving all these different issues that come from the comments about how adaptable this can be in the future if the adaptability remains in the part of the design and not what happens after the occupation changes ownership or changes use. This can be a question that can be later developed, but for the time being, it's an incredible work, and congratulations.
I just wanted to say the same, totally agreeing with Vasily. I think what I think is quite striking is for a master degree type of project is kind of like the design sensibility, the eye that you have, and that you're demonstrating, just like just commenting on the final outcome in your designs. And I think the choice also, the sensibility of choosing the right type of geometry, which is so fit for purpose for the type of use you have. For instance, minimal surfaces, porosity, visual interaction, and proximity are so useful in a working environment because that means people are closer, they see each other, there's more cross-contamination, especially with a startup environment like this one. So yeah, definitely, even only commenting on this, part of the project, I think the work is wonderful, very, very well done.
I think all of the comments have been so on point. I just salute the team. It's obviously an incredible volume and quality of work. Congratulations.
I agree. Everything's been said. I mean, I like the conversation, the range. I mean, if I compare the project I saw yesterday to today, I'm not sure I'm allowed to do that. I just much prefer the front end of this project because it's really tying into a lot of the kind of Web 3.0 and how it's developing and sort of NFT culture. I mean, Eric Adams, the new mayor of New York, for example, is just going to, he's thinking about, in any case, launching a token which is related to the real estate value of New York City. So you can buy that for $10 or $100 or $1,000 or $100,000 or $1 million. It doesn't matter what sort of the range is, but what's interesting about it is that the real estate in Manhattan is just limited. So you get a piece of that. And then as value increases, your sort of wealth increases. And it's not only for residents of Manhattan, but it's for the world. So I think this, in terms of a microfinancing strategy, is fascinating because there's no state funding coming to New York and there's no federal funding coming to New York. So this is his way of actually raising the value of the city of New York, which is quite interesting. So, and I think that this project is kind of trying to do that in a way, but it's also, it's kind of taken on some of these front-end issues that I raised yesterday. So I think I really enjoy the research. I also really like the way you're thinking about the architecture. personally, I don't like the outcome. To me, I'm just thinking about very basic things. It reminds me of work I did at graduate school in 1993, and now we're in 2022. So there's a huge shift, and I know Patrick is going to go nuts, but it's okay. There's a huge shift in everything, man. The comments on kind of the multiplicity of systems, the regeneration or recombination, I think is an opportunity, particularly in the gaming environment, that can evoke a completely different set of criteria, maybe, of how to evaluate it in terms of a digital condition, which is also a material one. And I think that this was mentioned earlier, but I'm wondering the sort of the hybridization of these systems could lead to something that we haven't seen before, which could be fascinating. Or if you do want these to grow and develop through time, that's also interesting, because if you negotiate a way to connect between a surface and a stick, for example, dependent on the amount of negotiation won by one side or another side, it could develop into something different. It doesn't need to remain either, right? It doesn't need to be A or B. It could be somewhere, 40% A, 60% B, or a new variation, not a variation, a new element, a new object that could be included into that accumulation. Just a thought, but I really do want to say that I enjoyed the research. I also enjoyed the research yesterday tremendously in this work. And the one yesterday, I thought architecturally was more advanced. I thought it was a simple idea, but the way it was manifest had the potential to produce something super precise and really well crafted through kind of the seaming strategies of origami and curved origami. I thought simplistic initially, but as the project grew, it became more intricate and more complex and more interesting with kind of these negotiated interfaces. So that's just my 2 cents, but I've really enjoyed the maniacal nature of the work. I love it for what it is and how you're positioning it within contemporary culture. And I can't wait to see where it goes and how it develops.
I think that's a good point to kind of take a break on this project, and we got 2 more to go, and I'm sure Patrick will have the next project, if I'm not mistaken, is from Patrick's studio. So I'm sure the conversation will continue in those directions. So thanks so much to the students. We're going to take a couple minutes just to switch to the next team and continue the conversations. And thanks for all the critics who are joining us, actually. Thank you.
That's all right. I just, yeah, because Yara you can keep it there like
is the presentation. Oh, okay. Very good.
Yeah, it's over there.
This is the view. So you just click.
But nobody did. Yeah, tell someone.
You're not supposed to read this.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think what Danny said, like we can.
I have to be here and you're here. The click is, but I need to have this one. We need that big thing. We need charger just in case. Yeah, that one is full charge, but just in case it turn off, we have.
There's a big touchpad thing. My daughter's got one that folds right over and becomes a tablet by these people. They're quite good. I think you might have a, I don't know. There's a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Could be. Yeah. Just try.
I need to click manually. Where do I this and where do I click there?
So to come out of the if it got a slide,
I will do it.
it's okay. Just do this and go back.
Yeah. We will do good. And then we would click, so you will end up there.
I go there. I will pass you the.
This is here. It's fine. I can do it from here. Look.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me? Look there. Yeah. I also have to read this and see this. Yeah, I need. This is Bengal. You can leave it here. You can leave. You can leave it here. Hello, everyone. This? Do you think this? Huh? What? Oh. Uh-huh. Me too. You're yeah, yeah. Yeah. Even Hello everyone, we are Team Spectra from Studio Schumacher. I'm Samane and these are my teammates Daniela, Gaurav and Shavi. Communication and collaboration are increasingly moving into the digital domain. With population dispersed globally, the use of advanced digital tools has brought people together and allowed for a new way of working collectively. This method of working exhibits the possibility of overcoming the limitation of the physical world and contemplates both real and virtual realms. Most meetings will take place in the mixed reality, and Spectra serves as a common platform where users, regardless of their geographical location, can participate in a single communication event. We thus look at ways of expanding the physical office locally with windows into the virtual or globally with the use of VR hubs and purely virtual spaces. Windows are created from physical to virtual worlds and vice versa to design an integrated mixed reality for collaboration. Designated immersive spaces are designed as windows into the virtual world. Because of the ephemeral nature of the virtual, their physical representations are dynamic. Fully immersive spaces called VR hubs are designed as inflatable. Semi-immersive deployable membrane structures are projected onto as well. We started by looking at ways in which the physical and virtual could be integrated, and experimented with these means of augmenting the physical with a layer of virtuality. This included projections with 45-degree angled surfaces and peppercones. We then experiment with projection, color, and texture to test how the virtual can activate the physical spaces. We analyze different scenarios based on interactivity, privacy, and possible method of interaction, and design some of the main spaces like lecture halls, meeting room, and social areas. After analyzing them based on the number of people attending physically or virtually, we realized each scenario's pose a spectrum of possibilities. Thus, we conceptualize a spectrum between what we identified as the physical and understand as the virtual. There exists a gradient in degrees of virtuality kind of space, as well as what happened in them. Some spaces are purely physical, and some exist only in the virtual world. Most spaces exist in the mixed reality. This is where most collaboration and interaction happens. There exists a spectrum of mixed reality conditions which exhibit a gradient in virtuality, immersiveness, and method of interaction. We believe this gradient must be expressed in the environment through semiology. One of the most important semiology in spectra is linear to curvilinear. As we move from physical to virtual, the geometry changes from linear to curvilinear in a seamless manner. These angular to curvilinear characteristics can be seen in furniture as well. These are some typical furniture arrangements we use for various scenarios in different realities. In addition to semiological differentiation, we develop systems based on different programs. We also develop a set of dynamic furniture systems that are responsive to user behavior. Here, surfaces peel out to create furniture and spaces. Similarly, based on user needs, surfaces from the floor inflate to create furniture. We started by analyzing the context and accessibility of our site, which lies in the Queens waterfront in New York. The site is surrounded by various isolated green spaces and short bike lanes, which are proposing to connect through activities at the waterfront. As fluid naturally transfer from straight to curved, we employed them as a mean of understanding form and located spaces. Additionally, we explore curved growth as a part of form finding, as it also transfers from linear to curvilinear. We then developed physical prototyping using different materials. This simulation also produced spaces of various sizes. The more curvilinear elements are, the smaller spaces become. We designed iterations of the massing model, all which transition from linear to curvilinear. This is the one we have chosen to develop further. We then identify two urban profiles on our site, the grid's orthogonal grid of the New York and the fluidity of the water. This is the initial massing strategy of how structure aimed to blend in seamlessly with both very different ends of the site. We located the gradient in virtuality by identifying the site toward lands as physical and water as virtual. Thus, there is a gradient in virtuality, immersiveness, and form as we move across the site. The building is divided into 3 longitudinal sections based on program. Spectra has 2 main entrances, one from the rectilinear end and the other from water side. These trace an axis which holds the heart of spectra in the middle. All spaces in the spectra thus fall under a specific reality and program, creating a matrix of spaces with unique characteristics. This is our building for spectra, which holds inside it all the spaces in the matrix. Here you can see some spectra blends into context at both sides and slowly transforms from linear to curvilinear.
This is the main entrance from the physical side of spectra, and it responds to the context of the urban grid. This is the building retained on site. The proposal intends to embrace this structure, and it further exaggerates the linear section of spectra. We use the top of the existing building to activate a corner, to work as a beacon, and to attract visitors. A restaurant is also retained on site, and it intentionally blends with the social area of spectra. Virtuality is introduced through the use of curved landscape. Water serves as a projectable surface through which users can get a sense of the virtual world. Curves imitate the water's fluidity and frame outdoor gathering spaces along the water. This render shows the secondary entrance that drives visitors into the mixed reality and heart of spectra. A continuous fluid waterfront is proposed to promote activity and allow for engagement with projections from the virtual world. Interiors. The social area is located in the center, and it passes through the core of the structure, and the conference areas are located near the water perimeter in order to utilize those spaces as public gatherings. The workspaces are positioned on the left. As the work areas are located close to the 5-story building, it matches its height, and as we move towards the water, the building becomes more approachable, and thus conference areas are lower in height. In the social area, the level of privacy increases upwards, and it connects to workspaces only on the top floors. The longitudinal section shows the atrium at the heart of spectra and the structure. Its position allows for users from all programs and realities to interact in a common space. The architectural language allowed us to create big openings for intervisibility, and programs are linked through bridging, thus creating continuous floor plates as structural support. The protagonism of the main atrium can be read from both sides and inside the building also. It also contains a water body on which images from virtual corresponding spaces can be projected. This is the private work area lobby. Here you can see the augmentation of physical through the use of screens and projections. Here you can see how lightning color changes as the degree of virtuality in the space changes also. We started by first analyzing the scenarios that could be created through using different methods of interaction between co-present and remote users. Level 3 contains private meeting rooms, which are adaptable, and properties like interactivity, virtuality, and privacy can be controlled using a tablet. These meeting rooms allow for extension of the physical and collaboration through the use of surfaces. Surfaces on the building in the mixed reality areas can be used as windows into the virtual. Even though the main lecture and the building looks like a conventional structure, its aesthetics and experience are dynamic based on the degree of virtuality. The space opens up to create relationship with the exterior, thus anchoring people to their physical while they experience the virtual. The virtual conference area holds VR hubs that allow users to connect to a conference in any part of the virtual world. This is the social area that contains a kinetic ceiling, which allows virtual users to navigate through the physical space. A similar ceiling system is used as a casual environment, and color is used to activate the space. Structure. This is the main structural system for spectra. It can be understood as both columns or architectural element in the transfer of loads for the shell downstairs. The structural strategy also follows the linear to curvilinear language. A 28-meter grid was mapped in order to organize structural elements. The physical side of the structure consists of rectilinear planes that hold only 1 to 2 levels. As we move towards the mixed, slight curves are introduced. Moving more towards the virtual, singular curved structural elements are utilized in different scales. Finally, stage 4 comprises a very curved solution arranged in a spiral. These are designed to hold no more than 2 levels.
Facade. Since virtual is signified by inflatables, and because most methods used to augment the physical are effective in dimly lit environments, we designed a facade module that controls the amount of light entering the structure through inflation. The facade is responsive to the degree of virtuality in space, and as spaces become more virtual, the corresponding modules become more inflated. This is a prototype of the same, showing the different stages of inflation. The legibility and coherence of a media facade depends on where it is viewed from. We thus developed a layered strategy for our facade system. A lower resolution image is projected onto the inflatable facade to be viewed from a distance. A second layer of high resolution media is presented behind it to be viewed from up close. We then divided this facade up with the use of an exoskeleton. Self-forming fabrics. One of the methods of prototyping we employed is printing on a stretched fabric. This includes the printing of a less elastic material like PLA on top of an elastic pre-stressed fabric. Once tension is released, the structure finds the balanced state between tension and compression forces and transforms into a 3D structure. These are some of the different outcomes. We realized the printing of different patterns on cloth resulted in distinct forms. To understand them categorically, we tried geometry based on vector fields to analyze what effect they would have on the outcome. We then simulated them digitally and analyzed how they can be used in different scenarios. These prototypes can be seen as dynamic structures which could be held flat up against the ceiling in tension during a more physical scenario. As the degree of virtuality increases, tension can be released and the three-dimensional structure can be used as a surface for projection, thus making the scenario a mixed reality one. These structures create collective semi-immersive environments. Projecting parts of the virtual world on them creates a condition that encourages chance encounters between co-present and remote users. Here is an example of trying to scale up this prototype using robotic fabrication. The virtual world. The project generates a spectrum of realities with varying degrees of virtuality, ranging from purely physical to mixed to purely virtual. This is the physical footprint of the building that includes the physical structure along with the pier and floating light elements on the water representing the virtual world. This is the virtually present part of the building. The virtual acts as an extension of the physical and includes both the purely virtual as well as the virtually present mixed reality areas. The digital office consists of a mixed reality area which is a digital twin of the floor plates physically present. As we move along the gradient, the virtuality increases. The digital twin coexists with purely virtual extensions. And finally, in blue, we have the purely virtual areas which have very limited physical presence. The means of creating the virtual world also depend on its physical presence. The parts that have a physical presence, the parts that have a physical presence can be developed through photogrammetry, and its events can be live streamed using 360 cameras. However, purely virtual areas would have to be 3D modeled. We look at an example of an auditorium in different realities to see how they function differently. This is an auditorium that exists in mixed reality number 2. Okay. This is an auditorium that exists in mixed reality condition 2. Since the virtual and physical are digital twins, the space is occupied by physical and virtual users simultaneously. Physical users appear on the virtual as avatars. Virtual users are visualized in the physical either through screens or peppercones. Since this is a more physically dominant scenario, virtual users also have the option of streaming the events through 360 cameras, which create immersive panoramic spheres in the virtual. This is an auditorium from mixed reality condition 3. Here, a part of the seating area is a digital twin and has purely virtual extensions, which can be occupied as additional seating by virtual users. Visuals from the purely virtual extensions are displayed on the physical through the use of screens. These are some of the spaces from the virtually present mixed reality. The presence of angular screens in fluid areas represent a fixed window into the physical. These help create spaces that coexist in both physical and virtual realities, allowing interaction between co-present and remote users. Floor plates are interspersed with openings to allow for intervisibility, and surfaces on floors and walls can turn into screens, which can be flexible windows into different realities or can be used to display information. Along with walls, surfaces on furniture can also be used as screens to allow for more collaborative and intertwined mixed reality conditions. This is a walkthrough of an area of the mixed reality space. Here you can see how the overhead lines help users control their movements ahead of time and give a clearer indication of the directionality of space. This allows for a smoother navigatory experience. Dynamic spaces in the virtual. Spaces in the virtual world are designed as dynamic. Templates are created for different programs, and users can choose any template for a space and customize its size, number of screens, functionality, interiors, etc. as needed. As the level of virtuality increases to its highest level, spaces on the far right can also be changed based on users' needs. Initially, most spaces are randomly sized and empty. Once users enter the space, they can set the size, and the adjoining empty spaces contract to accommodate for this expansion. Certain spaces and corridors are static and don't change size at all. The ceilings of empty spaces are floating. Once occupied and customized by its users, the ceiling comes down to create a designated space with a specific function and size. All static spaces become wooden walkways in the physical, and dynamic spaces are represented by floating lit-up elements that move to represent the current shape and size of the dynamic spaces. Within the boundaries of these lights and walkways, visuals of the corresponding virtual world are projected onto the water for physical users to see and interact with. Here you can see the spaces created by the pier that allow for physical users to experience the virtual through projections on water.
Experiencing the virtual world. In the virtual world, the sequence of user experience is critical. It is curated based on the user's roles such as host, guest, and employee. Users start by creating an avatar which resonates with their physical being and represents it in the virtual through the use of emoticons. This helps virtual users understand each other's mood and approachability even with a lack of facial expressions and body language. This is the interface in the virtual world which every user is able to view and interact with. This interface allows user to make changes to their personal ID, receive messages and notifications, and take screenshots. The virtual world includes additional features such as whiteboards, privacy bubbles, and mirrors. Screens are important elements in the virtual. They help create information-rich environments by displaying information along with windows into different realities. There also exist many different markers which indicate if areas are accessible or not. For example, if a chair is occupied or can be used, or if a meeting is private or public. Generally, virtual users can navigate a space through walking, but in extreme virtuality, they even have the option to fly. Once users enter the virtual world, they have different ways of entering spaces, such as through using a meeting ID, jumping on a map, or teleporting through screens. Semiology in virtual world. Next slide. The virtually present world has a light and dark that resonates with the time of the day of the virtual user's geographic location. Can I play the video? Color is one of the main signifiers in the virtual world. Purple areas are the virtually present mixed reality, and areas with blue highlights are purely virtual areas. Avatars and mixed reality areas are real-time video representations of users. In the virtual, they are realistic 3D avatars with biometric emoticons. There also exists a semiology in screens. In the mixed reality, the screens are angular or a part of the floor plates, and in the purely virtual areas, they can be floating or as part of the ceiling. There also exists a color signifier in the virtual that works like an alarm system. For instance, when a user is late for a meeting, their view of the virtual world turns red as a way of alerting them. There exists a semiology in the number of bands present in the shell. This corresponds to the number of screens that are usually used in an area. For example, an auditorium will have one screen that all users look at collectively and thus has one band. A workspace or meeting area needs multiple screens for individual users and thus have more bands. Design of the virtual world. The virtual world consists of a main corridor with rooms on either side. Some of these rooms are fixed in terms of size, position, and functionality. These include fixed social auditorium, workspace, and meeting areas. The others are flexible in all aspects. There also exist very private detached areas that can only be accessed through meeting codes. The corridor consists of various design elements that are semiological. A blue band on the floor indicates gathering spaces, lighting elements on the floor indicate express tracks, and lines in the ceiling help in navigation. Express tracks are routes that can be taken by the user through which they can move quickly through space without being interrupted. At the intersection of the mixed and purely virtual world lies the central lobby. This is where users arrive the moment they enter the virtual world and then choose which reality to go into. The navigator ceiling lines then intertwine to create a spiral situation, thus signifying the intermixing of both realities in the central lobby. This becomes one of the focal points of the virtually present space, and because of its height, helps in wayfinding and navigation. Both realities have a seating area on either side where users can wait for each other and adapt to the virtual world. Users can go to information points to seek help. And these are a few of the experiences of spaces in the purely virtual world. This sequence shows each of the different templates that users can experience, including meeting rooms, auditoriums, workspaces, and social areas. All users are remote and present as 3D avatars and can navigate the space. This is a walkthrough spatial experience of the digitally present office. And thank you. We would like to say a special thanks to our tutors, Patrick, Pierre, and Theo. Thanks a lot. And Phase 1 helpers. Thank you.
Critics to comment on the project.
Maybe I'll start. Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation. Amazing experiments, and I think aesthetically it's really beautiful. I mean, one thing I'd like to actually just ask the team is, because so much of the building is either projected on or is a screen or is somehow interactive to the point of being like a screen and being, constantly shifting and dynamic. One thing I was thinking is, what would the building be if it were, all of the surface as a screen? And on the other hand, I was wondering how you were thinking about the frame of that. In some of the, in the 3D printing experiment on the fabric, in which it kind of found its own form by itself, it seemed to suggest that you were also thinking about the frame, but so much of the presentation, because it was so engaged with, ideas of this virtuality and digital twin, seem to always be thinking of ways in which more of the surface could become a screen or something like that. So yeah, I just wondered what your thoughts were of the different ways of framing those screens, because as someone who works a lot in VR, sometimes you crave a kind of frame or a ground in a very simple sense to orient yourself as a user. So yeah, I just wondered if you had thoughts about that.
I mean, even the surfaces that you do project on are screens eventually, right? It's just, it adds a degree of virtuality. Like, we're assuming there's a degree of virtuality in the whole building so that the more physical areas don't have many projections. But when they do become more mixed and the scenarios are becoming more mixed, those fabrics kind of deploy down and then projected onto, so then it adds a degree of virtuality to a physical space. So I mean, I feel like it will ground you to your physicality and give you an option of looking at the virtual if you want to. But as you go more towards the virtual, there are increasingly more number of projections and VR hubs. Yeah, so it changes throughout.
Perhaps just to clarify a few questions that I had. How do you envision the access to the virtual part of your project? Like, is this something that can be accessed by anyone outside of the project itself, by a regular headset, by a browser? Like, how do you step on the virtual part of your project? Because it's clear that you have the gradient of the physical, the mixed reality, and then the virtual, but it's a bit unclear. How do you actually get to the virtual part of it?
I mean, we're saying that anyone who enters the virtual world enters in a specific position, and then they're given certain roles that are designated and controlled by someone. So I mean, if someone enters as a guest, they only have access to certain areas. Maybe they don't even have the ability to explore through spaces. Maybe they just have to enter a meeting code and enter that space. So it depends on your designation in the space and what you're allowed to do. So I guess anyone's allowed to enter the virtual world. It's what they can do in it that's controlled.
Yeah, I mean, I was also a little bit curious about what happens on the other side in these sort of like thresholds or moments of interaction between the virtual and the physical. And as I was thinking through this, I was really intrigued by the couple of moments where you suggest certain kinds of tactile textures. I was intrigued by this idea of sort of like projecting onto the water, for example, or these inflatable elements on the facade that would almost like de-res some of the imagery and projection. And you know, at the same time, I was thinking about these sort of like experiments in sort of like inflatable cinemas in the 70s. Martin Heath and his sort of like inflatable mobile and those kinds of things. And there were a couple of things that sort of like converged there. The first thing was like, are the textures of this kind of space the textures that you intend, and the textures which have the capacity to kind of like realize the full potential of this very new kind of media? Like there's a smoothness about the project which, you know, I think it's compelling and beautiful. I also wonder if there might be moments where those inflatables actually begin to occupy much larger spaces within the kind of like the physical version of the building. I know that they exist sort of like at this micro level in the facade, but I didn't catch whether they actually sort of like became occupiable spaces within the main structure itself. So, and you know, inflatables have a very different kind of texture than the kind of smooth qualities that are indicated at least in the renderings. And so I was curious if you might play that out even further and ask, okay, well, is there a palette of other kinds of textures that actually subvert your expectations of screen space and subverts your expectations of the kind of smoothness of that virtual reality? You know, the other thing that kind of came to mind is in thinking about these moments of interaction between the virtual and physical, where that you kind of suggest some sort of like rethinking of certain kinds of typologies in very interesting ways. Like the auditorium example, I thought was actually quite smart and really inventive, because at first when you presented that, I imagined, okay, well, the virtual audience is going to be on these screens at the periphery, but I love the idea that you could sit down and next to you would be someone that you could converse with, and you could have sort of like, you know, hushed murmurs of conversation as the performance is going on. It changes the sort of social dynamic in those spaces. And so I think there's an opportunity, and I'm sure you've considered this, to think about how those human actors take on different kinds of manifestations within the physical architecture. The other thing that I wonder is that, you know, when I think of when I think of Fortnite and these other kinds of like potentially mixed reality experiences and the sort of like concerts that are happening in those spaces, people take on avatars which are not at all human and have all sorts of other dimensional and physical kinds of characteristics. So why limit things to that? I can imagine that this thing is much more of a kind of like weird post-human menagerie than a kind of like slick co-working space. But I mean, the project is beautiful, and I think that you guys have thought about things in some very interesting ways. I just want to push a little bit on that kind of the question of how we might understand the sort of like weirdness of VR and the weirdness of that sort of post-human menagerie. I think there's a chance to make it very tangible in the project.
Yeah, just to, I don't know, food for thought, I guess, is I would question a little bit the part of the mixed reality idea of your project, right? So I think one of the key elements of something like mixed reality is that, I mean, on the one hand, you are carrying the virtual reality in your head, right? When you see the projection through your headset and you're able to interact with objects that are not really there. I think one of the problems with interpreting the screens and these kind of, again, even if they're really beautiful and they are able to change and modify, but they are still 2D elements that are either projected on the walls or on these structures that would come down or in the ceiling or in whatever sort of feature that your building would have. I think that it doesn't really meet the expectation of mixed reality because it's not something you can actually interact with. And it's not something that is there for every user, right? It's something that every user would have the same view of the world. I think the analogy that you make at the beginning when you talk about them kind of like portals or like mirrors, I think that is very suitable. I just wouldn't argue that is necessarily mixed reality because it doesn't really allow you to carry these interactions back and forth, right? Like you can go and speak with the guy in the screen, he's not gonna talk back, right? So some of these interactions that the project would actually enable wouldn't really happen if this is the interpretation that you have of mixed reality. So I think there are other areas, however, that are also interesting. So when you talk about these projections instead on the reflective surfaces, right? These angled kind of reflective mirrors where you can actually create a hologram. Well, that seems like the kind of place where you can also allow for a feedback device, right? Either a camera so that somebody on the opposite side of that place can actually see you and can interact with you, can hear you, can say something, rather than the projection only on the fabric. And then with regards to the actual virtual part of the project, I mean, I think that's quite interesting. I'm just wondering, how do you actually allow people to access it? Because it looks like there's still quite a bit of a connection between the physical part of the building and then the completely virtual, right? You don't want to completely detach it. So the way that you access it is kind of important, right? Because otherwise then just have your building in the browser, just lying somewhere in a cloud server and you don't need the physical, the digital twin, right? It doesn't need to be connected to anything physical. And I think it's not necessarily clear how that benefits from the fact that it does have a physical twin, right? So I think that can be expanded a little bit, or maybe just that it didn't come through in such a clear way. But I think in general, some of these concepts are very interesting. I think it's just a matter of how they are getting communicated. I think maybe there needs to be a little bit more of coherence as to how you are envisioning these sort of experiences for people.
Jose, just to answer a few of those. I mean, there is the mixed reality definitely is assuming that those screens show the expansion and extension of the space you're in, and you are communicating. They are talking back, and you're sharing a space and event with the screen as being that membrane which nearly dematerializes because of the continuities. With respect to the point of, and of course, the virtual part is accessible universally across the world, but obviously it is this incubators, this companies, this events space, which has a particular characteristic. So here the connection is that it is very important to have these continuities between the real architecture and the virtual architecture through some kind of stylistic coherence or similitude and recognizability. And also, I mean, there is this element which I find quite successful, that within that virtual world you have certain screens, windows, which show you the physical space ongoing. So also this reminder that this is part of a physical institution, and this, what is in that window, maybe you can or cannot communicate in this way at that point, but these reminders, I mean, but there should have been more. I mean, some of these, the virtual spaces located in Queens with part of that institution, which locates itself there, but is also inviting a lot of remote people to come there. So I think that's very important, that grounding for the CSIS, and maybe it doesn't come through sufficiently everywhere. I mean, if I had a criticism looking back at the project, is that, and it's been mentioned, I think, that the real architecture maybe lacks tectonic discipline, lacks material definition. And there's also a part, of course, of working through. So there's this kind of easy seamlessness because both of them are not digitally represented. And then we lose this aspect of really detecting which elements through which degrees of similitudes and contrast we are distinguishing and connecting those two worlds. And so in a sense, one would have to render and work through the real part quite photorealistically with a lot of sense of reality, and then see how that, which parts are screens framed within that, which parts are, temporarily become screen and then become just glass elements and so on. So, but of course, it's a big challenge, and maybe it's the project is a little too large. But I think if I had a criticism was that the definition of that materiality, because in that world we have to track and want to understand those contrasted extensions and how much you can make with degrees of abstraction. And I think that's quite beautiful in the virtual spaces. You have this kind of whitewashed world, where certain things become much more conspicuous now, and then you have a black version, the white version. That means also something, which leads you back to some kind of locational sense. So the night and the day, let's say where the core of the event is located or where the visitor is located. So there are these mechanisms and ideas. Overall, I think it's just very large and becomes relentless, and maybe there's too much homogeneity in the project, and that's just, of course, the difficulty of having such a large project. And I think I would have wished that, although there's been a lot of exterior spaces designed, that there would have been more explored, because then we also know that we're stepping out of that, what comes across that all too seamless now. Anyway, so I still think it's a remarkable project, and it makes me think a lot, and helps us, I think, to think through the dangers and opportunities in that paradigm.
I just want to respond, or maybe sort of like build a little bit on what Patrick has mentioned, because I think, Patrick, you've put your finger on a kind of like key question around virtual environments, which is this sort of like consistency critical, or is the heterogeneity of environments, the heterogeneity of the physical environment versus the other virtual environments to which you have portals, is that the sort of, is that the opportunity? And I think this idea of sort of like consistency actually makes some sense. You begin to sort of like see the two, the virtual and the physical, as coherent. But then I think the question becomes, what is the kind of sociality that you're trying to promote, or that you have the opportunity to promote within that space? Is that sociality, including all of the furniture and all of the sort of presentations of the people in those virtual and sort of quasi-virtual spaces, are those also intended to have a sort of a kind of consistency, or does the consistency of the architecture actually allow heterogeneity and a whole range of other kinds of experimental approaches? I think that tension between heterogeneity and consistency,
absolutely,
in this reality is interesting.
Unity across difference and differentiation of there's this, let's say, contrasts and similitudes can coexist, because there are many dimensions in which you can be similar, which leaves other dimensions by which you can differ. I think that is my preference always. To aim to have both at play. A total dislocation would make no sense, and a total twinning would also not make sense. So it is precisely that question: which aspects are continuous and which aspects are discontinuous without tearing off the sense of unity, which must be maintained. Otherwise, it's a random space. Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about this sort of not entirely successful hybridity, right? But I think it's maybe a false problem in the sense, right? I posted, for instance, the Edison universal stock ticker. I mean, this concept has been around for a while, right? Let's say this was sharing the stock data over the telegraph since the very late 19th century. So in a sense, virtuality in a bank for over a century, there's little virtual about it. You see what I mean? Is that their reality is the stock ticker, is the Bloomberg terminal, right? And I think, in a sense, what I find attractive in this proposition is that, okay, we're going to do our own version of an ultimate Bloomberg terminal, right? And in a sense, this is no longer virtual, in a sense, right? These are the figures that are shaping this world, right? And so also, let's say, I mean, trading and these banks, they operate on infrastructures that have a locality, right? I mean, the kind of connections, the high frequency trading that is required for that, for instance, if you do high frequency trading, you don't do it on glass fiber, right? It's kind of these microwave kind of connections that are, right? There's an incredible hyper-specific infrastructure for these incredibly virtual worlds that are also these kind of realities. So what I see these figures roaming around, right? But why are they not collaborating in incredibly advanced data analysis, right? So to conjure up new insights, and I think there's validity to the proposition, but I think it lacks a specific program a little bit, right? So should a bank be an ultimate Bloomberg terminal, and is that thing so important that it gives shapes to the architecture of that institute, of that particular bank, right, or stock exchange or whatever, right? So these aren't virtualities anymore, right? This is what governs what dictates almost, you could say, our lives. So then make it a bit more fetishize that a little bit more, celebrate a little more. So these, is that there's too much the sensation of a solution looking for a problem, right? But I think, in a sense, the data and the facts and the abstract realities that are the data that governs these kind of institutes, should that not take up a more central place, and that this kind of embodiment lures you even deeper into this realm, which might be quite which I find a tempting prospect. My 2 cents.
Just to kind of build on that a little bit, the 300 miles of cable on the New York Stock Exchange. 300 miles, that's a lot, right? So I was very impressed by some of the material studies. I mean, I really like them. I like the way the 3D sort of as the deposit started sort of drying, it sort of crumpled the materiality. I thought some of the earlier vector studies were also very interesting, and the potential of those to give you specificities is all there. So, and then, when I started hearing the conversation that the students brought to the table about straight line versus curved line, it started kind of missing the potential of all the material research that they had. I mean, you can do that in the virtual world quite easily, I think, but within the material world, there could have been just more exploration of how to bring some of those studies into the actual building parts. And, I love to see kind of these just really very redundant surfaces that kind of emerge from these studies, and that could be potentially, for me, fascinating. A fascinating extreme of just a continuous surface. You know, so you have these conditions which are related. They're not different. They're made in the same system, but just thinking about what the potential would be. So they are very highly controlled, and I do like the way they become structurals, et cetera, and develop or bring loads down to the ground. But I'm just wondering what the next phase of that would be. Is already in some of the material studies where not only the sort of spatiality could be inscribed in the structure versus things that could bundle in space, you know, in volume. And then the finer sort of surface still needs a structure, right? So you have just a very normal structure, or then things that are completely inscribed that produce larger vectors versus things that are growing off the ceilings to develop these very bundled volumes, you know? And so all the work is there. I just think it's maybe a question of time, of thinking through these conditions and bringing them together in one moment is all we need, right? I don't think you need to do the entire building, but just take a section of it, kind of try and figure it out. With the infrastructure, I think, in this project is crucial. And that's what shifts dramatically in the virtual world. So I think that in this project, the difference between the two, although similar, could be very different. And I love that potential, actually. But the fascinating conditions that you're bringing, you know, this mediated environment, and, you know, what does that lead to? I think that there's a lot of potential to be explored there. And perhaps you have to think through some newer technologies, et cetera, to develop those conditions. But I think that this project, this probe, on so many, at different levels, that I wish that the material condition was in any case resolved or thought through a little bit more. But I do like just thinking about all the different attributes you bring to the table.
To maybe pick up on some of the discussion that was, I think, started in the morning session about virtual and real, and listening to Yele speak in some sense. There was a video that went a bit viral of a recent interview that Keanu Reeves was having. And the basically long story short version of that stuff is that he had to, at a dinner party, try to explain what the first Matrix was to some children, and to talk about how his character was stuck in this world of virtuality. And he was trying to express the struggle between the real and the virtual to kids. And a little girl basically told him, but why? Why does that matter? Like, and his mind, in some sense, long story short, was kind of blown away about the fact that this generation had actually no real meaningful use of trying to make a distinction between real and virtual. All of it, in some sense, was very much part of their presence. And I was talking about it before in terms of, I think, the way that we're going to define these kind of terms and spaces will definitely be, from my perspective, in percentages or degrees of presence, and what that actually really means. I think the issues of the three parts of your research that kind of set the tone of the different research experiments, I think, is very interesting. But I think the issues of where the value gets placed, I think, also is about how much of one gets deployed versus the other, which is actually, I think, a little bit different from trying to consider that interaction means conversation, or that there's a reaction to some form of kind of engagement with the building, and all of it has to be on the terms of the human. Like, what's being discussed primarily is human-to-human interaction. But what's at stake is, I think, in terms of like how buildings in some sense will start to communicate to us. But as forums in some ways that maybe are much more deeply theatrical than about entertaining. Like I kept thinking, like if we pulled away the curtains of everything, is your building just a stage set? You know, is the issue really about illumination to construct the kind of physical and tangible things that you see in scenography and stage design to really start to deal with the multiplicity of spaces? And this is where the issue of work, I think, becomes super primary to the discussion, because in some forms of entertainment, you could have people like S. Devlin, you know, doing Kanye West kind of live performance, but that's actually radically different from, I mean, Andrew mentioned Fortnite and Travis Scott doing a concert within a game environment. I mean, the audiences are radically different. The way that people socially interact are also radically different. And it, I think, puts an interesting question to the studio in terms of where one starts to place value in terms of the form of communication, which could mean interaction, but it could mean other ways of somehow qualifying or quantifying those kinds of exchanges. But I think in terms of the project, I thought Lawrence's comments about the screen is kind of important, because in some sense, and the frame and all of these things, those are kind of cinematic ways of creating legibility, planes of reference, framing devices. Once we're in an immersive environment, usually people are very passive and static. The more intense that experience, the less kind of synesthetic and tangible kind of activity we sort of take, and we somehow slow down. So the issues of continuity of spaces, I think, are also about trying to problematize these relationships, where you may have a very open and fluid space, but the activity and the behavior of how people interact with it maybe doesn't have a one-to-one correlation and the same kind of spatial dynamic as we would normally have. So I think you can start to maybe posit this as actually being ways to kind of interpret the spaces that we're looking at, because I think that there is a lot of work to be done, which isn't so much, at least in my opinion, about how real or how much tension is between these two worlds. I agree with Patrick, it's a very difficult thing to communicate. But I just mean in terms of communicating, I think the objective maybe has a higher level of argumentation in terms of like the nature of communication. There are radical differences, and I think Andrew mentioned it in terms of the psychology of space. But once again, I think that that's already somehow like our experience, if you take that as something that's personal and unique, will always be different. This is like a radical constructivist theory. Everybody's an observer in the world, and everybody's observation is different. The point is, how do we interface? So I think these kind of issues are things that you guys, I think in the project, you're kind of skirting around all of these things, but I think as you guys evolve this, hopefully into next generation of work, you start to think about these kind of aspects. It's a sensitivity that I don't think is really clearly articulated from an architectural, educational kind of approach to things, but in sensitivity of cinema, in theater design, in other forms of ways of communicating with audiences, there is a certain kind of sensitivity that we may learn from, because I think of the radical different creative reuses that you're thinking about a space. Like, how do you literally transition from an augmented world to a world that supposedly is normal and real, to a world that is hyper surface, completely immersive? I don't think those transitions can happen on the spot, but if they did, I think you would have to somehow question the bodily situated versus the experiential, and how that is much more of a behavioral process than it is an issue about objects and people in space. But I think overall, I think the project should be commended, and I leave it to the rest to offer up something more.
Hi.
Nasia.
Stuck a bit in mute. What just to echo some of the comments that have been said, but also just to take it a step further. The question I have is, we look at all the virtual elements as a function of the work and the communication and creating opportunities for meetings and displaying information. However, what in the team did touch upon this, and I commend you for it, that you started looking at the materiality and alternative materials, incorporating water. There were comments about considering further textures, transformability of the fabrics. It was really nice to see the physical prototyping. But what happens, what could be the potential when you use all the virtual technology and tools that you've anyways integrated into the architecture to manipulate our perception of space, to manipulate our physical, combine the material experimentations with virtual impositions and projections that could create very alternative and interesting experiences of the physicality of the space, and bring back the relevance of needing to be in an office space or wanting to, rather than working remotely. And really, instead of just looking at the technology of the projection, it was touched upon a little bit in terms of lighting and other elements, but I think there's so much ground. Theo mentioned, theatre sets, the cinematic aspect. There's so much ground to actually use the technology of projection and holograms and the rest in conjunction to the materiality, the geometry, the structure of the physical space to create new experiences of the physical, almost, in a way to morph things, a more dynamic nature to the space, which is by combining the two in a more seamless way, almost going to the other end of, we talked about that there needs to be affordability and we need to know where a screen lies and where information portals are. But if it was in another way, we use that same technology in conjunction to the architecture and integrate it into it, how could it change our experience of it? And in the same way, the other question is how we assimilate information and how we communicate information, how we do use information in different types of work. Jelle mentioned and talked about the Bloomberg and data and how we virtually could be interfacing with that data. And I wonder and think, can we be thinking a bit more radically about how we assimilate information and how should information be communicated or exchanged, an interface between collaborators or co-workers in different types of work, and should be we're looking at screens in the virtual world, but is that two-dimensional visual assimilation of information the most productive way? Same way with the avatars. Although we feel that the best way to bring a lot of the things that we miss physically is to try and recreate it as close as possible by having a human presence, a hologram. I wonder, when you trying to recreate something which isn't exactly it, we don't feel we're there yet in terms of an avatar being able to have that interaction, the nuance of a look, of a whisper, of the things we talked about, experiences. And I wonder, could we consider what are the fundamentals of that presence that we want to safekeep or to bring back? And could we be looking at different ways in which the presence of a person connecting remotely exists? And also how that impacts how the architecture of the space and the physical needs of the space in terms of, do they have to exist in the space? Can they be floating? Does it have to have a human form? What are the interactions that we want to focus on that bring the nuances of presence? And I think all of these questions potentially could be an interesting way to start exploring them is when the experiments that you created, the prototypes, the physical ones, to start combining them with virtual prototypes, which are the combination of both physical and virtual prototypes, to create little modules of these experiences. And actually, the prototype should have both elements into it. That's just something.
I think that's very pertinent, and we actually started like that with individual vignettes and interaction situations. And I think it's very pertinent, and I think what you raise is very important. I think the way we present somebody, so we had, degrees of abstraction in other projects, the kind of ghosting, and maybe you can also self-control your degree of conspicuity when you join in. I think that's quite interesting. We have scaling, like medieval painting, scaling by importance. Maybe that's a sense of self-importance, which is this coming from the outside or it's individually selected. And I think this is very important, and we don't need to, yes, I think the holographic projection is one way which one could bring in maybe key figures like the lecturer, etc. But I think it's very important that that these screens are not played off just without thinking through the perspectival conditions and the audience conditions. So I think we need to go into some of these spatial expansions are trompe-l'oeils. They will be also only working from particular views. We can have projections on the floor. We could have anamorphic projections which recompress. There was one glimpse in this project, I think, where it was interesting with the screen, the facade, where when you're close, you have pixels which mean nothing and you see right through, and at a distance, they form an image. So this kind of resolution, pixelization, all of these are interesting effects where we're saying now these screens are inherently spatial. I was also calling for, let's say, there's a lot of these experiments also. We've done a space like this actually in Basel, where you use that whole perspectival space and you distribute elements which congregate from particular perspectives. So you can have a scattered image which flashes up from certain points of view. So I think and a lot of artists have worked with that. I think that's a very strong, I think, opportunity here when we say, and we shouldn't presume that screen is screen is screen. It's something very different, whether you're sitting in front always orthogonal, or whether these screens are spatial elements. And the other thing from advertising, rippling, the pleating, from one side it's one image, from another side it's another image, dynamizing these, tracking, actuating these relative to this, tracking visitors. So there's been there's a lot there which we can bring in. And it's true, it is with a project like this, because we had with so many ambitions, in the end we became a large structure, sited and located. These initial studies got a bit washed out, but that's where we started.
And I also mean, even as, when we talk about a space being more smaller or open or closed or more private, that these virtual elements, just think about projected moire effects and the rest of it, could help bring these cinematic elements into the space that could give us a feeling that a space is enlarging, there's movement in the space, or there's a space slows down. There's so many new physical experience of how a space is that could come out from the combination of the virtual technology that can create a more productive experience to work in how we experience it physically. So just I thought of considering that. Yes, exactly.
Okay, guys, I think that we've had a pretty good conversation around this project, and I want to thank the students. We have one more project for the day, and we will conclude this thesis phase 2 review. But with that, congratulations to these students, and we'll have a quick couple-minute changeover, and we'll have the last team of the day.
wiggly bit.
This was the point. Oh, really? Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Ola Al-Iriani, and with my team, we're presenting to you today with Daphne, Yunyu, and Yuji, and we are CloudForma. Whether standing in the shower or going to work in the rain, each day typically begins with water droplets splashing off a solid surface. If one compartmentalized the minutiae of everyday life, she would be stunned by the units that constitute the narratives of contemporary physics. Water touches every aspect of our lives. It inhabits the atmosphere, the Earth's surface, be it oceans, lakes, or river systems. In its solid, liquid, and gaseous forms, water occupies our sense of being, vital and transformative as it is. Water enables growth. It is key to the founding and shaping of all forms of life. It enabled the growth of the urban cities around the world and water settlements that have thrived for many centuries. We live on a planet that encompasses mostly of water. 3% is fresh water and 1% is accessible fresh water. 2 billion of the world population lives in water scarce areas in virtue in institutional failures and the decaying human infrastructure, ensuring regular supply. Even in places where water is abundant, water is a growing and notorious phenomenon known as economic water scarcity. The effects of climate change will intensify of droughts. Over 2 billion people live in countries experiencing high water stress today, and the numbers will continue to increase. The politicization, militarization of water supply is the norm of the new epoch and will lead to climate change and its effect on global water cycles will be a defining marker on the 21st century and will significantly impact not only the natural environment, but human civilization as we know it. In many locations around the world, mostly Africa and Asia, the water crisis has created tension, turning into a global nexus of social conflicts. Arid environments are characterized by a natural scarcity of fresh water and precipitation. Aridity is a result of the complex interplay between climate and geography, found in parts of the world where dry, descending air is prevalent. Cities in these regions face complex challenges such as water scarcity. Hyper-arid zones cover 4%, arid zones are just under 15%, and semi-arid are around 12%. These account for almost a third of the planet. Yet most cities in arid environments are still planned and designed based on a global city-making paradigm established during the mid-20th century. This one-size-fits-all approach has failed to address specific climatic context. During the modern era, the world's dramatic transformation provided us with massive infrastructure works aspiring to tame water. However, these are now denouncing their despair. Aging infrastructure has become an issue of pressuring national importance in the US. For instance, Lake Deem. However, we are witnessing, infrastructure is much more important than architecture. However, we are witnessing the unfolding of multiple strategies that seek to address the issue, ranging from sophisticated techniques, extreme strategies that have been used like cloud seeding, or even moving an iceberg from the North Pole to the Middle East. On the other hand, primitive smart strategies like the Warka Tower are decentralized systems adaptive to the geomorphological characteristic of the site and local culture, a sustainable solution for rural and isolated communities without access to water. But what if we personify water? What if we could control the clouds? What if we were able to siphon them? Drawing the inspiration from the lightness of nature, CloudForma establishes a symbiotic relationship between climate resources recurring to the most human aspects. Beyond engineering, architecture, and infrastructure, the project is about treating phenomena as technology and setting up cloud formations as the infrastructural framework. CloudForma harness the cloud as an infrastructure where wind and atmosphere become a medium. Beyond the fixed and finite resource management strategies, water delivery, water management, and water resourcing are addressed as an augmentation of the natural systems.
Looking through the elemental aspect of water, we focus on its unique phase change properties that allow its continuous movement around the Earth. Clouds are nature's distinct way to manage and redistribute water around the globe, so we emphasize their pivotal role in driving the water cycle. The cloud formation process happens as water vapor sticks onto dust particles, known as aerosols, which allow condensation to take place. Consequently, they form condensation nuclei. Clouds are formed through an accumulation of these nuclei, and as they get heavier, release happens. We observe different behaviors that emerge based on scale. The small is mainly related to the condensation on what is called condensation nuclei. The medium is defined through the cloud growth and maturing, and finally, weather scale is defined from the patterns that emerge due to the global forces. These are translated to 3 main resolutions for our water harvesting system. Each one represents also a different set of variables. We extract what we call cloud intelligence as an infrastructural system. Our role is to orchestrate an interplay and timing of events among an ecology of circuitry towards an infrastructure that is as intelligent and versatile as weather. Engineering the tipping points that trigger cloud formation, aerosol agents perform a scaffold promoting condensation in areas that humidity percentage allows that. When clouds start to form, transport agents promote cloud growth by decreasing temperature and through a choreography that directs the cloud to the place of release. Our system is analyzed into 3 main resolutions for, as we said. Yeah.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Atmosphere is our landscape. Our site is the cross-section of the Earth's atmosphere. Looking through the lenses of meteorologists, we study portions of atmosphere with all its gradient properties. Everything within the atmosphere matters: its layers, its forces, and its challenges. Studying the atmosphere layers, troposphere is where all the climate changes occur, as well as where water vapor is found in abundance. Stratosphere is where the winds are calmer and behave in a controlled way, having an almost consistent pattern. This gives an opportunity to extract and predict wind currents and directions. Our site is the cross-section of the Earth's atmosphere. We aim to utilize 2 layers of atmosphere, harvesting the available resources in each layer. In an environment that is dynamic and changing, this project speculates how architecture responds. The augmented weather system employed a machine learning strategies to facilitate a feedback loop with the environment. The system is driven by goals. The intelligent agent is deciding on its own what it should do next to get more information. It is continuously trying to understand the data, update with the real-time sending, and act on that. Humans are out of the loop into a cybernetic system. The strategies of communication is based on data constantly evolving and changing. Data is extracted through satellites and real-time sensing. Setting up a meaningful dataset strategy is crucial for the way the agent responds. Datasets include 4 layers: mapping the places of need, humidity data, wind data for multiple layers of the atmosphere and troposphere information, the overlaying of water stress data, annual weather patterns, population map, and emergency map. Results in cartography of places of need. Subsequently, a goal is defined, namely a place and the amount of water it needs. A goal represents the relationship that the system wants to have with its environment. Humidity data indicates possible location of harvest. Wind is the main resource that the agent harvests in order to reach their goal. To identify helpful wind patterns, CloudFormer use multi-layer maps of skies. These maps define the wind speed and direction of specific altitudes, times, and locations. That the way the agent can sail the wind over hundreds of kilometers to reach the desired location. Finally, the topography and hydrology maps are overlaid. Our system is not only about monitoring the weather, but about how we instrumentalize it by creating awareness. Machine learning is a way of making this information meaningful. Finally, the amount of water being deposited is evaluated based on the activity of different weather. The possibility mapping
come from flux-like weather data. Different climate region and terrain provide us with varying interpretations of how the system would be deployed. We select 3 scenarios as case study: Yemen, Nevada, and Chile. Agents interact with the changing environment, making smart decisions to maximize cumulative rewards, reaching to the humidity area successfully. Creating a strategy of communication that is based on data, constantly evolving and changing. It's way mapping something that comes from flux-like weather system. We use group rewarding to reinforce agents to act in the group's best interest. Agents communicate and create a shared goal. As the training happens from the left to right, the percentage of success increases. With the optimal strategy, agents are capable of actively adapting to the environment to maximize future rewards. At each step, an agent collects observations, passes them to its decision-making policy, and receives an action vector in response. Wind pattern in the stratosphere are layered, with prevailing winds at one altitude varying in speed and direction from those at slightly different altitudes. The agent takes advantage of this sail to sail the wind rather than to fly against them by designing a balloon capable of moving upward or downward to catching the favorable wind. The agent could sail through the stratosphere with no propulsion, reaching the goal. Agents are constantly part of atmosphere. This test aims to demonstrate that machine learning can constitute an effective solution, offering clues about what might be needed to create artificially intelligent agents that continuously act with real dynamic environment.
Atmosphere as materials, material tests and models built were oriented towards the understanding of limitation potential and controlling smoke behavior under controlled condition. And that's some experiments we're trying to develop and see the possibilities through the dry ice and with temperatures. And the initial test focused on the understanding of smoke behavior. The variables for those tests were chosen based on the research on the composition of clouds and the environmental conditions that affect the behavior. As we were experimenting with the dry smoke, we tested how temperature acts as a control parameter. We observed two main behavior in emerging, warming agents presenting the behavior of attraction, while the cold ones a behavior of repulsion. We subsequently tested the behavior of attraction and repulsion in large groups of mixed temperature agents. Texture was also a feature that played a role, since we observe bumpiness surface capable of dragging smoke upwards. We also tested a large group of mixed temperature agents with their different volumes and observed with emergent patterns.
Throughout the entire design research, opportunities and speculations were simultaneously made and tested as a result of the physical and digital tests. As an abstraction of our physical experiments, we transfer our observations into the digital 2D space, and we explore how a warming agent influences its atmospheric environment. As an abstraction of our physical experiments, we transfer our observations into the digital 2D space, and we explore how a warming agent influences its atmospheric environment. Thus, we set up a simulation guided by a temperature field. We defined as parameters that influence the formation process the temperature of the agent, humidity, and density. Introducing several agents, we study the temperature influence as a negotiation pattern that emerges between them. Simulations show the distance between the agents is an important parameter for cloud formation to happen. Different temperature influences affect the stability of the pattern. Some of them appear to be steady, while when distance becomes too close, they appear to negotiate their distance. Patterns that show stability throughout time indicate an established relationship. After studying several iterations of the agent's temperature, position, and influence percentage, concluding that balance between the agent temperature radii, their position, and environmental temperature is needed for a controllable cloud formation. Moving forward, we're setting up the rules of the simulation. Atmosphere is translated into a spatial domain divided into voxels. Each voxel saves some property at the current time. We use advection algorithms to simulate transport of matter, in our case water vapor, and time. The rule of incompressibility is critical. Mass is conserved, water only changes phase and gets redistributed. Voxels can store values, namely pressure, which we assume is constant, vapor density, cloud density, and temperature, which are the parameters that we control. Simulations are driven by three fields that act as major influences on cloud formation. In the first steps, we are driving the simulation by introducing control only in the temperature field. We set chunks of the atmosphere where our simulation is controlled under a preset field of temperature influence. Different emergent patterns were observed based on position, temperature radii, and the results are evaluated in terms of the density and duration. In addition to the previous parameters, velocity field is introduced and observed in relation to the cloud information and density. Clear patterns emerged, indicate again a controllable formation. Parallel to that, we set an experiment which included a steam box with a set of atomizers, different water vapor inlets, and a fan. We variate the speed of the fan and the amount of water vapor in the speed, observing how effectively smoke is dragged upwards. We scale up the simulation space and drive the simulation only under the influence of a velocity field, with attempting an analogy with a wind force that acts. Simulations that tested the emergent behavior under different initial distributions. Taking the observations that were made on atmosphere as a material, we define the parameters that control our cloud formation. Studying the different types of clouds that exist in the atmosphere, most clouds can be divided into groups based on the height of the cloud's base above the Earth's surface. All clouds are basically formed through the vertical air movement above the condensation level. These are the main ways under which a cloud grows. Each cloud differs in shape and density based on certain conditions that involve temperature, humidity percentage, and direction of upward drift. Atmospheric properties include altitude, pressure, temperature, which we will assume as constant for the purposes of our simulations. Consequently, we test our model introducing control in temperature and velocity field. A small population of agents triggers these three fields. We are modeling the process as the extension of as an analogy of the advection of an air parcel with water vapor content. In this set, we mimic nature's convergence process. The agent population pushes the warm water vapor upwards until it starts to cool down when it reaches a layer of cool temperature that triggers condensation. The base of cloud formation is triggered at the level of what is termed as lifting condensation level. As a next step, we introduce two populations which are controlling our simulations. First population is controlling the density field. which is actually the condensation for us. And the second population is controlling the velocity and temperature field, which are related to the cloud formation and cloud growth. We are taking the next step forward, as we said, introducing these two populations, which are related by an order of magnitude. We are setting up a set of environmental conditions, including temperature, humidity, and wind. Firstly, we observe here the difference under an environment of high humidity and then in an environment of low humidity. Actually, a cloud is characterized by its gradient materiality, which is also a property that we try to depict in these models. A cloud doesn't have boundaries, it's just a gradient density material. Understanding atmosphere as a gradient field of properties, we examine how fields trigger the process of cloud formation. Firstly, and finally, we end up with 4 types of clouds based on environmental conditions and variating agent populations. Our agents Our agent's input triggers the velocity, density, and temperature. From this wide range of cloud morphologies, we are evaluating their characteristics. Their features are explored in digital space. As a result, we conclude different cloud morphologies by programming the agent behavior and exposing them to certain environmental conditions. Each set of clouds exhibits different performative qualities. We are evaluating the output based on 3 properties that finally constitute each cloud's identity. One is water content, based on which we can judge how much of the goal is succeeded. Secondly, it's its capacity to reflect radiation and heat, which is a property named albedo. More specifically, albedo is the measure of the diffuse reflection of solar radiation out of the total solar radiation. This property, along with the coverage, can define how and how much we can mitigate conditions of extreme heat, affecting the microclimate, aspiring finally to synthesize a variety of atmospheres that can evaluate and end in a microclimate appropriate for living. These are the ideograms of its cloud based on the albedo. And we're going to the agent scale.
And to the agent scale, we have mainly focused on 3 different resolutions. The way that our agents behave has to be relative to the triggering effect. This could also be in a sense of chemical reaction for phase changing by constructing the tipping point that something naturally changes into another. We develop into different scale of agents in order to respond to the passive traveling and condensation process. 2 types of agents are mainly characterized based on their behaviors and their interaction with each other and their relationship with the environment. Agent A, as a transport agent, are characterized by their ability to harness the sun energy. Agent B, as the condensation agent, is characterized by the immediate relationship with the environment through its hygroscopicity. The transportation agent has 3 main characteristics: senses the surrounding and communicates with other agents, harvests and traps heat for floating and buoyancy. When the humidity reaches above 70%, the hair expands due to hair tension, agent, and the immediate response activates the release of the condensation agent. The condensation agents possess three characteristics. It attracts water and its hygroscopic hair, it triggering condensation due to its supercool material, and absorb water due to its surface promoting coalescence. Hygroscopic agents have an immediate relationship with the elemental. They trigger condensation and act as microinfrastructures. And the way that our agents behave has to relate relative to the triggering effect. This could also be in a sense of chemical reactions, as we speak about. This as a transportation agent characterizes passive traveling by absorbing sun energy for buoyancy and flow with wind to the target destination. Once the sensor senses the humidity over 70%, the agent B will be released. So the agent B as a condensation agent possesses three characteristics: attract water, and triggering condensations. And from the high resolution, And from the high resolution of the weather scale, where agents sail in the winds seeking for moisture, and to the lower resolution of the agent scale that undergo distinct phases from transport when it's through adjusting its altitude. As the agent travels by harnessing the wind, the condensation agents are released as population, and the amount and distribution of condensation agents differ according to the different environmental humidity. So the video now is as agent's eyes to detecting the target destination. Once it reaches the destination, and the sensor sensing over 70% of the humidity, so it will begin to release the agent B, as the scene will show. So this is a moment of phases to releasing agent B. Okay.
Water has been at the elemental core of human settlements. From stepwells in India to qanats in Persia, people always find ways to manage the resource. The level of control on water resources and management always reflects the advancement of a society. Water management and weather prediction strategies have proven to be a tool for guaranteeing advancing societal stability. What we formulate is a synthesis of an artificially generated phenomenon with water's primal vitality and augmented weather system is a technological artifact that enables life conditions in places where water is scarce, working with the conditions as part of the environment. To uncover the invisible, we propose a hybridized ecology between humans and infrastructure. The laws of stability and solidity are challenged by cloud's absolute ephemerality. In our project, the architectural design resists form or shape. It is a design that regulates the very substance of water, artificially reproducing a natural phenomena that emphasizes our connection with the physical resources in the most primal sense. Thank you.
Discussion from our guest critics.
Yeah, I find the research very, very impressive, and also beautifully befitting of the brief of the studio, which is dealing with elements. So sort of having such a elementary outcome of the brief seems logical. I mean, in contrast to an earlier outcome of the studio, which was more physical, tangible. I mean, I think this is beautiful. Let's say the kind of ephemeral quality of the brief with the resulting research. I mean, it was pretty spectacular. The digital physical experiments. I think the quality of the graphics there. And yeah, it strikes me that I can imagine that there's a need for design thinking in, let's say, the realm of geoengineering. That to phrase geoengineering as the field of design is, I think, a bold and attractive and intelligent statement. Yeah, so very seductive research, and I was thinking, is that should it be more propositional? But I think in a sense it strikes a beautiful balance of being propositional enough, open-ended enough also for the viewer to, you know, have their respective views on the generous research that is offered. Now I think elegant and yeah, beautiful, commendable work.
I will echo that. Big congratulations. I think you've tackled a very relevant and very challenging.
Yeah, I'll keep my feedback very, very brief. Yeah.
In a very well constructed way, there is the build-up of the analysis in what has a lot of parameters and variables in how the system needs to be designed to be effective. It was really well constructed, and there was a really good coherency of experimentation, and a very well thought through what is a very intangible, in many ways, construct and structure. You gave it a very tangible way of designing it, of analyzing through the parameters. And it was really also nice to see that there was a complete consideration on the agents, on the structure of the agents and materiality, the hairs, you know, and that all the materials and the structure of the agent allowed for its actuation to come through passive interaction and synergetic interaction with the elements, the natural elements of its environment and how it needs to function. And for that, really, really well done. It's exciting to see this work in our studio. We're researching something we call woven water, which is not too far from this exploration, and it was really well put through a very, I think the right level of granularity in the analysis, but also, as Yele said, the right sort of openness to explore the different way in which this can function and can respond to the very challenging problem of water scarcity. So well done.
Yeah, just carrying on these comments. I mean, I just want to congratulate you as well. The work is amazing. I think the research is really exceptional. The way that you were very systematic developing all of this, I think it's to be commended. And also the visuals, right? All the visuals of the way that you were communicating all of your ideas and the way that you were working through these problems, I think is definitely it's extraordinary. So I think the only kind of feedback that I have is that, and this is, I guess, true for most of the work that's been done in the study, is that it would be great if the work didn't really stop here, right? Like, yeah, obviously you have 2 more weeks to finalize your book, but I think it would be relevant if you manage to somehow get funding and keep developing some of these projects, because some of them, they're really addressing problems that are quite urgent in the world right now, that are kind of, and that you are kind of already used 12 months of your life developing a potential solution for this. So it would be great if some of these projects can be developed further after you guys finish your, your master research, and then you can take this and potentially turn it into an actual real world solution to these social problems. So yeah, congratulations, really, really good work.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really sort of like inspired by this intersection between strategic design and the more kind of like architectural sensibility that you've brought to the table. And I think that's fantastic. It is really impressive work. I mean, as I was seeing the presentation, I was also curious about the way in which this specific constellation of ideas and constellation of kind of interventions can be situated as a design project in a few different ways. Obviously, there is this sort of like geoengineering approach, which I think is a really compelling way to situate it. I think there's another way to situate it, which might be around thinking through swarm fabrication of a stochastic material. There were a lot of similarities actually in the way that you've approached the physical experimentation with cloud formation, with the kind of, very early experiments on various kinds of like wax and sand 3D printing, for example. So in that sense, there's a way in which you could articulate a set of like very precise experiments. I mean, we saw actually the results of some of those experiments, some of the sort of like cloud creation experiments. I'd be a little bit curious about comparing the sort of like predictive or predicted results with the actual results. How closely were you able to mirror those, and almost get into the sort of like science of how those clouds were formed, and how, have a sort of experiment where you can evaluate the precision with which you've generated those. So I thought that was an interesting alternate reading to things. The other thing that was, I thought, intriguing about the project is it suggests, I think, especially in the closing animation, this idea of very specific impacts on the land. So obviously the thing that you're trying to develop are those clouds to create precipitation, but then that'll have other knock-along effects. And you selected very particular areas, sort of desert climates in a way. I could imagine that those climates could more readily erode, for example, from those from that precipitation. And so you can think about geoengineering at the atmospheric level, but it will very quickly impact the landforms themselves. And how do you begin to think about this as a process, not just of fabricating clouds, but of kind of fabricating the land? And I think that's a really interesting set of kind of like next questions that could fall out of the project. But yeah, very poetic stuff. And I also really love the idea that you're sort of like engineering these individual units in very kind of like operationally specific ways. That was fantastic.
It's without doubt a spectacular project and a spectacular research project. I think it's a great example of a project that has a topic that it's external to architecture, but responds to this topic with a very architectural mode of approach. And this is what it makes it so fascinating, that I was very intrigued how while this unfolded. I can describe it as an anatomical approach of a topic that you respond to this in a very, very profound way. You have illustrated in a very deep and profound research in the analysis that you have started the first level, and then there was a thorough and a beautiful process of experimentation with physical and digital mechanisms that you have developed. And this created a whole universe of information that was gathered through your approach in a very, very unique and a very idiosyncratic way that led gradually to a proposal that, as you claim, as you said in the end, lacked this kind of lacked form, but actually responded in a designed way in the topic that you have initiated your research. And from my point of view, this is quite a good example of initiating a quite difficult topic, and which is very pragmatic and very real and affects us all, and then thoroughly research on the topic and then reply to this in a way that is, you reply to this with design, and you reply to this with this architectural mode, and this is fascinating. And I think it's a research that raises more questions and speculations than gives one answer to the topic that you have triggered. And so without doubt, this can evolve into something which is much more, it can expand actually. You can actually, I think, in the next level, go more into this area that you have discovered and work on the simulations and work on the scenarios and work on the development of these units even more, and the family of the units. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I think just completely agree with everything that's been said. I think it's been really great to see, I feel, an architecture that's, of course, it's to do with the cloud and it's to do with a different spatial formation. But for me, it's really an architecture about agents. And of course, very often like the agent is used as, part of the means to an end to create like a space or a territory. But I think in the case of this particular project, what I really saw with the care that's been taken over the design of the individual agents, both the materiality of it and also the virtual simulation, to me, it kind of goes beyond me seeing it as an agent, and actually I see it more as a kind of creature, basically. And because of that, I'm reminded of, Anik Yee's installation in the Tate, and it kind of actually really goes beyond that, because, that's really in a limited context. So I just really like the connection, personally, as seeing this architecture of a creature that goes into something really, just like poetic and without the normal boundaries of a particular space and territory. And I think even, I was just thinking from an audience point of view, I feel, very often architectural proposals based on technology, they can lack a kind of charismatic ideal that animals have organically. And I feel what was really amazing with this project is I could imagine those agents being something that people can have a fascination with. I just imagined the view of the ground of those, well, virtual humans, but looking up and seeing a sky full of these creatures who are they living in symbiosis with somehow. Yeah. So I mean, I think that's a really amazing image to do that connects the technology, the super high technology used to make these agents, and the very kind of like very grounded concerns, elemental concerns that you're dealing with. So yeah, well done.
Just to add a brief footnote to that, there's an interesting way in which you're designing organisms. And of course, there's biological concerns having to do with the cloud formations themselves, but these things are, you're not designing them as biological entities. They're sort of like these techno-biologically inspired entities, but they, I don't know, they partake or they sort of like adopt some of the qualities that we might think of as being kind of animal-like, and that's something that's quite intriguing.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add to all of these comments. Just to basically echo most of them in the sense that I think, first of all, really amazing presentation and extraordinary graphics, and I really loved the subtlety by which you kind of took us through the whole process. And I think it's really interesting as a response, when we become interested in agency and in agents, very quickly we realize the problematic of embodying an agent and finding that balance between over complexifying the individual agent and kind of under complexifying it. So I felt that the way that you guys tackled that as this kind of redundant system in which we could really see the emergence of intelligence in larger populations of these agents to be really clever and really beautiful. So I think that was a really nice approach to the brief that was set up. So well done.
They say silence is deafening. I'm just gonna basically suggest a couple of things. I mean, I think there's a lot of things to be commended. I think mostly from my perspective, the spirit of the engagement to kind of take the opportunity, I think, to explore ideas that in some sense deny the tangibility of how some of those things can be worked on. From my perspective, the Elemental is a technological project that doesn't foreground technology in a traditional sense, and in some ways can respond to kinds of issues that I think are not only very important, they've always been important, but not with a level of crisis and also the psychology of people feeling that they don't have any agency to participate in those conversations. And I do believe quite personally that I think that architects have a certain capacity to synthesize and focus a certain kind of attention on some of these problematics. And I think to do that in a way that actually challenges the orthodoxy of how these problems are actually being addressed in the world. So the issue of cloud seeding, the issue of like controlling the weather for an event, these things are happening. The moving of an iceberg, the reasons that motivate these things maybe are not anything to do with the technology of it happening, but the things that motivate those things are sometimes not always, let's say, as legitimate as others. But when it came to the issue of elemental and water management, we think about infrastructure of control. And I think what the project actually starts to speak about, and this is where I think it actually contributes on a long-standing kind of interest in the studio on agency, is the notion of behavior and this kind of relationship with nature in a much more augmented sense. If we look at phenomenon as technology, it starts to open up kinds of questions, not about metaphor and mimicking, but about trying to develop a deeper level of understanding. And that's how I interpret the simulation models. I think they become interesting because then they start to set up, I think, a more legible way of making these kind of problems tangible. So the issue of influence of temperature to some of those material experiments, constructing an atmosphere that doesn't kind of privilege a fixed infrastructure like, let's say, the Blur building was trying to do, which is kind of, in some sense, like a plumbing riser diagram of basically infrastructural kind of release mechanisms, or the rain room. It's trying to speak about actually working with the actual atmospheric dimensions. And for that, I think that the project has a lot to be spoken about. I think when it came to the scenarios, you could expand more. Expand in a very kind of clear and targeted way the difference between the immediacy of resource management in certain part of the world versus more the durational aspect of being able to, if I could do this, with different ideas of duration, it offers the potential of actually generating kind of microclimates. Relationship with the landscape becomes a very active participant, and you see that in the ways that atmosphere, interfaces with the ground. We think about space actually in a very kind of trivial way in architecture. We think about ground as being the only datum, but the atmosphere and the cross-section of thinking about this in a 4D and durational way, I think is very important. And I think that that's where I actually think that the project contributes in a very interesting way, and the way that you've worked on it has always been rigorous. And the only thing that I would give you as a bit of an offering, because I think you've gotten a lot of praise in your presentation, is please don't read in the future. Have the confidence to talk about your ideas. When you work on something long enough, the project speaks for itself. And I know that we've had different kinds of relationships with presenting projects, but I think the attitude and the approach of the project speaks in the kinds of ways that you've tried to explore the ideas. And I think if you believe in these kind of ideas, you have to have more confidence about how you put them out in the world. And that's radically different from arrogance. Confidence means inclusive in terms of working with the people that could help you, but by guiding that process of actually seeing it more than that conversation. And that's where I think the role of these projects, I think, are very important, and I think is motivated in a way that, at least in this space, I think that's what AAA should be about. It's not always the case, but I think it has to be reminded once in a while, and I think projects like that do this. You didn't know what this project was. I told you, let's do a cloud, let's try to control a cloud, and let's see what happens. And a year later, I think you can speak about that not as like some flippant comment or Peter Cook saying, rain is architectural. It's about something more, which is having some kind of dedication to the kinds of questions that your generation is for sure going to have to respond to. So I think in terms of the longer conversation as a way to end the presentation, at least from my side, over the 2 days, I think it's really meaningful to look at the different subjects that are being put on the table and the different kinds of conversations and synergies between them. That, I think, will be the thing that will be probably the most important part that you're going to take from this. And I do agree that you should keep working on it, and I'm sure that we'll discuss that at some form. But I think the most important part is actually working on problems that may at first seem almost not possible, and to try to find a way to simplify that on really basic principles. At the end of the day, you've done 1,000 simulations, you've shown a version of it, but this is the learning process, and it's just begun. It's like scratching the surface of something, and I think everybody in the jury will understand that this kind of research, at the end of the day, it would be sad if it becomes put on the shelf as just another document. On the other hand, it's not about literally making this happen the way that you think it's supposed to be, but I think it's about more enabling the kinds of conversations that maybe can respond to some of these problems. So I think, all I can say is kind of focus in that trajectory, and I think the rest will be really positive. But I welcome the comments. Obviously, it's very congratulatory as the end of the project and the end of 2 days. I think it's nice to be in that kind of thing, because we're usually pretty full on with criticism within the DRL. So externalizing this with a lot of guest critics all over the world and with an audience outside of it, I think for us is very meaningful. And I'm not sure that this is a concluding comment. I want other people to comment, but I took the opportunity of silence just to basically thank everybody who's joined us for those conversations over the last 2 days. And I'll leave it there from my side. And it very well may be the concluding comment for today, and that's okay.
Actually, I've just got one thing to say, because I opened up the Miro link, and just hilariously, the kind of default side panel has project description, target audience, competition, risk, and conclusion. So I guess it's really geared towards, startups putting together a slide deck. But I think it's really interesting because, for me, the same thing kind of applies to these DRL Phase 2 final presentations. But like in particular, what Thea was saying about confidence in presentation, because after this stage, your kind of target audience is no longer tutors and critics or even fellow students. It becomes something else entirely. And I think what's really important that I never really thought about when I was a student was this idea of target audience. Especially in 2022, social media, it's such a startup culture, it's such an important thing. So I thought with this project and everything I've seen in this afternoon, the kind of target audience is slightly different. And I think bearing that in mind beyond the normal kind of architectural sphere is really important for the future of all the projects and all these ideas. So yeah, I just encourage people to think about that, even though it's really really challenging and sometimes you just don't want to.
I think that's a really good point, Lawrence. Maybe they can come to Somerset House and they can all join Makerversity and take over my studio and become a billion-dollar startup company or something like that. At least then I could get a cup of coffee or something as kind of value. But anyway, I think the things is that the ideas shouldn't just remain here, and you should kind of take that on board. And I think there are different strategies that have been discussed over the last 2 days. I think more entrepreneurial, maybe less practice-oriented, in a conventional sense, that maybe are things that don't have to be what you do tomorrow, but are things that should be in the back of your mind in terms of the kinds of conversations and the kinds of work that you guys want to do. This is like my mic drop version now. Anyway, I don't know, Patrick, if you or any of the other tutors want to have controls.
I'm brooding over the next round, which we have to define very quickly, but but it's true that a lot of this is ready for startup ventures, and we're onto something.
Yeah, I think we need a couple of weeks off to try to kind of soak in some of this last 3 months. But I think in terms of just any comments that anybody may have on the overall cohort, I think it would be really helpful. I mean, I'm mindful in particular, this generation joined us basically 1 year completely online and completely working on these projects all over the world. And so I think the fact that they've joined us on campus at the AA for like the last 3.5 months, 4 months is also something that is a testimony, I think, to all of the students, because they came in quite mature, very conscious of the constraints, and I think in some ways opened themselves up to actually think about practice in a really different way, or how to work on the project in a different way. And I think that that's a testimony to their resilience, and I think is a good sign for the future to be able to be responsive in that way. So I think for all of the students, I think quite positive to see the commitment to some of these things, but also to each other. So I think that's a good sign for us.
Well, guys, I hope you all stay in London for a while. I think you have the opportunity, you can. So please stay around. We haven't met yet. It's really bizarre, but you came in the fall, but we all still kind of COVID home locked. Anyway, me. But stick around in London. I'm sure you have things to do.
It was phenomenal to see the level of resolution in the projects and the level of ambition. It was so inspiring. On that note, I might give sort of like a small piece of advice as you move forward, which is. As you consider the project, there will be things that failed. There will be things. There'll be cracks. There'll be things that you attempted which just didn't materialize, and that will haunt you. And I want to encourage you to let those things haunt you, because actually, to the extent that you resolved certain things in this time, those problems you sort of closed the book on those problems somehow. But at the same time, you've discovered new avenues, things which you probably know best because you're sort of deep in the process of actually making these projects. And but those are the threads that actually you have the opportunity to continue with, and the opportunity to really push, and the opportunity to sort of like define for yourself a sort of place in the discipline. Because if something hasn't been resolved in these 2 years, then you can move beyond it and be assured that it's a substantive problem. It's a problem that is kind of like worthy of your attention, and is has the capacity to make a new kind of contribution in the field. And so the projects, I think, uniformly were executed at a phenomenal level. But look for those failures. Look for the cracks, the fissures, the sort of things that you feel some guilt about somehow. Those are the things that you can take forward into real intellectual projects.
Andrew, I don't think you have to worry too much. I think Samuel Beckett is kind of whispering in our ear, fail again, fail better. I think it's basically the soundtrack of our everyday. But I don't know if there are any other critics, Philippe, Tyson, Yele, Vasily, any concluding comments, and then we could call it a day and have a beer here and a virtual clap or whatever we do on Zoom these days. So.
No, I mean, like always, I think there's an amazing quantity of work, of information. The research is, in most cases, quite impressive. I mean, the passion of the student, but obviously of the tutors is, hasn't changed, I don't know for how many years the DRL exists, but maybe like 15 years, maybe more, I don't know exactly. And it's still as impressive as ever. So yeah, I think it's by the way, it's more than 20 years. Probably.
25 years.
Yeah, 25. yeah, sorry, it's 95 or 97 or something.
96.
Yeah, so it's really, it's just amazing when we think of it. It's absolutely amazing. I very much enjoyed the last projects. I believe there were maybe, I'm sorry, I missed the first half of today. I couldn't be part of it. I had a class, but yeah, congratulations. It's just extremely interesting, like always. Well, I really believe that we architects should find a way. I agree with you, Theo. Failing and failing better, it's probably what we are doing on an individual level, always. And probably that's the only thing we can really do, by the way. But on a collective level, I believe architects should try to be more successful in making sure that their ideas, all this intelligence which is developed into schools, in master programs, especially, because according to me, that's really the art of architectural research and education. This knowledge should be transferred in the society in a much more radical way, and also much more rapidly at some point. So if I have to make a critic, not a critic of you, but a critic of all of us as architects, is that probably we didn't find the way yet to make this intelligence become available to all the people. It's still too much in schools. So I don't have a solution. So this is why I'm not blaming anybody. It's just it's just a fact.
I know you tried as well.
Yeah, I tried, and I will keep trying, by the way. And I think we should all collectively try, in a sense.
I don't know the statistics in Europe, but I know recently I heard in the US, I think there's something like double the number of new businesses were created this year than ever before in terms of like the normal trajectory of that increase. And I don't know, very often like students always ask after working on projects like the last one where you're zoomed in on robotics, or you're zoomed in on an agent-based simulation system, is this something that I'm going to be able to do in practice? This is usually the kinds of questions. And personally, I think it's really, first of all, it's always extremely inspiring to see all the DRL projects and the scope of the brief and the openness to both speculate and do kind of deep research. And I think you guys shouldn't lose the kind of hacker culture that you've developed over this past year and a few months. Which I think is an empowerment. It's that ability to kind of take any problem and go deeply into it, even if it feels like it's outside of your scope. But just to extend, I think there's a lot of opportunity these days for you guys to really carry on this entrepreneurial spirit that you've probably developed over this past year and a half. So, there is no boundary that you have to sit within and say, like, I'm an architect who works in the way that architects are supposed to work. And I think the amount of skills that you've developed this year, but especially this mentality that you can open any problem and find solutions, you really should take that forward. So I would suggest, don't lose that passion that you've developed over this year. You're probably real tired. We're all also probably a little bit tired. That's why we're a bit quiet in this last review. But all the work I've seen, at least today, has been really, really exciting and inspirational. And I definitely see the seeds of many endeavors that will definitely go into the market, whether it comes from you guys or someone else. So I would suggest it should come from you guys.
Yeah, may I add something also as a kind of small advice to the students? Don't compete one against the other at some point, because architects are not in competition against themselves, they are in competition against people who just produce construction and who believe that it is architecture, which is obviously not the case. We built 14,000 buildings per day, which means that there's far enough for all of the architects of the world. The only problem is that those buildings are not built by architects for the vast majority of them, So, I think the collective behavior of architects should be emphasized, and we should insist on the necessity for architects to support each other, because at some point, as I said, they are competing against some people who are doing the wrong job. And yes, that's my advice. We need to we need to change the mindset regarding this.
All right.
Maybe just to comment on the actual work of the program is, it's always been amazing to keep seeing every year the development of the DRL, right? And I think obviously this one is not the exception. And I think that specifically needs to be commended, because given the collaborative nature of the program, it's amazing that a pandemic year, the quality of the work not just didn't diminish, but that it kind of shaped the agenda and the results. And I think the results are really, really up to the standard that the DRL has kind of gotten us used to. So I think it's important to celebrate that the students managed to pull this together, even though they are, for a large part of the program, they were working online. So big congratulations on that, both the students and the tutors that managed to survive that. Yeah.
All right. I think if we just continue to hear pleasantries, it's not going to make these next 2 weeks the hard work that it's going to be to follow up on round 2. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank the critics, because I think we in particular, I think, always really value the community that kind of shares their time to make themselves available and to speak to the students and to us and to help us shape, I think, the conversations moving forward. I think a lot of the advice you guys have given, I think, is very important as well, because it doesn't matter if it's in Boston, if it's in Patras in Greece, London or whatever, the problems are shared and the community is really small. And I think Philippe's point about how much we are involved in the processes of realizing our built environment, I think is a wake-up call for many people to understand that there's definitely a lot of scope for a lot of work. And I think the collective behavior in terms of the ways that architects deal with each other should really radically change. And so I think events like this are probably demonstrations of that collective spirit. So we want to thank that and also not take it for granted, because we know things are difficult and everybody can't stand Zoom as much as we keep talking about it. But it's in an effort to bring everybody together. I think it's been great. I think we've appreciated the last 2 days, and we'll invite you back to do some more work with us on the next generation, of course. So just a thank you from everybody who's here, virtual claps from Zoom, and whoever is on YouTube stream. I'm sure they're silently extending that to you guys as well. So thanks very much, and we're going to call it a day.
Bye-bye. Bye, guys.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much, Philippe. Thank you,
Thank you very
Andrew,
much.
Jose, Tyson, Vasily, Lawrence, Yele, Nasia, and the list keeps going on and on. Thanks so much.
Thanks for the invitation. It was such a wonderful day. And
Thank you for the
congratulations to
invitation.
all the students.
Thank you. Bye. Congratulations.
Recording stopped.